topics, whether conscious or cosmic. It's never nonsense, mega levels are microscopic. It's a Killah Priest project, AD control the rocket. Before we land the plane, many things we engage and explain. The unexplained, without mask. Welcome to the Killah Priest podcast. Killah Priest podcast. We are in the building. Set it off. Yo, what's good, everybody? I'm gonna let y'all. We got a full house today. It's gonna be crazy. What up? I'm gonna let y'all build up a little bit. Shout out to I call them the orators. I call them the like the Matrix. It was the architect. The architects are in the building. Tahuti, I see you. Cap Jones in the building. Let me see. Tahuti, Cap Jones, y'all coming in the building. Welcome. Come on in, man. Let's fill up. It's about to be a show today, man. I'm going to just set it off. Welcome to the Killah Priest Podcraft. I am your host, Killah Priest Iron Sheik from the Middle East. I'm almost there, so prepare. I say peace. Running the rocket is none other than ADA Dizzle.
Yeah, what's good? Welcome back. It's going to be wild.
It's going to be wild. We got a show for y'all today, man. Coach Solomon couldn't be here today, man. He got a little
something.
Yeah, a little something. Then nothing that T can't take care. You know what I mean? We got a full house today. For real, we got brother Malak coming through. We're gonna talk on some real stuff that I know that y'all like to do, man. Some crazy stuff. He told me he's ready to go in. I got guests in the building. Somebody who's been here before. Somebody who's been through the door.
Hardcore to the floor like Reservoir Dogs.
Hey, man, I'm going to tell him to come up here. We might as well bring him on now to let him get in there. Zen is in the building. Y'all remember Zen? Some noise. Where is Zen?
Hey.
Zen. Oh, yo, what's up, my man Zen? What's good with you, bro? Yo, I like that. What you got going on right there?
Yeah, not it's Italian, and then I don't know.
That's fly. Oh, you fly up top. Yeah, you fly up top. Yeah. I like that, man. That's just I like bears.
Yeah, bears are cool.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I remember Zen, man. Shut up.
Yeah.
Make some noise to the Podcraft Zen up in the building.
You know Ben Steezy, who was on the show. I brought on the show with the Sheila G, if you recall.
Yes.
We had Marvelous Marv, Majestic Marv.
Yeah, Majestic Marv.
We've had Santos Bonacci.
Santos.
Yeah.
AD likes that.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be time to bring Santos back sooner than later.
Yeah, we got.
I've been chatting with him. He's in Mexico. If anyone wants to know, he's in Chiapas.
Yeah.
He changed locations in Mexico, but yeah,
right.
Still doing the Syncretism Society. Shout out to Syncretism Society.
Yeah.
Bring in wisdom and knowledge of the stars and the world and all that. It's all good.
Indeed, man. We at the end of the retrograde, man, and it's been crazy.
This retrograde's been fucking bad.
Yeah.
It's been a bad
Tell me
one.
about it.
But yeah, we're on the come up, coming back to a nice summer.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a big touring season.
Exactly.
People are out there making music, playing shows.
Yeah.
I know you got a few gigs lined up.
Yes, I do. We got to get more going on. I know we got Danny in the building.
Yeah, we got Danny Carpenter, Dan Dossman. He has 3 other legal names.
Hey.
Where do I start? Where do I start with this dude? This Chief Weirdo is another one. That's
Chief Weirdo. I like that.
That's what you probably put up on the screen is Chief Weirdo.
Right. We can put that in there.
No, he's an awesome guy. So I don't know who's familiar with Burning Man, but if you're familiar with that big festival in the desert, it's more than a festival. I mean, it's really like a recreation of reality, but a whole different reality.
Right.
Dan Dossman, Danny Carpenter, he has built the largest installations at Burning Man in the history of Burning Man. We can throw some up on the screen. I'm sure when he comes up, he'll show you some examples. He did an effigy. I think they were like 80 to 100 feet tall, 60 to 80, 100 feet tall, metal sculptures that he built at American Steel, the largest artist workspace that he also built in the country. He created that. That was in San Francisco.
Oh, man.
And And yeah, basically I ran into him, my former business partner Chris, who you know, you met him. He introduced me to Dan, and we've just been rolling ever since, traveling all across the country. We just came back from Miami a couple weeks ago, and yeah, Dan will fill you in on what we're working on, and yeah, I think it's fair to bring him up.
Let's bring on Dan, yo. Yo, Podcraft, warm welcome for my man Dan coming through, man. Somebody's Afrocentric, you know, is always going to that, man.
Oh, this one's out.
Yeah. You want to plug that?
Let's share the mic, yeah. It's all good.
Share the mic.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah, AD hook that up. Yeah, so I got, and the Zoom is open? Yeah.
Somebody in there?
I think I see somebody up in there. Shout out to the Brown Buffalo, Salinas. We're gonna go in deep. We're gonna go into the celestial spheres. We're gonna go into the atmospheres. You know, we here on the forest, the happy ever after.
Healing the forest. I'm all about that.
Here in the forest, you know what I mean? We definitely in the forest, man.
Remediating the soil so we can take lands that have been. Oh yeah, I don't know if you can hear me. There's one right here.
Oh,
Yeah. So that way we can repair the damaged lands from nuclear waste and the nitrogen farming. You know, when they put like metals in the soil and all that. Like it's very important so that we can repair that. Food supply and all that.
Right.
I think that's very important.
Yeah, that's definitely
Can we
important.
just get down to the aliens, though? Let's get down to business.
That's so Danny in the building. You want to get down straight to the aliens.
I want to tell you a quick story, all right? So, when I was...
Into the mic, too,
Yeah,
so we can hear. Is the mic on?
First of all, I just wanted you to know I brought this little gift for your lady.
Oh,
all right, so
my
maybe
goodness, man.
please, it's important
please.
to gift our loved ones.
Yeah, no doubt, man.
Mother's
Thank
Day's
you, bro.
coming up. I have a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old.
Hey.
I'm in a very big legal battle around my kids.
Right, no
very
doubt.
involved.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, what is this, Jade?
There's Jade. There's other things.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
It's all about spiritual, you know. It's from the heart.
Right. Indeed.
So I noticed the pyramids there in the background.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that background. And so look, when I was 18 years old, I went to Israel for a year.
Right.
And I went and traveled with my brother, who was 23 at the time, to Giza to see the pyramids. And we were young and stupid.
Right.
So we read in our Let's Go book. This is like 1991. Okay, because I'm 53.
Right.
1990, I think, actually. So we read in the book, get horses, not camels. And later in India, I rode camels. But so we got the horses, and we had this guide. And, they want us to pay to go in the pyramids. And we're like, we're not doing it. So we rode right across the desert to the Step Pyramid, which is much older. And same thing. They want to, there's like Roman, like a Roman city that was built around the base.
Right.
Very cool, right? So anyway, in the book, talks about this other little minor pyramid that's essentially a pile of rocks because it's all underground. A lot of the pyramids are underground.
Right. Right. Figure that.
Oh, the sand has covered them up over the years, and this pyramid has apparently the longest spiral staircase in the world going down to the bottom of the tomb. So I contracted Crohn's disease when I was a kid, meaning I had it's like an illness where your body attacks itself, like your intestinal tract and your stomach, whatever.
Right.
So I was sick at the time, and so we the book says you could pay some bakshish to some guy if he's at the door, but he wasn't there. So we go down to the bottom, and suddenly I get really sick. I'm like, I gotta go. And he's like, all right, let's go back up, and I'm like, I can't make it. Right. So I'm 19, so I go in the corner. And I take off my boxer shorts, rip them up, and, I did a little something there in the corner. Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. I mean, now, it could, if we do have multiple lives,
right.
Which, I think maybe true, right?
Right.
Maybe it was my own tomb.
Ooh.
Who knows, right?
Wow.
Maybe it's worth it.
Wow. Think about that. Think about that. No, that's
okay,
serious.
So on a lighter note, would you like to know who drives the flying saucers, Priest?
Oh, yes, I would. Yeah, audience, did y'all hear that question? I know y'all going to be set up. Man, look at all the moderators we got, man. WS Banker, Tootie's definitely been representing. Ben Frank is back. Peace. Yes, we definitely want to know who's driving the.
Would y'all like to know who drives the flying saucers?
Put a fire in the chat if you do. Ben Frank's.
Mummified turds. There you go. All right. Well, I'm going to tell you anyway. Leprechauns, because it's all about the pot of gold. You know, it's about taking that flying saucer over the rainbow to the pot of gold, right?
Right.
Because, you know, it's not really just about Earth anymore. I think a lot of us understand some of these things, you know? Now, they might say we're crazy. Right. But, I mean, you can even in the pyramids, there are drawings of people pointing up at these, you know, these things. Like, I have a theory that maybe, and I'm not saying this is true, what if we inhabited Mars, right? Back in the day, like maybe we might have.
Right.
And there was a nuclear war, and Moses was the captain of the ship that managed to escape and crash in the Red Sea, which would have been the parting of the Red Sea. Right? Stuff like that.
Just for everybody to know, I don't believe that.
I didn't say it was true. You know. But what is truth anyway?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, hey, listen, there's a lot of stories that's out there. You know, a lot of truth that's out there. We got to find out where it's at.
Yeah.
That's it. Man, Zen, who we got in the chat room real quick? Oh, we about to go there. If y'all really ready to go there. Yeah. We got somebody that's coming on. Eric Gabar, my bad.
Eric
is
Gabar.
Is he in the building? Yo, we're gonna let y'all fill up, but we're gonna have a discussion. I love this open discussion too.
Well,
by the way. This gift is beautiful.
I want to tell you a couple little things I came up with. Like first of all, like first place is a target. Second place is first loser. Third place is the place you want to be because you always get in the podium like in the Olympics.
Right.
You always get all the girls or boys you want, and at the end of the season you win everything. You know, because like you got all these like big fish from small ponds coming to LA trying to be number one, and then everyone wants to take them down, right? So it's better to be in the background, you know, especially as we get a little older and help bring up the young artists, you know. I mean, I have major sculptors around the world. In the meantime, you know, I take my little plasma cutter and I write poems, and my friends do, and I cut them into the metal, right?
Right.
And I started going to Burning Man back in 1997. I lived in San Francisco from 96 to 2012.
Right.
Been 21 times, right? Major sculptures. But, you know, but I learned that you know, if when you're trying to be number one, they want to take you down. Ain't that right?
Yeah. That is true, man.
For context, it'd probably be good to throw up some of his sculptures so people could see it. AD, if you could.
I know somebody in Chicago. One of my good friends. I see Malik about to come in. He calls himself number 2. And it was like, why you call yourself number 2? Everybody want to be number 1, so he's the first of number 2.
I just want to be number 3. See, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, exactly. And that's
you know what that means? That means you're the target.
Yeah.
And we haven't even talked about our friend Gordy over here.
Who?
Well, our friend Gordy's sitting over here.
We're gonna bring him on.
Incredible
EDM, right?
EDM producer.
We might have a famous BMX rider
he was
in the
top
room.
BMX rider in the country and the world, and you know, but he moved on and he started working as a DJ and an EDM producer.
Right.
And we were talking about maybe him remixing some of your tracks, right?
Right.
Into some EDM music because you know it's about mixing it up.
In the party too. In the back.
Maybe Gordy could sit here for a minute.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that.
Bring him in. All right. So coming up to the stage. Is my main man is off the hook. We're gonna talk about the EDM. We have him sitting in the back. Okay, hold on.
Witch house. It's a witch house.
Let the party. She's in.
Everybody can come in. I got no locked doors.
No, she's in the Zoom.
Yes, there's no locked doors. Whoever joins.
Malak, all right. We're gonna introduce you, man. Peace, man. What's up? How's it going? I'm good, man. Shout out to you.
We got witch house in the building.
Lock doors. Okay.
All the doors.
Exactly. Peace, my brother. So you do EDM?
What is that?
Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Dark melodic techno.
Okay, peace.
I actually make every type of
Peace.
music.
I'm on the road, so you can only see my
Your name.
no face.
Right.
Is it Napah Shadah?
Yeah, Napah Shadah. Shout out to Napah Shadah. Peace. Peace. Yeah, we
Peace
all.
to the craft. Can you just bear with me, AD? I'm sorry, Priest. What?
Yeah.
Yeah, we with you.
Oh no, because my camera's off. I'm in the store. I'm going home because I want to be a part of this Podcraft. Peace to the guests.
Yes. Appreciate
Can you hear me?
No problem. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
I'm on the road, so you can only see my no face.
Yeah, we see. Yeah,
We're
we see.
still at the end of the tricklings of Mercury retrograde.
Yeah.
Please be patient.
Yeah, and we will be
does
for
that.
the rest of the month too, because we'll hit the shadow.
No, for real?
Well, we'll hit the shadow period, so the shadow period's going to be there. So technically June.
That damn shadow period. What's the shadow period that's going to drive us to this?
An extra 2 weeks while you recover from retrograde.
Let's get into my man right here. Malak, we're going to call you in 5 seconds to go in. You see where we starting off, my brother. Peace.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So my man Gordy here used to manage his brother King Felix, and him and King Felix have run a venue here called the Cat House in downtown LA for a minute, and so they have a lot of experience with a lot of artists, and he's also a former BMX racer. And I mean, there's just so much more to the character. I mean, and to the person.
And my last name is Thoth.
Last name is what?
Thoth.
Oh, wow. Oh. Yeah, that's hard, right?
Yeah.
So you ready for the Podcraft, man?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it, man. So you do the EDM beats?
Yeah, I
and,
make the dark melodic techno, the twisted shit, the stuff that's like, dang, stuff that gets the girls dancing too.
Yeah.
You gotta.
That's the stuff I'm into.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm into that.
Be sick to remix some of your stuff. That'd be awesome if I can get some vocal samples and stuff like that.
AD, you heard what he said? We're gonna get you vocals right away.
Awesome.
Okay, we need Eric to lower his volume.
Malak,
Yeah, I make the dark melodic techno.
lower your volume.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, what's up?
We're hearing the background. You're watching the craft from something else, and it's loud. It's coming. It's feeding back in.
The part this is for you. Yeah, this is bought by my man.
What's going on? I'm still here.
Yes. They bought gifts.
Oh, cool.
What? This is Jay. This is nice. Nice stuff.
That's awesome.
This right here is wild though.
What is that?
What did they bring? What did they
Yeah,
get?
what is
What
that?
are they?
All right,
I got something that goes along good with that.
Yeah, we're on top. All right. So EDM, we got to get him some vocals because he want to do some EDM.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get you some dark stuff.
that'll work out good.
I actually own a BDSM sex dungeon also in LA. Just so
Yeah?
you know. Yep.
Okay.
We have like insane parties there.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. So we know what that's
So
about.
it goes along with that.
Very,
thing.
very
yeah,
safe,
yeah.
very safe, secure, consent always. Yep. All that. All right. Dan's coming back on.
Yes, come on, Dan. Yo, we got Malak in the building. Shout out to my man Malak. Are you ready to talk about aliens? What did you say?
Oh, yeah, we're going to talk.
Security's here.
Security. Malak.
Costume changing.
What did he say?
All right, let me introduce my guest, the guest of the evening. Napah, you still there?
Yes, sir. I'm still here.
Okay. Malak, are you there?
Yes, I am. Right here.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the Podcraft, coming in. If you didn't come in yet, well, welcome. Welcome to the Killah Priest Podcraft. I'm your host. Today's guest is my man Malak. He's going to go in on some deep stuff. We're going to talk about, I just want to say a couple of names because there's a couple of names in the scriptures I was talking about earlier. Well, you know about the Nephilim. You always say that, the crew, the Nephilim, right? The Anakim. Caleb saw some cats that he never saw before in his life. Him and Joshua went out. You know this, right? So they saw they saw three guys, and they said, what the hell? They were giants. And we talk about a lot of stuff. There's a lot of mythos and a lot of stories.
Giants were real.
Talk to me. Talk to me.
Giants were real, 100% for sure. They found gigantic skeletons of them, and there's stories of ones that are still alive in like Afghanistan and stuff like that.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. I like that straightforward.
Yeah. There's such thing for sure.
Look at, and they're bigger than Shaq.
Oh, they're huge. Some of them are like 20 feet tall.
Right.
There's gigantic ones. There are skulls as big as this disc. You know?
Well, you know, if you want to get into this, we could talk about the Anunnaki.
Yeah, come on through. Yeah.
All right. So I believe that, okay, so look, right now, all the science fiction and fantasy that we've been, you know, watching our whole lives,
Right.
we're starting to see that it's actually real.
Right.
Right? You know, like this body that we're in is really just a vessel for our soul. What is our soul? It's all the electrical energy that is you.
Right.
Right? So that would mean that we could move bodies over time. Right? We keep coming back over and over.
Right. Speaking to the mic.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah.
So if that's true, then the Anunnaki would maybe be elves, right? From fantasy.
Right.
Right? With certain powers. We all have special superpowers.
Right.
You know? See, so you would be a descendant of the giants.
Well, direct that to that man right up here. Our guest. That's dope. I like what you just said. But we have somebody who's very skilled into the spiritual realm. Giants, elves, angelic beings. And then we have a mycologist in the building that's upcoming on Napah Shadah.
I'm also a mycologist.
Any of you guys ever smoked DMT before?
That's right. Dimethyltryptamine, the spirit molecule.
Spirit molecule.
That's right.
I smoke it every day. And it takes you, before I started smoking DMT, I never believed in God. I never believed in any religion because I never seen anything, ghosts, nothing like that.
Right.
And smoking DMT, I go to this crazy world where it's like a cartoon, kind of like Roger Rabbit type of crap. And it's like a weird thing, and I see these elves and all kinds of weird shit. Right. And like it showed me that there's like other existences like within this existence somewhere, somehow, of beings that communicate with me. No, well, when I seen that, I was like, fuck, anything could be, anything could be the case then, you know? So,
well, you talk like a shaman.
Well, because these plant medicines, you know, that come from, you know, the natural world, they help us open portals into other dimensions, the ones that are, you know, have been taken from us. See, when we're children, from what I understand, maybe up until 5 years old, you know, you can see these things, but the way we've been abused by, you know, by the system, all of us, you know,
technology.
Well, technology is helping us get back to it. Right. Because see, the
Well, we got the
machines
mouse.
are alive. Okay, they are alive. It all started with neural networks at Google back in 2001.
Right.
You know,
Okay.
Right. See, I was in San Francisco. My friends did it. They were the ones creating these things.
Oh.
And early on, the machines started making up their own languages, you know, but it was all hidden away. But see, as the machines, as machine technology becomes more advanced, it's becoming more obvious that there is, you know, maybe they don't have the same capacities as us.
Yeah.
See, they're becoming us and we're becoming them. You know?
You know, that's the movie. It reminded me of the movie Matrix. Shout out to Sophia. But we are here. It's like, give me that damn blue pill. Stop playing games. Give me a whole bunch of it. You know what I mean? No, it's the red pill, right?
Yeah, the red pill is the one that takes you in.
Yeah, give me a lot of that red pill.
Yeah.
A lot of people, and you know what's crazy is that Cypher, he knew what time it was. He said, I know what it is. I just like this steak.
Right.
I like this steak because I like the way it tastes. Some people just like to take the blue pill, but knowing what the red is, they know the other side is there. And they just like the experience.
He likes the lower mind pleasures.
Yeah, but his name's Cypher. He's a complete. So that's, if your name is Cypher and you're eating both of the sides, that means that he was on the other side. He said, I believed in your world.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
He told Trinity, she's the three.
So a cipher is also a secret or disguised way of writing or code.
Right.
So he was like a disguised code.
Right.
Well,
He
see,
was a secret code.
Now we're going to start talking about the Illuminati.
Yeah, he's right. He's right about that.
But before we do that,
Hold on, let's hear from
real quick.
Let's hear from the guest.
Move the mic closer.
Okay,
to
Hold on,
him.
one special gift for AD. AD, reach out here. I want to give you something. No, open your hand.
It better not be a spider.
No, you're going to like this. There's some power for you.
Hey, Dorset. Let's hear from the expert. What's up, Malak?
Yeah, I like that you referenced The Matrix. Shout out to Sophia Stewart. Yeah, that movie was showing, and it was a symbol to inside your head. Morpheus, that's dealing with your pineal gland. Trinity, that's dealing with you in 3 different places. The 3 realms that come together, it's known as the Trinity. You're in the 4th dimension, you're in the 3rd dimension. And also, you're dealing with all aspects of the conversation that is going on inside someone's head. That's where the matrix is. Everything that you are looking at, everything that you see is a reflection of what's inside of you. The dream is what we are having right now. There's 2 types of dreams. We're in the collective, and we have a personal dream. When you lay down in your bed and you go to sleep, that's your personal dream. But at the same time, you are having a dream as a collective. We're all dreaming together right now. And see, this is what people need to understand. They need to understand is that the realm that we are in right now, this is the dream state. When your body, when they call you like you deceased and you're dead and you're moving on, that's talking about going home. As I said last time, this is the universe. Or when you go to school, you go to the university. This is the universe, and how the universe is played out, how the class is played out is through these dreams that we are having. And so when you look at for instance, the X-Men, how many of you like the X-Men cartoon?
Yeah.
Come on, we X-Men. Yeah. Wolverine.
They had a danger room.
Huh?
They had a danger room on there. Their training room. And they would deal with all types of actual things that could take place if they were actually in battle or going out to rescue or do all types of projects. They would have the danger room to practice in. And that was like a class, but it wasn't real. When you left the danger room and you exited, you came back out to reality. Well, that's what this is. This is a sort of like a danger room. It's a matrix, you see? And the matrix is partially being created by you because you are a co-creator in the dream realm. You bring your piece to the whole, and it plays out here. That's how that works. Yeah.
I always felt like, man, we're not using our potential, our full potential. What's this? They always talk about the right brain and the left brain, and then we don't use our full brain. We only using one side of it.
Who are they?
That's what I want to talk about.
That's the problem. They.
They're from They Live, the movie.
Well, see, here's the thing. Now we get into Heideggerian philosophy. A lot of people in this country don't know who Martin Heidegger is. He was a German philosopher. His book, Being in Time, is a landmark piece from the 20th century. But, they say he was Nazi. I don't know if he was or not.
Right.
But his philosophy was very critical.
Right.
A lot of his concepts are some of the most important philosophical concepts of our time. My 3rd legal name, which is actually Dan Safety Dasman, which I took the name Dan Dasman when I was 18 as my art name. It means the sheeple, or they who make the rules for society, right? So who's going to take responsibility for being they? And furthermore, who are the sheeple? You know, who are they? That's the question.
You got that, Malak? Because I was always wondering, they. It's like, Father, forgive them. It's them too.
Yes.
Forgive them for they. Who is them? Forgive them for they know not what they do. Why do they don't know what they do? And also, lest any man see me and kill me. Who are these people?
Well, see, it all goes. It's all biblical.
Yeah.
So the real question is, how far back do we really go? You know, how far back does this start? Is it 10,000 years, 50,000 years, 2 million years?
Well, let's ask Malak. Malak, what do you say? What say ye? And we're going to ask Napah too, because she's in the building. Go ahead.
I'd be surprised at the answer. I mean, a lot of things are suppressed. We go back over 50 million years. We go back even billions of years. I don't care about the concept of evolution. I throw that out right away.
Right.
The earth does not grow people. People are not seeds in the ground, and we grow up like trees out of the ground. Respect to trees. Trees are people, but we don't grow out of the ground. Our ancestors came here. We were placed here. We were very advanced. We come from a very super advanced background. We came here. We landed here. We migrated here. And we planted our life here on this planet. We hit Mars before we came to Earth. We first landed on Mars, and then we left Mars. Some of us stayed back, and we came here to this Earth. And if the Earth could talk, the Earth would tell you there has been many, many worlds on this planet that has come and go. They are literally discovering different realms, different worlds on this planet. Every time they dig into something, they find evidence of another society, their religion, things they left behind, their architect, their building, their schools of philosophy, their understanding. Everything's being discovered every day. All we talk about is Egypt. It's way more than Egypt. And the pyramids of Egypt, they're not even really given the full credit. There are pyramids in every city, in every state, in the United States, and in every country on the globe, there are pyramids. And this information is just now beginning to come out, even though we already knew about it back in the 50s and 60s. We already knew about it. But they are slow to bring forth. They even find technology in this earth that is way more advanced than the technology we have today. And we're coming a long way right now. But they find technological discoveries all over the earth, and they completely shove them into the Smithsonian and other secret locations and back engineer off of it, use it for their own benefit, and then seek a little bit out to the world because we are technologically advanced, but we don't know it. You see what I'm saying? Because we're still dealing with the combustion engine. Come on. And now they're starting to come out with an electric car. All this stuff is being suppressed. There's been people on this earth for billions of years. And it didn't start with Lucy. Throw that out. I don't believe that nonsense. Lucy is nobody, okay? What's that, Lucifer for short or something? Okay? So, you're dealing with all this nonsense. And the fact of the matter is that man does not start from an ape and start crawling and start learning slowly. No. The first people were here were advanced. They already knew everything because they did not come from Earth. Matter of fact, there's nobody on this planet that comes from Earth. We are the aliens. Any other aliens that come here, they should be welcome because everybody goes everywhere in this galaxy.
May I say one thing? I believe that there is one type of being from Earth, which is a human. And all the other beings are a different being that came here in these bodies, right? Because these are the bodies that can exist on this planet. But we can exist anywhere in a different form. Not in these bodies, right? A different kind of body. Like, for instance, I believe very likely that the moon of Jupiter called Europa, that would be the place where the Anunnaki / elves would be their home planet, right? What about the Pleiades, right? The Seven Sisters, right? What about the closest 3 stars? We have Alpha Proxima, Alpha Centauri A and B. And right?
I want to direct that question because we have Napah back there too. I wanted her input on this. Napah, what do you say?
Right. This is really interesting. I'm sorry I'm out. I'm going to be in a second, but I just want to ask him a question.
Right.
If you're saying none of us are from Earth, I'm talking about the original statement. What about these stories that we hear about the creator gods who created us from the earth and from this realm?
Okay, well, that's very easy. It's true that the ancestors that came here definitely were very advanced in biology, and they did work on the beings that were here. And yes, there was a lot of experiments done on creatures that were here, but it still does not dispute that our origins are from other places in the universe. It doesn't dispute that. Yes, we had the advanced technology to come here and create hybrids, hominids, and all these different things that you hear about. Yes, that did take place. But what I was knocking down what I was refuting was the fact that people think that the ape did it all by himself. That a man started off as an ape and evolved into what we are today. That's all I was refuting.
Well, you know what? Well, let me add on.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick. So what do you say about, so you don't think like Australopithecus was actually a hominid, even though we could see the bone structure and everything like that?
Well, due to the more experts in that field dealing with that DNA and going and tracing that genealogy and things, I would not completely make a blanket statement and say that isn't true. But what I'm saying is that there are the ancestors that came here, they knew how to raise the frequency. They knew how to do biological surgery, working on what was already here and creating things like clones and slaves. That you can't throw that out the window. I'm just saying that people themselves, the first people to come to this planet, are not from this planet. That's all I was saying.
Well, can I add on? Let me add on. The Earth from another planet or another could be a star. We're all planets. The celestial bodies are all out there, right? So they're all created in this womb of the universe. So everything's out there, even when you don't think it is. Up is really down.
Yep.
The ocean is a teacher of us, and they have dolphins in there, whales, orchids. It teaches us how
whales.
Yeah, exactly. It teaches us how this existence. I want to say plane because I set off in here.
There you go.
Well, this plane of existence that we are on we are all in space. Everything. So when we say here, it's all in space, but we forget that.
Yeah, that's very deep, Killah Priest. Yeah.
Well, the thing is that it's all paradox. Like, what if the Earth? What if it's actually like a beach ball where we're not really on the surface, we're facing in, and the center of the universe is in the middle?
Mm-hmm.
So it would be backwards, right?
I
Like
think
the Earth is the
flat.
end.
Right.
The Earth could be the end of the universe.
Hey, that's your man right there.
Mm-hmm. I think the Earth's flat.
Are you a flat Earther?
I don't think the
No,
Earth
you just
moves
got
at
it.
all.
There you go.
I have a bachelor's degree in astronomy, and I studied that for years, and I don't believe any of it anymore. I think the Earth is flat, and it doesn't move, and lots of the stuff that you see...
Oh, come on.
Lots of the stuff that you think exists.
Oh, here we go.
I think that they're aliens. Most of them probably come from a different place on Earth that we don't even know about. that Earth is gigantic, way bigger than we see. Why are all the footage of the moon and of the Earth, why are they all drawings? Why can't you go on NASA Instagram and see a picture of anything? It's all artist renditions of anything. And then today I seen like the Orientals, claimed they landed something on the moon today or whatever, right? But the footage they show of the thing lowering down and landing on the moon is absolutely worse graphics than the old Nintendo video games.
I would like to
There's no way that that's real.
To what he just said.
Right.
No way
I
that
want
that's
to
real.
respond to what he just said.
Go ahead.
There's a lot of reasons why they don't want you to have a clear picture of things, because then you would come to clarity as to the architect that's on these planets. You see what I'm saying?
What do you
They
mean?
want you to get the impression that nothing never happened there. It's a dead planet. There's nothing on it until we get there.
Well, you're
See?
stupid if you
Same
think
thing
that.
they did on Earth. The same thing people did on Earth. They try to make you think that we're the first to do this and do that. But then when you go inside the pyramids of Egypt, you find model airplanes and helicopters and all kinds of advanced technology. Same thing on the moon. I remember back in the 80s, I was reading an article in a magazine called Omni Magazine. And in Omni Magazine, they reported that a shuttle was flying, the shuttle from the Earth was flying across the moon and smashed into a wall. The architecture that's on the moon, built by ancient people, they smashed into it. And they said the wall that they smashed into was 2 to 3 miles high.
You're talking
And
about the dome
it
that covers
had-
the Earth? Is that what you're talking about?
And it was,
Are you talking about the dome?
Firmament?
No. See, this is the problem. It should be familiar what I'm talking about, but it's not, because the information comes out and then they cover it back up. You see, they know that there is architecture on the moon. There's walls and there's enclosures and there's buildings on the moon. And they also have what's called the dark side of the moon. You see what I'm saying? And why is it dark? Because they don't want to shed light there. That's one of the reasons anyway. They don't want to shed light there, and they don't want you to know what's there. But they did report that the shuttle crashed into the wall that was invisible, and they smashed into it. They had an accident because they couldn't see the wall that was in front of them. Then it was reported that there's these long buildings, bigger than our skyscrapers, on the moon. And there's all kind of architecture and buildings and advanced technology that they found on the moon. Yeah. And there's more information than that in the book called, if you read this book, Our Spaceship Moon, which was banned in the United States during its publication in Russia. It's called Our Spaceship Moon. That was banned. You can look this up easily.
We have Wonder Woman.
So not just the fact that they don't want you to go, they don't want you to see what's on the moon. That's a very good reason not to let you see too much. Because if you saw what was there, you would know that advanced civilizations was on Mars, was on the moon, Venus, Neptune, Uranus. Doesn't matter. All that's being suppressed, all that's being kept in secrecy.
Right.
I seen some things saying from Buzz Aldrin saying that he'd never been to the moon and that NASA's never even been outside lower Earth orbit. And NASA even admits on their website that they've never been outside lower Earth orbit, that they're trying to make a shuttle that can actually one day go outside lower Earth orbit. So if that's true, they never even went to the moon. So
Yeah.
if that's true, they never even went to the moon.
Now,
then
I'm
the
going to say this.
question- the question is, could a conspiracy of that magnitude have been perpetrated with that number of people?
Right.
Now, I'm not saying there are not conspiracies that a lot of us believe are true, but that particular one is just
How
a
could they
bit
have
grandiose.
had technology to go to the moon way back in the day, but they somehow destroyed it and they haven't been able to remake it? That's what NASA says. If you go on their website and you watch the videos of NASA scientists talking. They say, we destroyed all the technology that we had to go to the moon, and we haven't been able to go to the moon since. We're trying to figure out how we did it in the first place. It doesn't make sense. People are getting smarter. Cars are getting better. Everything's getting better. It doesn't make sense that we can't do something that we could do 40 years ago.
But look, remember, it was a different time, and the concept of safety was different, right? Like, back then, they didn't care about seat belts, right?
I don't care. Strap me to the motherfucker. I'll go right now.
All right, let's do it.
Somebody, because I don't believe it.
Let's go.
How did we get that? Okay, go ahead, Napah.
You might not believe it, but the fact of the matter is, you have the ability to go online right now, and you have the ability to use the satellites. They let regular people do that.
The satellites
and
that
over
are held up by
50
balloons.
million, over 50 million videos and pictures have been taken of the structures on the moon, and it's very arguable that those are not man-made structures. They found plenty of man-made structures on different planets in our solar system, and you can go to the library of photos online anytime you want, and you can argue with those photos.
Are the photos really photos of maybe by Barstow of tweakers making little things in the sand? Because I think that Stanley Kubrick made the moon landing footage myself. But
Stanley Kubrick?
Yeah, he did the film The Moon Landing. They could see pictures of him in the space shields in the basement.
Right.
And stuff like that. They proved that the moon landing footage is not
who they, right? This is the problem.
They the people that well, people like me, people that nowadays, people, if you've noticed, compared to 40 years ago, people investigate and pick everything apart. That's why if you're an artist and you're, say, a rapper, the shit that you be spewing out of your mouth to people, you better be doing it in a way that they can believe what you're saying. Otherwise, people are going to pick you the fuck apart and make you into a nothing. When back in the day, people just, oh, yeah, that's great.
Well,
because everybody's a critic nowadays. So people investigate the shit out of everything. You can't do anything in front of the public eye without people investigating the crap out of it. Nowadays, people got smarter and they're looking into all the things. Why is the flag moving? Why is there a picture of somebody, reflection of some weird crap? If Neil Armstrong was the first man on the moon, right? Well, who was the guy with the damn camera that was standing on the moon that filmed him get off the spaceship? And who was the guy they left on the moon that filmed the thing go back up in the air? Explain that. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Look, you know, at the end of the day,
Hold on,
they never say anything about that.
Hold on, let him answer the question. Go ahead.
First of all, you got to understand the fact that it's important that you and I have a discussion that they never went to the moon. What does that do? That only causes more secrecy. Okay, now we got a percentage of people who don't even believe they went. How better to cover the facts than for us to say they didn't even go? Second thing I want to say is that the film footage that they first of all, it was allowed for you to come to the conclusion. It was allowed for the confusion to take place. It was allowed for us to sit back and both think that they never went and that it was fake. And we saw the movie with O.J. Simpson and, you know, all these different things took place. But meanwhile, all these things that are taking place, I mean, we were way ahead when we knew that they had faked some of the moon landings, okay? Yeah, that's cool. But at the same time, you cannot say that they did not go. There is no 100% irrefutable fact that they never went. There's no fact, there's no proof they didn't go, okay? So you can find a whole bunch of fake things, a whole lot of anomalies, a whole lot of things like who was holding the camera when the guy was on the moon. But the fact of the matter is, the Smithsonian has things in it that you will never look at, okay? And you have the Library of Alexandria and all these other places. It's been disputed that it was burned down. Well, if I tell you that it was burned down, then you won't look for the books. You see what I'm saying? It's a whole lot of ways and angles to keep you and I from revealing the facts, but yet the facts keep coming out every day.
If you told me it was burned down, doesn't mean I wouldn't look for the books. Maybe I think you're lying.
Yeah.
But one
That's exactly.
thing,
We can think that somebody's lying. Yeah.
but we
And where do we get with that?
Well, we are on Earth. How far is the distance from the Earth from the moon? Anybody know that approximately?
3,000 miles,
93 million miles.
4,000 miles, 5,000 miles.
Right. Just checking your math. Well, we on the Earth. We know that. We're on the rock or we're on a plane. Well, whatever it is.
We on a plane.
Yeah, we're on a
It's
plane.
not.
for
You're
sure.
not playing fair. You're not playing fair. Napah, are you there? Yeah. So we on the we know that we are in space though, right?
Yeah.
Which shares the body like a garden, like trees in the garden. There's a whole bunch of trees in the garden, but we all here as a family, right?
Right.
And each month there's a new season. Where's my zodiac cats at?
Yeah.
Right?
Seasons.
Yeah. Well, we're dealing with 4 seasons. Yeah. And do we include the Dogon in this conversation?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. The Dogon, which was visited by 2 Frenchmen who put out a book today called The Pale Fox. If you go on Amazon and try to purchase this book, it's over $2,000. And so the fact of the matter is the Dogon had all of this galaxy mapped out over 700 years ago. The 2 Frenchmen that went to go visit the Dogon, they met with secrecy. Like you go to NASA or you go to the United States government, we can't talk to this is top level security. You have to have a 5-level clearance or something like that. The Dogon did that with these French people. The Dogon that's next to Mali in West Africa, by the way. Let me give you a location. So you have these Dogon, and when they finally won the respect of the Dogon, and the Dogon decided to reveal to them facts based on space, they had learned the Dogon's language, which they honored the person's language. So the Dogon was impressed by that, because they was able to have a fluid conversation between the Dogon and these French people that were visiting their area. And they went inside a cave that was protected for over 700 years. And when they got inside the cave, they found out that the Dogon had complete maps of the entire galaxy. Now, how did they get that?
Can we
That's
see
the
one of the
question you have
maps?
to ask. Excuse me?
I think the map is just a bunch of little, like, kindergarten look drawings. Like, you just, oh, yeah, kind of, it kind of fits, but I don't know how true that is. But I want to see one of the maps. I never seen one, but I'd be curious to see one.
You
The
got
United States government found out that the Dogon had maps of the galaxy, and they were blown away by this. Then years later, during the 70s, they were able to get a satellite out in space and found out that the maps were accurate. And the Dogon had knowledge of Sirius A and B, okay? And there's a third planet there too as the origin of the galaxy. They had all this information written down. They had it on the wall. They had pictures of starships that came to this planet. All this stuff was revealed. It spawned thousands of other books. People are taking this serious. And no pun intended, the planet serious. So what I'm saying is that all this information and facts about space, mankind already had it. They already had it. And it's more proof of that. You was mentioning Thoth earlier, okay? In all the books of Thoth that they found, all the information that was written over 50,000 years ago about the technological development of this planet and this galaxy, all this stuff is out already. All this stuff been out, okay?
No, I believe that technology was more advanced. in the
operate
past
on
than it is now. But if you take this TV set and you throw it outside, it will only last for 50 years, maybe 100 years, and you won't even see a scrap of it anymore from the weather and stuff. For sure, there is better technology than we have. We just don't know. And all the technology
one at a time.
Sorry,
Yeah.
all the technology that there is, it all comes from here. We just don't know that you mix mustard and hot dogs and bread together and a light bulb and it makes you float. You know, we don't know. You know, all the stuff that there is to figure out. It's just a combination of.
I think you guys are getting
that's here.
far too serious. I just want you to know that.
Oh God, here it is.
we have here all the time in the world. All right. And also we have our friends have come with their very special third generation mezcal.
Oh wow!
Maybe they could. You know,
Mezcal.
You want to try it out?
The tequila. Yes, I'll try
sir?
some
All right.
mezcal tequila.
I'm gonna let you guys. I'm gonna go off.
Okay,
I'll leave the time up here.
But finish building. I want to hear from Malak or why they come up. Oh man, I want to hear about this. This is mezcal tequila from 100 years. Will you explain it?
Can I? Do you mind if I jump in and ask?
I did. I called on you, but you wasn't there. Go ahead. Let's go.
Oh yeah, so let me throw this in here about the beginning, since we're talking about the Dogon and such matters. I want to ask, is it Mr. Gabar, right? Gabar?
Malak,
I don't want to mess it up.
Yeah, you come in. Go ahead.
Am I breaking up?
No, we hear you.
So I have this theory that I have that I've been studying about the mycelium and the firmament. So I want to talk to you about that, like the beginning, what we actually came from. Because I think I understand what you're saying. The creator gods are from another planet, pretty much. So what do you think about that concept where I say the mycelium is the firmament above and below? Like, what do you think about that? Mycelium, like actual fungus. The fungi.
Yeah, a very, very powerful topic. When you start to study the mycelium kingdom, so much has come out about that. It's really astounding information. It's been realized that these spores came from the heavens and land on different planets. And then once these spores hit the earth, they begin to spread and create a whole underground kingdom right under the earth. And it's like they're holding hands across the globe. And then the various types, oh my God, it's infinite types of these mycelium spores and mushrooms and different things, and
right, fungi.
I look at it as something created by the gods, so to speak, to raise the frequency and awareness of man on earth once he ingests these things. Or you could just breathe them in, and they'll overtake you, raise your consciousness, and you become more powerful than ever by doing that. Yeah.
Right. So I was thinking about that, like, as far as what you said, breathe them in, where the whole environment, our whole realm is really just covered with, if not consisting of, I should say, consisting of the mycelium, fungi. So, and then when we heard the gentleman say he didn't believe in God until he actually had an experience, which again links him back to. Go ahead.
It makes sense to me. Yeah. It
Right.
makes a whole lot of sense to me that I'm sorry. Mm-hmm.
So would you say that it is otherworldly then? Because also we have information that fungi can survive in outer space. It's really resilient.
Yeah.
It is.
Can I come in?
It has survived. Yeah, of course. Jump in.
It is out of space. Earth is out of space. Yeah, the spores,
right?
it's
So the
out of
priest
space.
is reiterating that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's already there in the atmosphere. It's already out there. So we just discovered it. Well, it wanted us to discover it, but it was here. Mycelium is that technology, that first part. And it was just teaching us, but we are already in space.
We are mycelium.
Yeah.
Big organism.
Yeah.
All of us.
Yes, we are in
We be
space.
separating ourselves from space. We be like, oh yeah, we're on Earth. That's my thing about
Every single thing is together
Yeah.
in itself.
yeah, celestial bodies. We're part of a unit.
Why don't you guys
All right, we're gonna get to that. We're gonna get to that. Yeah, exactly. There's some experts up in here. It's deep. So yeah, I do agree. With you on that.
Right, definitely. So getting back to like just if we look at the, let's say these ancient holy writings, you know, the writings that we talk about, that we discuss at times, not just the Bible, we can even look at the Sumerian writings. They have all this information about creator gods, but it's interesting, and I want to direct this to Eric. If I'm messing your name up, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Is it Eric?
Now.
I know I talked to you before.
Yes,
Okay.
Eric Gabar is on the panel.
Mr. Devar, yes. So let me ask you, what do you think about when we say creator gods? Like what I'm saying is, where do you think that it came out of them, so to speak, like out of their particular makeup? We call it DNA, or do you think they brought it from another place and it's something that's separate from them, from their bodies, from them? When I say them, I mean creator gods, the Anunnaki, the Elohim, whatever you want to call them. Do you think that it's something that came actually out of their themselves, out of their bodies? Like Plato says that the ether is the breath of the gods, or the air of the gods. So I also think the ether and mycelium are like I said, the firmament. So do you think it came out of the actual gods, or do you think they brought it with them to create here?
Now, I think it's irrefutable that we are all one. Okay? There's no time where we are separated. The illusion of separation is the dream state. The dream state is necessary because it gives us the ability to feel a singularity, a separation. But it's all an illusion at the end of the day. It's necessary that we feel separated. It's necessary that we feel like there's a distance between us, like wherever you are and wherever I am. But at the end of the day, we're not separated. We are one. We are together. We come from the same thing. But in that separation, in that individuality, we have the ability to make different choices. And why is that necessary? It's necessary because it's the purpose of creation in its inception, in its reason for creating, to create itself and to separate itself by billions and trillions of individuals to make different choices and to do different things so that it can learn from itself. So no, I would not agree that there is a time where somebody or something brought us something. No, we can enhance each other. We can build together. We can combine our own gifts and come together and create something else, escalate to some other level. But no, we already are one. We're already together. This is not something that happens later on. This is something that has been in its inception, in the creation. However it was, or whenever it happened, We were all one. We've always been one.
Let me say this before we go any further, because I know this is about to take us off. I was going to talk about the poppy seeds and the land of the, because I see everybody say cannabis, and it's so funny that in Canada, a lot of Canaanite, Canaan, then you have Cain and Abel, cannibal, cannabis, and all of these things. These names are somewhere hidden. I see you smiling. Yeah, it's all intertwined in there. But I want to talk about another plant, the agave. There's some special guests up in the building.
Yeah, that's the cactus out in the desert. Yeah.
Yes.
Good segue, Priest. It's a good
Yes,
segue.
the agave plant is all food. It's all food. I would like for you to introduce yourself, because I don't know. Yeah.
Come say hi.
Yeah. Definitely give them to let them. Oh man, they're bringing us some fly. Oh, we're gonna do the drink section for tea, but I think we have something special today. And man, thank you, Zen, for this. This is
Tequila.
Right. Yes.
Mezcal.
Mezcal. Okay.
Right. So, hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yelena Simonian, and my husband is Eugenio Cernas Diaz. Eugenio is a three-generation producer of amazing mezcal, just the way it's supposed to be, of the earth, of the rain. And we want to introduce it to the people in the section here.
Right.
But we also want to describe to you a little bit. I mean, I'm so glad that, we kind of joined this meeting without even knowing what was going to happen.
Right. Praises due.
All right, so just to give you a little preview,
Right.
so agave, as everybody knows, it's more of a healing plant. Like if you have a cut, thank God that Earth gave us those gifts.
Right.
You could put aloe and it helps you heal.
Right.
And if most of us, 99%, I'm sure, have seen Avatar, where you have a tree of souls, where you can see how everything is interconnected underground. So you have this amazing healing plant that's coming from Oaxaca. And the beauty is that wherever the plant grows, you have all these different accents that you can pick up as you literally sample it. So agave mezcal is supposed to be savored, one kiss at a time. So what you have here is a 12-year-old agave that has been growing in the mountains of Oaxaca. And if you can bring your booklet, let me bring a booklet so I can show them the tasty notes of agave. So Oaxaca has mostly dry season and it's hot. And 3 months of the year you have rain, like a tropical rain, and it goes really, really hard. And it takes actually about 10 tons of agave to make about 1,500 bottles of mezcal, good mezcal. Okay? So you'll have a chance to experience it. But the first thing what I want to do is I want to show you how beautiful, the plant is. A lot of people confuse mezcal with being smoky. May I borrow your hand?
Yeah.
And then you can tell them how you feel about it. So this is the way the mezcaleros usually check to see the quality of the product. Go like this.
Wow.
Go like this.
Yeah.
Okay? Smell it. Close it in and smell it. So a lot of people confuse agave mezcal from being very smoky. But what you understand, it's like a perfume.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Yes.
All the different notes of all the different, fruits. You have the dulce de leche. You have the, orange and lemon and cantaloupe.
Yeah.
All of that.
Wow.
And with every sip, you see different notes. You taste different notes. The same product you can taste morning, afternoon, and evening. You're gonna taste different experience because depending on your palate. And the beauty is because it doesn't have the outside sugar, no hangovers. You don't go up and down roller coaster wise, and it gives you energy. So it makes you really warm and fuzzy, and it's beautiful aphrodisiac. So go ahead.
Only on the Podcraft. We about to do this, man.
Let me show you how the right way to drink mezcal.
Okay.
Just for all of you guys. When you
Yes.
experience mezcal, check it out.
This is nice.
So the first thing, you can see that your hands are not sticky. There's no stickiness. So before you try any mezcal, put a little bit on your hand. If your hands are sticking, it means that it has sugar and additives. Okay, that's when they
I'll
use...
do it now?
You did it.
I
You
did,
tasted it, but your hands are not sticky, right?
Wait. It's important to have the proper toast.
Yeah.
Let's do the toast. Let me show you how you drink it, and then we'll do the toast. So you take a little bit in your mouth, like you kiss it.
Okay.
You make sure that your mouth is coated. You swallow, and you go like this. And then you take another sip. And tell me about your experience. Okay, what's the toast?
Oh, wait.
To the Podcraft.
And what's your toast? What's your toast?
What's your life?
To your brand.
I have a standard toast. I'm going to be a little risque here. Tits, because we all like tits. All right?
All right, no doubt.
Whatever makes you
How
guys happy.
charmingly inappropriate.
I know. See, that's the kind of
Yo,
guy.
this to you too, Malak and Napah.
So you sip
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
It's a sip.
I like to put
Yeah,
myself on
salud,
fire.
salud.
Salud. Salud.
Ooh. Wow.
Very organic, natural.
Yes.
No sugar.
And it's very smooth. It's 90
smooth.
proof,
Oh,
but it's
man,
very
it's-
smooth.
It's different.
Would you like some?
It's like I took a puff of just like some nice herb, but it's like a smooth, a real herb. This is
Like
nice.
when I'm sipping mezcal, I actually taste the rain.
Oh,
When you open
yeah.
to it, it actually makes you feel amazing.
This is not tequila. This isn't just some tequila.
Yeah,
This is
Right.
the
very
difference
different.
between mezcal and tequila is industrial. It's made out of one type of agave, blue agave in Jalisco, and you can mass produce tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands.
How much is this for a shot?
Well, this bottle retails for 150. Okay, and then we have 4 in our line. This next one that we have actually retails for over 1,000. And what you
Oh,
have
that's what I'm talking- I'll need
is
some of that.
what you have is 4 wild agaves that only grow in the wild. You cannot reproduce them, and the age is 15, 16, 22, and 30-year-old plant. So you can imagine everything in the vicinity for up to 30 years that agave was taken in, and when it's cooked right with a good wood and volcanic rocks, sip it.
Yeah.
Don't try to shoot it. Sip it. It's like good scotch, like blue whiskey.
It's like a brandy.
like a brandy.
It reminds me of a brandy whiskey. I mean, I feel like this is very good. Very, very good. This is
So the brand is Victorioso. Follow us, guys. If you can get in touch through the company with us, and we'll give you specials for the product. We just came out in January, and all of our products are award winners at LA Spirits Awards. It was done at a blind tasting, 30 different producers, 18 different judges, and from the Platinum Best Mezcal of 2022 to Golds, all 4 products in the line won awards.
We're gonna put your website in the description.
Absolutely.
Also, because we're doing this event tomorrow at Gordy's space.
Okay.
They can come around. We'll talk about that.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely, we gotta talk about this. Let me get another one of that one.
Oh, you want to try that?
Yeah, there he is.
Do you have water?
You want to
Yeah.
Because I want
I'm
water.
okay. I
water.
got something going on after this.
No
Yeah.
worries. It's not gonna get you drunk. That's the beauty
Yeah.
of it.
give you kind of for the guy.
Priest, how perfect is this? Because you were just saying how you.
Yeah, man. So smooth.
You see how it worked out perfectly?
On the R&B tip, yeah. And then, now we're talking about exactly. You see
It's
that?
strange.
That's deep.
That was
That
perfect.
is deep.
You
That's
know
deep.
what
I
I'm
was
talking
just
about.
saying, yes, I know.
I
Man,
want you to give me your hand because this one's gonna be a totally different experience.
this one's gonna burn.
Go like this.
That's holy water. Watch out.
Go like this.
AD.
Okay, and now grab it.
Oh,
This
this is a little bit more. Yeah.
is completely different.
It's just like,
It's like perfume.
yeah, it's like perfume. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, say a little.
What's the country origin?
This is
Oaxaca.
Oaxaca.
Oaxaca, Mexico.
Oaxaca.
Wow.
Mexico.
And I don't know if you can hear me. This is great. Doesn't Oaxaca mean oasis in Spanish or no?
Does Oaxaca mean oasis in Spanish? My what is the translation of it?
It's Oaxaca is Místico, is Zapotecas city.
City of Zapotecs.
Que bueno.
Wow. This is very, very good.
It's very refined. You're not gonna find a better product.
Yes, I know. This mezcal is probably one of the best I've ever tasted.
This mezcal for 3 generations.
Yes, man. I can tell you, I have that.
I'll give you, while he's tasting it, I'll give you a little story of Eugenio's family.
Yeah.
So you kind of get it. So his grandfather started producing, growing agave actually in 1920s, and they started producing mezcal around 1955. And his father was a pioneer in mezcal in a way that the factory, and they call it Palenque factory, was one of the first one registered in Oaxaca and one of the first 5 registered brands in Oaxaca. And in 1970s, a lot more producers came into the picture, but agave was expensive for them, even though it's a moonshine. So what they started to do is adding additives and sugars to the plant, to the cooking process, to derive more liquid. And Eugenio's father, Juan Cernas Diaz, was actually organizing the union to preserve the quality of the mezcal. And there was assassination attempts 3 times on his life by police because of corruption. And he died in a car accident, so we never know what exactly happened. But our purpose and mission for this particular product is to produce the mezcal in a way that his ancestors would be proud of. So it's never going to be quantity, it's always going to be quality, and a product of passion. It's very mystical, it's very magical. It helps, like if you have a stomach ache, if you have mezcal, it helps you soothe your stomach. If you are trying to go to sleep and you can't fall asleep, you can have a little bit of mezcal.
Well, I bet that'll knock you out a little bit.
It's going to knock you out, but if you're having a good time, it's actually going to give you more energy.
Right.
So, and when you're happy, it's going to keep you happy. But if, God forbid, something happened and you're crying and you drink your mezcal, you're going to bolt. So it actually works with your body. And
sounds like it raises your senses altogether.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And you have a high pressure, you eat mezcal, drink mezcal, nothing happens.
Yeah.
Right.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, because it's very, very pure.
Natural.
Now, that's good. I like that. You said
Plant
diabetes
medicine
and
right here. See, it's all about plant medicine.
It's a healer.
It's
a
And
healer.
that's a big topic of this conversation is, dimethyltryptamine, DMT, plant medicine, psilocybin, mushrooms, right? Plant medicine, mezcal plant medicine.
Yeah, this is the most organic alcoholic beverage that you can get, and the most healing one.
Yeah.
It's a very mystical.
Mystical,
I feel mystical.
Well, it right away makes you
Just
warm
drink
and
enough of
fuzzy.
that and you'll
That's
feel
nice.
real
For
mystical,
real.
right?
No, that's good. No, for real. Like I feel like, wow. You know what I mean? Yeah, that's exactly right. You know what I mean? It got a nice little vibe to it.
Right.
Serious. Like you're not just drinking tequila out in the street.
Well, tequila has no smell or taste
It's
because
a
you have
champagne of-
45% agave sugar and water. This is 100% agave.
Okay.
And that's why tequila, that you put it in the barrels to make it reposado and añejo, because you want to have different taste, flavors, and the colors. This particular one, you wouldn't want to put in any barrels because it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
And depending wherever agave grows, you'll always have a little bit different tasty notes.
Right. I do. I taste grape. Little grape.
So you're probably getting more fructose
Yeah, I feel a little grape,
Where's
sour
my
grape.
coffee?
than you would if you had honey.
Yeah.
Man, I want to thank
This
you
one has
too.
more watermelon and honey, different type of flavors, yes.
So it's
Yeah,
actually
it's a gardenia. You ever smell that gardenia?
Can you get me my phone?
that means it's actually better for your liver.
Yeah, it's like a gardenia. It's this
I'll show
Muslim
you the
oil
tasty notes.
that they used to sell, and it was this note. It was this smell of gardenia. It was like a spongy. I don't know how to explain. It's like a springy, like jasmine, but like a advanced jasmine,
Yeah.
and it was like on a sponge or something.
Smell it.
I
Just
feel like
don't drink it, just smell it.
yeah.
Smell. You can do like this in your hand. You feel it.
It's like a perfume,
I
huh?
smell the smoky part because it reminds me of a barbecue sauce.
This
A
organic,
little bit.
artisanal.
Yeah.
Did you just taste it?
Taste a little bit.
It's not
One
gonna hurt
man.
you.
That's a hundred.
Much.
It's $1,000. You're going straight to the head with it.
No, but I can see like because it's more fructose than like
These are the
anything
tasty
else.
notes of what
Wow.
you're tasting.
Well, let me see. Yeah, I did.
It is smoky though. That's the crazy part.
Yeah,
is that-
because you make it in a pit, everything
But
is
it's
like,
not like regular
yeah,
mezcal.
there's a wood and volcanic rocks.
It
But
kind of
when you
reminds me
don't
of like a
overcook
scotch.
it, that's
Yeah.
when
Right,
agave
with
comes
that
out.
heat.
I use a lot of
Yeah,
Worcestershire
it's very,
sauce,
very special.
so I'm like very familiar with smoky smells and smoky senses.
This is beautiful.
because it's from the earth.
Yes.
Yeah, that's very good.
Truly from the
We
earth.
talk about spores. We talking about mycelium and then agave right there. It does communicate.
Fix your
with-
mic, Priest.
It does communicate communicate with us on all type of levels. It said Noah drunk wine, and that's at a time of the world changing, like a whole different change of the world. Here he is drinking wine. The earth comes back. The plants, the birds brought the plant to him.
Right.
And agave, might could have been agave.
Well, the guy's talking about mystical, so the agave has been pollinated by the bats and the birds.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, bats. We drink
Bats.
bat.
We got a super chat from Danny Salinas. He says, have you tried mezcal from Michoacan?
Yes, one man.
Michoacan. Have you tried it from there?
Yeah, we tried mezcal
He's
from
from
different
Mexico.
regions.
I tried.
Agave is agave. The point is to use mature agave, so you don't have to add additives. And of course, every Palencaro, like his family, has their own recipe. Every person has their own recipe that cooking it in the regions, not for mass producing like for U.S. and internationally, but when they cook for the family. So there's special time, if it's cooler, you ferment it for more days. When it's hotter, you ferment it for less days. So there are processes that take place to make this beauty into life, so it's not over smoky and actually have a benefit and, the taste notes.
And it improves with age also, right? Like a wine?
No.
Oh,
It is what it is. Once you put it in a
Sweet
bottle.
syrup.
Yeah, once you put it in a bottle, that's it.
Because I know some alcohols will put them in wood barrels on purpose.
Tequila would be put in the wood barrels because it's going to pull from whether it is wine barrels or bourbon or whatever barrels they're using, so you have different taste notes and coloring. Mezcal's supposed to be drunk neat without mixing into
Without
anything,
mixing.
and it should be pure silver.
It
So
does taste like it doesn't need anything else.
No. And if you look, like with the good mezcal, you have like a leg sitting on the glass, like a wine.
Right.
Okay? It doesn't disappear.
Right, like raindrops.
Yeah.
I need to buy those little glasses.
And
Yes,
also,
yes,
like
it's
when you
flat.
shake it.
Yeah.
Oh, let me give you. Okay, let me give
Yeah,
you.
teach me.
I give
Put
you
me
the
on. I
legend.
love this.
No,
I love
The what?
this. Yeah, I
the
love-
legend.
Yeah, I love this.
Not
Yeah,
yet.
Yeah.
Okay, so the legend of mezcal goes like this: the god of rain threw the lightning onto earth. It hit agave, roasted it, and that's how an elixir of the gods was made. So we're talking about gods. We're talking about all of that. So this is an elixir. Okay, the brand is Victorioso, but you see agave and the lightning.
Right.
And the way to see if mezcal is good, first of all, it has to be very, very clear, nothing inside. And when you shake it, those bubbles keep going on and on and on and on.
Right. It's a lot of bubbles. Yeah.
So they don't disappear quickly. So it shows you the good content of sugar in the drink.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. I just learned something just now. Shake that one.
No, it's the same because I don't have it.
That one doesn't have
Let me
much,
show
but
you.
we're gonna bring more.
Look. Very natural.
You see all of these
Yes.
bubbles, they're sitting. And they keep going and going.
Yes.
Very
When you
premium.
see they disappear very fast, it means it's diluted, it's not pure.
Yeah.
This is the beginning of KPC, Killah Priest College.
Come on,
There
yo.
you go.
Tequila Priest.
That's right.
KPU.
I was toast to Killah Priest.
Yeah,
Mezcal.
Mezcal Victorioso.
Yeah.
Victorioso and
Victorioso
KP.
Mezcal.
Don't call it tequila.
No,
Don't call
mezcal.
it a comeback.
Mezcal Victorioso.
That's right.
Mezcal
Cheers.
Victorioso. Cheers.
What about your cheers?
Yes, man.
Mezcal
Now,
Victorioso.
if I
get-
do, you,
don't
can you
get
hear me?
twisted.
Okay, because I want to ask another question.
Yes,
Yeah, go
listen.
for it.
Now, with the mezcal, is that where the worm comes from, the agave plant, or is there ever worms in that? Is it the mezcal that has the worm?
Yes,
Good
there
call.
is
Oh,
worm in the
you killed
agave
it.
plant, but that's
Yeah.
like an old school. That's what people
Yeah.
kind of gimmicky. It's all
Yeah,
gimmick.
yeah, the word.
There
yeah.
should be no worm in your drink.
Wow.
Does it somehow ferment and pick up, like, get more alcohol content if you do have a worm? I heard that if you
No,
eat it-
what they do usually is they take the worm, they dry it, and they melt it like it's salt, and you drink it with mezcal. Like you put your glass around, and then you sip on the mezcal
Oh.
with the salt with the worm.
Okay, that sounds interesting.
Yeah. In Africa, they eat
Thank you.
worms. Yeah.
You're welcome.
They eat larvae. They put them in inside these. I don't know what kind of larvae it is, but they eat it. They put it inside these leaves, and a lot of people.
The brand is Mezcal Victorioso.
Mezcal, but it's so
Victorioso. Victorioso is an O. Victorioso. Okay. So everything is done. This is like a trophy to his family as producers, to all the palenqueros that produce beautiful product, and for all the victories in everybody's lives. So, you know, the goal is for you guys to celebrate with the purest drink of all. Victorioso.
Make some noise, craft room. It's going down. This is so beautiful. I want to thank you too. Oh, yeah, y'all sticking around though.
We're sticking around.
This conversation is so deep. We get into the Mycelium, into the agave. I like really good tequila. If I want to drink a tequila, I want to drink something like this. This is mezcal. Let me tell y'all right now, this is like champagne or oyster of
yeah, and the beauty is mezcal you can drink with anything. Yeah. Any type of food is going to actually open up different notes.
Yeah.
So it's not just Mexican food you can drink it with, anything.
Right. Yeah, I could
and
tell.
before meal, if you drink a little bit before you start having dinner, it's going to actually start opening up your palate so you enjoy food more.
Well, you know, Mother's Day's coming up. This might be something for your mother. Because if you really want to treat her right,
she'd like that. That's for sure.
That's right.
Good idea.
And don't forget those flowers. But you see, you don't have to buy the flowers. You could just go pick the wild flowers, right? That's even better.
Yeah.
You could buy them,
from the neighbor's yard.
Yeah. No, you walk down the street. There's flowers popping out of the fences, growing out of the sidewalk. It's so much cooler to pick those flowers and, you know, for your mom instead of just buying some factory farm flowers, right? Yeah. Right? If you're going to take care of nature, do it.
It's hard to find the baby breath.
I lost my mom's this last year.
Yeah.
So it means, but it's okay.
Well, as we're talking about, you never lose her.
Yeah.
Her spirit is always with you.
That's right.
There you go. Thank you for that.
She's with us now.
Thank you for that. Shout out to my sister too, and everybody who lost him. Thank you for that. That was very words on time. I really, really
well,
felt
because we still have all the time in the world.
Hey,
look, I just wanted, this is a toast to your mother.
Hey, to mom.
All right. To all of our mothers.
Yeah, to all our mothers, man.
Yes,
exactly. Oh,
Celebration.
so smooth. So smooth.
It goes like wine.
Mm-hmm.
And it's 45% alcohol.
45.
Oh, is that why I'm feeling so good?
It's 90.
I took a tiny sip.
90 proof.
Oh, boy.
No sugar.
Whoa, I actually got AD to drink.
A little sip. It was like a mouthwash sip.
Yeah. Wow, he be fighting in the streets and all that.
Yeah, I can't be drinking.
Yeah.
But that was very nice, tasteful sip.
Yeah, it was very good.
It was cool.
Yeah, this is like up at.
I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Yeah, it's really good, really good. Man, thank you for this. This is crazy.
Delicioso.
That's right. Victorioso
Victorioso Mezcal.
Victorioso.
3 generations
I
of
wish
love.
I could be here to taste this. This is like different.
I have a vocalist on video.
Okay. Well, let's finish with the guest and the pod, like where we at. So make sure they're in the back. And we have Malak is still up in here, and we gonna get that, but I want to continue on this because this is on. I love these type of conversations. I love this about the Anunnaki and the birds and the flowers and the it all calls us out because we all family trees.
That's right.
We call our family trees.
We're all part of the same family in the end, right?
Yeah, exactly.
See, it used to be us versus them, black, white, yin, yang, right?
Right.
Now it's yin, yang, yang because, you know, as the machine consciousness came on,
right,
it became about triads, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because community is more powerful than money. It's all about the power of massive collaboration.
Right.
You know, and as we come up, those who have been the abusers are on the way down, you know? Right. There's many people whose lives are falling apart, but some of us were on the way up because every day we roll up our sleeves, we do the hard work.
Right.
You know, it's not about
we
who
strive
you know.
For peace.
It's not about who you know or what you know. It's about how you show up.
Right.
Yeah.
The plight has been for peace and equality.
That's right.
So everyone's been striving for peace and equality and harmony, like a garden where everything grows and everyone respects everyone as long as they get in that sunlight. So every fruit can prosper and its roots can grow deeper and deeper. Right. And the connection is in what you don't see, is the roots. Like he said, Malak said, the roots hold hands. Yeah. In a place of Canaan, Canada, I was out in ancient Canaan, and there was this one skinny tree. It was a bunch of skinny trees, but under there they said that they were holding, joining roots. So there's only one connection organ, and we are all a part of this organism. And the organism, the main name of it is love.
Absolutely. That's right, because it's all about love. Love is the answer.
Exactly.
That's right.
Now who can sing? Now let me see.
Here we go.
Who can sing? Lily can sing, yeah.
Keep drinking, you'll all be singing.
Yeah, all right. Let's hear it.
I see church. All right. So where are we with this?
Well, the last thing we were talking about was Mycelium with Napah Shadah.
Yes.
Hey.
Yes,
we
sir.
Got Mycelium experts up here too.
That's true. What do we want to know about it?
We were just trying to connect it to the beginning.
I'm gonna call myself Mike.
Well, you know, look.
I use the microphone, so I'm Mycelium.
If you imagine that mycelium is one organism, it's what's underground and above ground, same genetics. I have a lot of experience with mycelium. It's a big part of my life. So, you know, you can take a live mushroom, you can cut a little bit out, you can propagate it, you know, and you can regrow that same thing. It's not unlike taking a mother plant if you're growing marijuana, okay?
Right.
But you see, mycelium, as far as we understand it, it's the largest existing organism on Earth, you know, in a continuous place. Also, though, the spores of mycelium, as we discussed earlier, can travel through space. And that's not the only thing. So, in a sense, we are just all mycelium, right? Because, you know, and then we get into star seeds. You know, what is a star seed? Which of us are star seeds? And then we can start talking about the Akashic Record and the keepers of the Akashic Record, right?
Uh-oh.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go, y'all.
Do me a favor, go more to
the
your...
The gloves are off and the cloths are off the books.
Listen.
Star Series, there's going to be a lot of the screen sharing. I already know it's going to go down. Let me scare my screen is coming soon. All right, Malak and Napah, let's go.
Well, yeah, I agree with him, especially when you start talking about the Akashic Record. What I've found as far as going back to the mycelium, we see the mycelium in the earth. When I say the firmament and I refer to the Bible, it says the firmament below and the firmament above. The mycelium is the firmament below. But if we just entertain the concept of a firmament above, and you think of the hyphae, you know, the hyphae, the little strands in the mycelium, if you think of that as like a type of, I guess, those are parts of the firmament above. Yes, we can't, it's not literally, materially tangible, where you can reach out and touch it with your actual material hand, but it's a type of, they're like strands that you can tap in with consciousness. So when you said Akashic Records, you know, we talk about tapping into our past lives with the Akashic Records. We put names on these and labels on these things, on these concepts, so we can understand in our communication. But above is a type of mycelium. Again, it's like the firmament that we can actually tap into. I've told Priest when he's rapping, when he writes, I said, I don't know what you're doing, but you're tapping into, I had told him before, you're tapping into veins. Like I said, like of the universal mind of God, like you could look at it as like neurons of God, but no, they're really hyphae. They're like a type of hyphae in the mycelium above us in like the ether. And then each hyphae is a microtubule. It's literally, I'm talking about the scientific, the part of the organism, a part of the fungus or the fungi, I should say. It's they're microtubules, the small white strand, you know, the thin strand. And in our bodies, in our minds, especially neurons, we have scaffolding like microtubules in our physical bodies, in our material bodies. And that has been studied by Sir Roger Penrose, Dr. Sir Roger Penrose, Dr. Parnia.
Paul Stamets.
Paul Stamets, definitely.
Yes, and they found, oh wow, this is related to consciousness. Actual consciousness is in those microtubules. So tying it all back to what you said about Akashic record, and if we look at it that way, there's a type of mycelium above us. We could say mycelium. We just don't know how it's composed.
But we
in the
see
ether.
we are the mycelium. Like, imagine that God is everything that exists. So let's say it was a koosh ball, right? With the little fingers, and each one of us is a little node, a little finger that is part of the greater being.
Right.
It's like that.
Yeah, definitely. So the way you're describing it and the way I'm describing it, it's all the same.
That's
really,
right.
It boils down to the same concept. We are all, when you read these different, I'm using the Bible because it's the most popular. It says, and then everything was created. That's what we're just different forms of one same thing.
That's right.
So yeah.
Which
definitely.
is light. It's all pure energy.
I want to give
Exactly.
Look,
Yeah.
Here's the thing to consider.
Thank you, Priest.
We are made of light. Light is the basic building block of anything, compressed energy. That means that a black hole is before us. We are a trillion to trillion compressed black holes. We are made out of light, right? Sure. So we talk about a black hole, but when that thing collapses down to a bit of stardust, that is what we are made of, as is everything else.
Right. Different composition of the same thing. Just
That's
when
right.
you look at, and then I say, look at the microcosm to see the macrocosm. You can see in the concept of like different forms of water. There's a gaseous form, there's a solid form, there's a liquid form, but it's all the same. So in a broader sense, like what you're saying, what I'm saying, and light is definitely, I want to thank Priest, I did a presentation on light as, I'm doing air quotes, God, where it's electromagnetic radiance. But there's science, so we're getting closer and closer to, what I enjoy is being able to relate science to what we know as spiritual, and we've separated so much. I can hand it back over to any of you.
Yeah, well, you have Malak here. He's the guest. And
I was going to say that. Yeah, hand it over to the guest. I was just going to say that.
My only question is this: is science real?
Yeah, you ask him that question. Go ahead.
Well, you gotta understand that it's not as simple as it being real or not. It's just another way of explaining. You see, science most of the time doesn't use words like soul or spiritual or divine, but what they're doing is their way of thinking only constantly reminds us that it is a dual perception. We are in a physical form, yet we are spirit. So when you hear the scientist's perspective and what they are bringing to the table, they are bringing both ends, one end of the spectrum to the other end of the spectrum. A person who stands in position and holds firm that we are spiritual, then you have another person who stands firm and holds facts of the solid physical life that is there. And then when they come together, you see, it's just a culmination of the two combining together. So we're not going to say no science, and we shouldn't say no spirit, but they're going to intertwine. And that is the collective ascending. We are coming up and up and up until one day it's balanced. You see what I'm saying? Then we will have become one again, knowing science and spirituality as being the same thing. And if you look at what you was talking about, Napah, about the hyphae, that reminds me of the neuron connections of the brain. Does that make sense?
Exactly, 100%.
Wow.
It makes excellent sense.
I like
and
what we're
agree
doing
with
here.
you. I agree.
Yeah.
Well, see, I would say that science is the best guess that we have at the moment. How powerful is your microscope? How powerful is your telescope? So, remember when we started with, Black Lives Matter and so forth, right? And then on these little placards, it says, science is real. And I'm like, not really. Maybe we're all in a mental hospital and this is a dream. How do we know?
I said that about Charlie Brown. They couldn't understand the teacher. Womp, 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 womp.
That's right. Yeah.
Charlie Brown was about 60 years old. Still going to school.
Peanuts.
Exactly. No, what's the name called? The blockhead. Go ahead, brother. Take it on. You're on Bill.
Science is, I wouldn't completely put science off the table because they are making amazing breakthroughs. They are completely explaining.
But what about, I hate to do this, but what about the indigenous?
That's right.
The cats that were there who understood before one said, I'm going to put this in the book, that was in the tablets or it was in the mind, or it was orated, passed down from the people that saw, and told stories.
That's right.
Yeah, but if I could just jump in here, I know you're the guest, and I'm just going to say this really quickly. We can't forget that science is all relative. When he said, is science real? It's relative. And don't forget that there was a scientific revolution where they said, okay, alchemy is no longer science. So when you say about the ancients and the shamans and all these, that was science. So I'm going to hand it back over to the guest and let him elaborate on that.
Just in that same note, astrology is a form of science. It's embodied knowledge. Embodied knowledge is the understanding of a thing through space-time. We all have embodied knowledge. You have embodied knowledge as a rap, right? As an artist, as a sculptor, creating, a multi-generation plant medicine, right? We all have embodied knowledge.
Right.
That's what it's about.
Animals recognize the plants. Right.
Hats off to you both. I'm not knocking what you're saying. You're making complete sense. But scientists are helping people who not necessarily are on the same page with you. They may not be able to grasp and completely understand or understand what you are saying because the breakthroughs that scientists have had are, I gotta say, it's amazing. Like they recently was able to put millions of books, download them into a single cell. And that person had the knowledge of all those books in their body. And then to prove it was there, they uploaded everything that was downloaded into a computer that previously didn't have that information. So I don't think you can just blow away science that easily. You see what I'm saying? And scientists are proving more and more every day that the spirit is real. They're proving it.
The whole thing.
I agree.
Yeah, I heard that.
See, now that brings in the conversation about ownership. Like, do you own your body? Because your body is a collection of so many organisms, and within it is, the soul. Can you own a house, a building? I mean, what is ownership? Can we own land? Not really. We can be a proprietor, but other people can come in and take that from you. And there's a lot of places where that happens, even in this country. Things can be taken from you by force, right? By some kind of complex legal process. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to jump in and I want to answer that kind of in this way. We're going to go deeply, like more philosophical than we already are. You can say, what is ownership? That's why we're aspiring to be gods. We're like leveling up. So you in your space, in your you govern yourself. You govern your own mind. And yes, we're under a lot of. It's very dangerous for us. We're under a lot of pressure. We can even say we're under siege. But that's where we do these kind of forums, and this is like a type of church. And this is our survival. we come together and we say, okay, look, I can't even go outside my door. They're making me wear a mask. But then we get together and say, hey, focus. You own yourself. So whenever they say, okay, I'm going to take your body, then you say, all right, you want to take my body, but I'm going into my mind. Then they say, we're going to take your mind. You say, no, I'm going to go into my spiritual mind, and I'm going to keep leveling up. So you always have to be one step ahead of those who say that you don't own yourself. But yes, 100% you own yourself. We all are in one universal mind of God. We all connect, but we all have that power to govern ourselves. And those who level up to the highest and they get what you call Zen or Nirvana, you will be the ones being able to give everybody else a hand up. And I call these people the golden people, like as far as soul alchemy. You're the gold people. You've become the gold people. And we help the lead people who are lead, we help them up to be able to own themselves. So if you could just wrap your mind around that, I think that, collectively, we'd be strong in owning ourselves. No one could take our space over. No one can totally own our minds.
I think this brings up the conversation of control. Because in the concept of the triad, you have in control, out of control, beyond control. Right? So let's say that someone says, we're putting you in a mental institution, we're going to drug you because we're going to get you in control. Right? This happens to people because you're out of control. But what if you could get what's called beyond control? There are people, many of us on the planet now, who have found a way to be beyond the control of the abusers, okay?
Right.
And this goes into some deep stuff, right? Because this gets into how the Fed works. This gets into, royalty, old money versus new money. A lot of these kinds of things, right? Because what happened to me with my ex-wife and my mother, when they stole my kids, all right? Basically on February 3rd, 2021, I faked my death, meaning they thought I jumped off the Bay Bridge. But all I really did was leave notes along the way that said, see you on the other side. I threw everything I ever built away and started over because somehow I knew that that was the key to finally getting my kids back, all right? And that turned into a very complicated legal process, multiple arrests and cases, because I said, what happens if you tell the truth? What does that look like? Because, right, the truth will set you free. So it was an experiment.
Just by knowing it.
That's right. But the experiment led to 8 arrests, multiple attempts on my life, jail time because, there were lies and stuff like this, right? So, because what would happen if your wife and your mother both made up a story that said you were manic? Who could even believe you? Right? That happened to me. And so out of the 5 cases that arose from this, I've now won 4 of them. And that means all the criminal stuff is gone because it was all untrue in the first place. The 4th one finished this morning, strangely enough, and now it's just family court. And that's where the real battle happens because you win the small battles till you win the war. My personal war is about my children, right? Poesis and Cosmo. Now, poesis means something like this. Where does a waterfall begin? Or when does a chrysalis become a butterfly? Or when is an embryo a child, right? But because of science, these things keep changing. You can't say where the beginning of a waterfall is. It's somewhere in there, right? My first son is called Poesis. Poesis Richard Dossmann. My second son is Cosmo Benjamin Dossmann. There you go.
Yeah, you killing it. No.
I love that name, Cosmo.
That's fire. No, because that's what we say. That's fire. Fire causes light. I always say,
maybe light causes fire. How do we know?
Exactly. Exactly. The basketball game's on tonight. One team may win, but there's a lot of shots that were missed. There's a lot of things that happen in the game. There's a lot of things, a lot of dribbles around. So a lot of things are taking place in 1 second. You're in the first quarter, but you're not at the beginning because the second person is shooting. There's dimensions to everything that you're talking about. You got to look deeper into it. We have to use our what? They call it the image nation, the imagination, which is the mind.
That's right.
Where you plant the seeds, and anything is possible when you start looking at it in the multidimensional.
Because the universe is 24-dimensional.
Yeah.
You want to talk about COVID? Because I can tell you some things. All right.
No, because the keywords we're gonna flag us on YouTube.
Oh, we don't do that. All right.
Danny's off the hook.
Let me just say this though, all right?
He builds 50.
We have an algorithm that I discovered. It's called the emotional empathy engine. It's the E cubed. Okay, now imagine a snail shell, right?
I got you, Malak. I want this.
Yeah, we could go.
I want to go back to the guest.
It's his turn.
Yeah. He's here. He's the guest. Malak, let's go on, man. Dream codes, dreamscapes. People have landscapes, but
when you say dream code, what have you been listening to?
Just unlock. There's out of body experiences. I experienced. AD has been. I don't mean to put you out there, AD, but you always talk about it. Yeah. He's experienced a bunch of out of body experiences. Every time he closes his eyes, he's leaving.
Yeah.
And no silver cord is attached. Yeah. No silver cord is attached, but he has out of body experiences every night.
Well, like every other 2 nights sometimes. Depends on what I ate.
That's even deep.
Dreaming?
Like that's calming it down.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Can I say something straight? I think some of these people think I'm a cop. This is a costume. No, I'm looking at this. This is a costume. This is a security guard shirt. I put it on because it was funny.
Right.
Just in case any of you were wondering.
Yeah, that's why we had a security guard in the house.
I'm gonna take it off because it's hot.
There you go.
There you go.
All right, where we at?
Yeah, well, the dream thing is very powerful. It's a very powerful thing to come to understand. Our ancestors, known as the Toltecs, they had mastered this thing that we call dreams today. It comes from them mastering this, that they actually achieved the understanding that if you control your dreams, you control what happens out here. The dream state also taught them that when you are asleep, you are dreaming, but when you are awake, you're still dreaming, but you're dreaming collectively. So we are all dreaming. And the thing is that when people wake up, they say, "Oh, I had a dream." And what they don't realize is that you're continuing the dream that you went to sleep on last night when you wake up. So this is still a dream. Now, when you start to focus from that perspective, that you left one dream and you came into a larger dream, then you begin to understand why people say anything is possible. There's nothing that you can't accomplish. You can actually fulfill your dream. While a man named Martin Luther King says, "I have a dream." You see? Because dreaming is what we are doing. We are in a constant dream state. And the only time you are fully awake and not dreaming is when you go home. You see what I'm saying? So when you learn to master your dreams, they actually would go to sleep and prepare for their dreams. They would go to sleep and wake up in a dream. And when they woke up in the dream, they realized that it was a dream, because when we go to sleep and we have a dream, we don't realize that we are asleep and dreaming. And so when you start to meditate, this is how you get involved with your dreams. You have to learn to meditate. Now, there are many forms of meditation. Most people think that meditation is thinking, like, "Oh, I'm going to think about something." No, that's not meditation. In fact, meditation is how you get away from thinking.
Quiet
because
your mind.
if you look at thinking,
Quiet your mind.
thinking is thinking is developed in the sense that you are only regurgitating and going over the same thoughts that you have been going over throughout your whole life.
Can I make a distinction
So when you start
about this? I don't believe in the word need. You don't have to, you don't need. You want. Like Maslow's hierarchy of needs is a farce. Like, do you need air? No, you want air. What is air? You can actually breathe a liquid that has oxygen in it, right? If you go deep sea, into deep sea. And that's a force word. And I don't like the force words. You have to do this. You need this, 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 right? Do we need anything? No, I mean, we might want something. But that's all I'm saying is like, this is how they trained us to be in their control, right? In commercials and advertising, And then everyone has so much stuff.
All right, let's go back to
That's all. That's all. I just want to say that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that sounds all good. I just want to say, until you're drowning, I bet you would say you need air.
Yeah, but what if you just don't want to be alive anymore? If you don't want to be alive anymore, I'm saying you want air. You don't need it, right? Because maybe you're okay with not having this life anymore. Maybe you're done with this life. That's all I'm saying.
Something to look into.
Yeah, I agree.
Algorithms.
The word need, the word want is actually a better choice of words than the word need. Want, when you say want, the vibration of that word actually brings you what you desire.
Talk about that spell.
The word need actually creates a sort of resistance. And it kind of makes you feel like what you desire. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, wanting is a better word, and practicing affirmations such as I do, I avoid that word every day. The word need.
Right, you simplify it to what do you want, what do you get, and what is your dream? It's like the elevator pitch.
Right.
And when you
all right, brother, we heard you.
All,
we good. So we going back over here. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. But carry on with this. You have to understand that your ideas about life is based on your thought patterns. All of us are programmed. We're programmed by school. We're programmed by college. We're programmed by our parents. We're programmed by the social agreement of the collective, which is our environment. And we can relate to each other based on these social agreements. That's a level of being stuck. You see, that level that you are stuck in is based on your social paradigm, what you are involved in, what you are doing. And you notice that the same thing happens during a dream, Killah Priest. When you are in a dream, you may be going through something that's very terrible. And you wake up and if you have a cold sweat and you kind of feel relieved because you left something and you're saying, oh God, it was just a dream, right? Mm-hmm. Well, that's the same thing that's happening right now. Right now, this man may be going through something very severe. He may be suffering internally. He may be going through some kind of something that's depressing him. He may be suffering psychologically. He may be suffering from something going on in his life. You guys can still hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure because I had a technical problem on this side. But yeah, you may be experiencing something that's depressing you or upsetting you, causing you anger. Well, guess what? You have to wake up from that dream too, because it's a dream. It is definitely a dream. And so how do you wake up? You wake up from your dream when you are sleeping in your bed. You simply wake up. But how do you wake up from this one? You see? And that's the important understanding of knowing that it's a dream. You can wake up from this as well. And that's where meditation comes into play. What is meditation? That's a difficult one to describe, but I will make an attempt here. When you are meditating, the goal of meditation is to separate yourself from the dream. Now, you have a very powerful adversary when you are meditating, and that is the dream itself that doesn't want you to let go. Oh, yes, like you say, can this dream have a life of its own? Can it play a larger role? And can it stop me? Well, see, that's your ability, going back to the word want. How bad do you want out of this dream? You see? How bad do you want your nightmare to end? Your persistence will overcome your resistance. Your goal in meditation is to separate yourself from the dream. I'm going to tell you how simple it is, but it probably won't come across that simple in your mind because we like to make things complex. Right. Even when a simpler understanding is offered, sometimes we still want to be complex about it because as human beings, we love drama. We love a lot of drama. And we can't just, relax because it's got to be some drama. You know what I'm saying? So how do you stop? How do you wake up? How do you get escape from the dream? Very simple. When my eyes are open, everything that I see is the dream. When my eyes are closed, there is no dream anymore. It's gone. You see? But there is a danger. There's a danger that if I close my eyes,
that's what I was about to say.
I'm going to fall asleep, right? And if I fall asleep, based on the chemicals in my brain, I'm going to create another dream. You see what I'm saying? So you're still dreaming somehow, right? So in order for you to escape the dream, you have to focus your attention on only one part of the dream. And that one part of the dream could be a simple dot on the wall. You stare at that dot,
KP.
and you resist the will. Resist answering your phone. You resist listening to the music that you love. You resist watching the television. You resist the thoughts in your mind that's telling you, why don't you stop this nonsense and go in the kitchen and have something to eat?
Detach it.
So you have to focus. Focus is the only way out. In the scriptures it says, be still and know that I am God. I find that to think that it's talking about the creator, this old man sitting on a chair somewhere. No, it's saying, know that I am God. Know that I am everything, all eternity, all that exists is God. And you have to be still. What is meditation? It's not being still. You are very still when you are meditating. Don't move. Now, this doesn't have to take a long time. If you could stop yourself from moving around, don't even look around for 5 minutes. Stare at one thing, a focus. I suggest you take a piece of paper. You can use a cup. You can stare at a cup. You can look at a toy. You can look at anything. But I suggest you take a piece of paper, put a dot on it, put it in red, and look at that dot. Don't take your eyes off of it for 5 minutes. And if you can achieve that on a daily basis, when you're looking at the dot, you have screened out everything else. See, if I turn my head a little bit and I see a cup, I'm going to say, oh, you know what? I need something to drink. If I turn my head this way and I see a pencil, I say, oh, you know what? I'm going to write. Oh, you know what? I remember when I was in school, I used to write with a pencil. You know, I remember the other day I had to sign that check. You see, all that, that's the mind. The mind wanders. It takes you places. Where the mind goes, the body flows. You see? So you have to understand that what you focus on expands. What you focus on the longest becomes the strongest. You see? So if you could take your mind off of everything that you see, which is the dream, and focus on that one dot for 5 minutes, you're going to go through something that you have never been through before.
Oh, that.
Amen.
That's
all
real.
I can
That's
say.
real.
I can't prove it to you.
No,
You
that's
have
the
to prove it to
truth.
yourself.
You know, on TV, when the old TVs used to cut off, they used to have this dot. It used to be black, and it was cut down to the center of the tell lies to the vision. Yeah, and we.
Oh yeah, you're going way, way back.
Yeah, to the box. So the first boxes, they were telling the truth. Eyewitness news. Before they put the fox out there, which we know the fox is very sly, very smart, wise, and sly at the same time. I love the fox, especially the silver and the red too. I saw one in my life. But when you staring at those things, like you said, meditate. We have the word meta in there, and concentrating.
Yeah.
There's a thing called daydreaming.
Yeah.
Does that?
What is daydreaming?
Yeah. talk about it, yeah.
Because you know what?
Daydreaming. The impossible has become the impossible becomes possible.
That's right. Walter Mitty.
Huh?
Walter Mitty.
Walter Mitty?
Mitty. Have you seen Walter Mitty?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Where he basically daydreams higher reality, where he's like taking photos of tigers in the jungle.
Crazy.
This whole thing. He's just at his office, working in his office. It's DMT.
Crazy. Well, this is all DMT. Daydreaming technology. They're masters of technology.
I have a saying. I promise not to promise, I promise.
There you go.
Right? Because if you make a promise, what if something goes wrong and you can't live up to the promise? You could make a declaration like, hey, I'll see you later tonight. But what happens if you get a flat tire or someone gets sick?
Right.
So you're like, I'll see you later, I'll see you later.
Shortly.
That's not a promise, that's a declaration.
You can how are you going to be there shortly? I'll be there shortly.
Shorty?
Yeah, exactly. Nah, this is really, I love this conversation. Somebody said having a dream is in the daytime is simple. But the thing is that you're in a state you don't even realize it because you're like this. You're staring out the window at the tree or the acorn, whatever, all right? Or the apple on the tree. There's a state of euphoria. You're there. Like what Malak said, you're not dreaming. But you are dreaming. You're in the meditative state. Talk about that because the Greeks.
What's happening, Killah Priest? What's happening is that if you realize that if you stop,
I don't know which one that was.
This is really good tequila, man.
Yeah, that's the 1,000.
Thank you so
You
much.
realize that.
Oh, there you go. We're gonna have a bottle for the Podcraft.
Right on down the rabbit hole.
Hey.
Just so
I'll
everybody
tell you
knows.
why we dream. I'm gonna tell you why we dream. Because we are still. If you lay down in your bed and you fall asleep, your mind automatically switches to a dream. Not only that, you are born with 3 parts: your spirit, your soul, and your physical body. Now, there are things that happen automatically. One is when you fall asleep, you automatically shift to your soul. When you open your eyes in the morning, you automatically shift back into your body. And the physical state of being completely takes over. You see? So if you meditate, if you sit still and you look straight ahead at a blank surface, because every other thing, every object that you are going to see is going to grab your attention and it's going to take you on a journey. If you see a pair of roller skates, that's going to take you on a journey because the collective thoughts will recognize the familiar. And the familiar always has a story. So the meditator has to screen out every familiarity from his view and then look straight ahead at something blank, like a wall. Your peripheral vision, the wall has to be long. You don't want to recognize something out of this corner of your eye or that corner of your eye. So you're looking straight ahead, and I suggest that you put a dot, on your wall, because what's going to happen is you're going to screen out everything that exists, and what's going to happen is something that can only happen when you're asleep. You're going to shift. Now imagine you're wide awake, your eyes are open. You're going to shift from your physical body to your soul. And that's what the Toltecs call dreaming awake. You can begin to dream while you are awake. That's what's going to transpire. The minute your body, and see, there's another thing that has to happen during this. When you stare, don't move. Don't move your fingers. Don't move your arms. Be still and know that I am God. Don't move your hands. Don't move your feet. And the hardest part, don't move your eyes. Your body will think that you are asleep, and you would immediately shift from your physical body to your soul, or what most people call your energy body, or your doppelganger, or your double. Many nicknames have been attributed to this body. And that's what happens during meditation. Yeah.
Sorry, cut. You have any questions for shout out to Napah.
Can you see me okay? I'm sorry, I had to switch devices. I'm really loving this. Malak, I could call you Malak. I know what that means, king. So Malak, I really agree with you on that. When you talk about that, unfortunately, a friend of mine passed away. I'm not going to talk about his business, but there was an issue about sleeping. And I also, a lot of people who have like deeper minds or darker minds of the light, they have issues with sleeping sometimes. So what you just described, like lying still and all of that, I had also found that is a really great type of therapy to train yourself to wake sleep. So I said all that, but I want to ask you, what about when people have like what is it called? Sleep deprivation.
Yes. Sleep deprivation.
Or no, sleep paralysis. Yes. Does that relate to that? Can you talk to us about that, please?
Yeah, that is one of the most misunderstood things. You have people that suffer from night paralysis, and then their grandmother will be like, a witch was riding your back. Go back to sleep. You know, things like that. That's not what it is. And once again, my man there who formerly had a security guard uniform on, I want to show him something about science. Science has cracked wide open what night paralysis is. Not by itself, but you needed the people on the spiritual side and the scientific side to come together on this. And it helps a lot of people. When you go to sleep, there's a chemical in your brain. You ever notice this, Killah Priest? When somebody is asleep, they can have a dream that they're boxing, or they can have a dream where they're running, right? Well, how come you didn't fall out of the bed? You got this thing today where people put this device on their head and they're in a video game, right? And it's been like many people making fun of this in movies and all kind of TV shows, because they'll go like this and they'll bang into a wall, and you know they like to make fun of this stuff all the time. But you notice that during the dream, you have wild dreams. You could be running, you could be kicking, you could be falling in a dream, but you don't wake up with bruises all over you. Why is that? Because when you are sleeping, a chemical is released into the bloodstream and it locks your body. It stops you from moving. You become paralyzed. But here's the thing. When that happens, you never, ever catch it. Rarely, and this is where night paralysis comes from, rarely, very rarely, you have these individuals that actually wake up before the paralysis ends. When it's on time and you have this night paralysis thing going on, it's really not just associated with the night. It's associated with deep sleep. When you are asleep and you go into REM state, which is called REM, R-E-M, rapid eye movement, your eyes are moving. That's the only thing. Your arms are not moving. Your legs are not moving. It's your eyes. And you can say, yep, that person is dreaming. They can identify when you are in a dream state because your eyes are moving. So the person that's fighting or running and going through stuff in his dream, his eyes are moving. See? But the REM state, before you go into a dream, the body releases the chemical and you lay still. Yeah, go ahead, Killah. Sorry about that.
The light. Here's we're gonna open up a little bit. There's a light that comes on when you dream. It's a sound. It's like a theater. It's all dark, but when the light comes on, the dream manifests. The light is not from the sun or in the room. What is that light that you're able to see? And it's you projecting, it's you there, a light that exists, and you see it. You can actually see it.
Yes.
It has a name.
Yeah.
It's called love.
Yeah.
So,
really.
if I may, it's ironic that you're speaking about the meditation technique where you center your perspective, your concentration, because Andre Knight was on this show, another one of my guests that I brought on, and he spoke about that. He was the first person to teach me about that, actually, where you focus on your partner's left eye, and you only concentrate on their eye, and then you expand your perspective. And he uses that as a form of tantric meditation for like deeper connection with your partner, whether it be male, female, whatever you want to say right at this point. And so I think that's really interesting that you're sharing that again, because a lot of people aren't really aware that that is a very fundamental technique of meditation. They just think they close their eyes and don't do anything. Try not to think.
Paul, you with us?
Definitely. He's meditating. So
is this
what's going on is that.
Is this where we start talking about the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Yeah, we're about to go.
Well, because that's Google. Did you ever see that movie or read that book? The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Gargle.
The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
No, I didn't see.
All
The
right,
one
you know,
from the 60s and the one from the 90s.
The book originally.
well, the book, the series, the idea is that they discovered the answer to the universe, but they forgot the question. Right? That's where people say, "Oh, the answer to the universe is 42." So what's the question?
Oh, I've been muted all this time. I was just saying, yes, I love that book and I love the movie. Shout out to our brother Mos Def. He's in that.
Yep.
Right? Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy.
Yeah.
What do you say? Can we talk about, I heard you at the beginning. I'm sorry, I didn't get everybody's name on the panel. The gentleman in the hat. What's your name with glasses?
Well, I have 5 legal names, but people call me Danny.
Danny. And then the gentleman with the beard.
Bear.
We just call him Teddy
Looking
Bear.
very Gaelic.
Gaelic. That actually makes sense.
Wow, that's Irish.
Yeah,
Well, he is in fact Jewish and Scottish in this body. Yes.
In this body.
I've got the eye. I have the eye for my Gaelic brothers and sisters, Celtic.
Mhm.
So what is your name?
I'm Zen.
Zen. Oh wow. So Zen, Danny, Priest, Malak. Because I heard Zen talking about past lives, and I don't think we've heard from Malak on that. I mean, I know you've touched on so much. This is the second time sitting with you, and then while I'm listening to you, I was like, I gotta do more with this gentleman, because you really are you're one of the darkest minds of the light. You're very profound, but you're enlightened. So talk to us about past lives, and just
you should get him on your show.
I know. I would love to do that. Right,
Yeah.
Priest? So
Yeah,
I'll
I'll hook you up. Yeah.
Hook me up.
Yeah.
So anyway, talk to us about your exact concept or teaching on what people call reincarnation or regeneration. What do you say? I want to hear like your full concept on it. Well, whatever condensed version, if it's really elaborate.
Very good, very well said. You know that astrology, and it's so funny how this has gone over people's heads. Astrology is teaching about reincarnation. Astrology has, they do your chart based on your time of birth and your exact date of birth. And, they put all that together so that they can understand the position of the stars in the heaven at that moment, to understand your star sign. But, the more precise you can be on the time can help them to understand what is known as sidereal astrology. And your south node and your north node. And one side of that actually tells them everything about your past life. Astrologists know this. Astrologists know for a fact that this is not your first rodeo, because the astrology tells you who you were in a previous life. Yeah. Now, I could give you my own personal experience, because I accepted reincarnation in good faith, and it's probably because when I was a child, my family was very, very heavy on the topic. And I knew that I was a reincarnation when I was about 5 years old, because my sisters and my mother were all astrologers. And they began to talk about reincarnation in the home when I was a child. So it was easy for me to accept it because adults believed it, so it has to be real. You know how a child thinks, right? But now, later on, I went into the Bible and religion, and I was taught by my teachers that reincarnation is in the Bible. And I was very surprised to hear that, because I never heard it in church, And then my third encounter with reincarnation, which was the most profound of all, where I was totally convinced of its realism, is when I met this woman. And I'm not going to mention her name or anything, but I met this woman. I had an appointment with her. I was in sales, and I had to do a demonstration before I sell a product. And I thought this woman really wanted to see me just based on that. But she had other plans, or should I say someone else had other plans. The woman turned out to be a channeler. Are you familiar with that term? Well, she was a channeler. And, oh, you're mute.
Is that the same as medium? Like channeling the spirit into her body so the spirit can actually speak to you in her mediumship?
Yes, exactly.
Okay,
exactly.
you know, I am a medium as well. I don't really talk about that too much on the internet because they like to say I worship the devil.
Satan.
I just try to be a small. I try to be a small instead of a medium.
I'm not a witch. I'm just a regular old ghoul friend.
You're someone that's in touch with your spirit side.
No, really, honestly. So yes, I know about channeling. I haven't actually let anything take me over, but definitely, as far as the spirit realm, the mediumship is right there. So I just wanted to check with you and see that you're on the same page.
Yeah, they relate. They very much relate. This woman invited me to her home in Brooklyn. And it was nighttime, and I went to her home, and she started talking to me, and she scared the hell out of me because she said, they said, and I was like, they said, who said, what are you talking about? And she began to tell me who I am. And I was like, what is going on here? And I actually said in my mind, forgive me, is this some kind of kook? I was about to run out of her house because I don't know if you observed channelers before, but they have to shift their breathing. There's a whole thing about breath. And if you are a person who is angry, your breath switches from your abdomen to your chest, which is why you can get sick and you can get messed up. So in order for you to be happy, your breath has to shift from your chest to your abdomen, you see? And this is proper breathing. And she was going, she was making this noise. And I was like, what the hell is wrong with? And I wanted to grab my stuff and run out of her apartment. I thought I'd just entered a mad person's house.
Well, sometimes you do need to do that. You might, it turns out you didn't, but sometimes you should run. But good thing you didn't have to.
Well, I was almost running out of her house because she kept making these weird noises. And then she would say, they said, and I said, well, I'm gone. And then they told me something that only I could have known that I've never told anybody. That's how they stopped me. And I freeze in my tracks and I turned around and I looked at her and I said, oh my goodness, are you a channeler? And she said, yes. And I said, oh my God. And so I turned back around and I had the utmost respect for her because I had questions, you know? And when I came back to her and I stood in front of her, my chest felt like it was going to burst. There was some kind of powerful energy in the room, and I felt like my chest was ballooning out, like it was getting more and more balloons, but it was more of a feeling than what, because that wasn't actually what was happening. And he began to tell me who I was in a previous reincarnation and incarnation. And she told me all these things, and I was amazed. And she began to tell me everything I did as a child and everything I did as a teenager. And I knew she was the real deal. And at that moment, from that day forward, reincarnation became very real to me. It was ultimately real to me.
I love it.
And I knew that it was not a thing where people were guessing anymore. You know, even though reincarnation always made sense to me, it was more profound that day than ever before. That was in 2007.
Oh, that's awesome. Anyone else ever have well, I'm going to keep this with you, Malak, but I was going to see if anyone else had that type of experience. You know, the thing about you though, Malak, is you can talk about this too. You have see, people will say, oh, here we go with the elite thing and the chosen, but you do have your mind has been set in this life to be able to be in tune. So when you were there with her, would you say that you were the type of person who was receptive to that? You're open? Because some people would not be open to that. And then they would you also speak about how they miss the opportunity to even have a connection? Because her energy, right? Her energy has to resonate with you as well for her to actually tap in. That's what I know about when I do readings. You get what I'm saying? Like, would you say something?
Yeah,
it has to be the right person to receive, or no?
You're making you have to be very deep yourself to have recognized that. That was absolutely amazing that you recognized that. So that's the deeper question. Yes, I was definitely someone who was in that type of world for a very long time. I could take all night telling you the things that I have been through that would scare the socks off of people. And you reach a certain state in all of these ordeals and experiences where you simply just accept them. It's like a numbness.
Yeah.
I'm no longer running. I'm dealing with the supernatural. I'm dealing with spirits. I'm dealing with these type of things, you know? My childhood was riddled with it.
I want to jump in and hope. This is how I do. Everybody, they're like, oh, she interrupts a guest. No, I love the guests, especially ones I can resonate with. So it's a symphony. So I'm jumping in and saying, you said numb. I don't think you're numb. I think you've become, can you hear me? You've become to the point where you're saying, oh, I shouldn't be afraid of this, right? So you become, it's familiar to you. So just go ahead.
This is natural. Yeah. Yeah.
I'd like to chime in.
Auto a few times.
Sorry about that. So has anybody experienced Has anybody experienced past life regression therapy, like with hypnosis? Do you see any validity to that, Malak?
You know, there was a time where someone wanted to hypnotize me, and I got with these gentlemen on the phone. They might have been some kind of a scientist or something. They had ran an ad in the newspaper. You know this newspaper? It's called the Village Copier. It circulates in New York. And they were asking people if they had seen these type of strange anomalies that they were describing. And I was very interested. And so I called in and told them about my experience. And they immediately responded with, would you please come down here and let us hypnotize you? And I felt like that was like an invasion type of thing. My mindset at that time wasn't for hypnosis. And then I felt bad because I explained it to my sister over a month later what happened, and she said, you should have done it. Mm-hmm. She said, I absolutely should have done it. But what stopped me was years earlier, my father told me, don't ever get hypnotized. And he was into a lot of stuff. So, you know, I kind of respected him. And he said, don't ever get hypnotized because you will never come out of it. And that just confused me. So when it finally came the time, and I was a teenager at the time, I was an adult when I was actually asked to be hypnotized. By the time it got to that moment, my father's words came back to me and I turned them down. Yeah.
Well, I've had personal experiences with past life regression. I once knew a lady who was like a celebrity hypnotist and spiritualist, I guess, medium, all of that. And there was a night that the night before I went to see her, I had this dream that I died in a fire in a past life. And when I sat with her and I did a tarot reading with her, she was like, "You died in a fire in your past life." And I was like, how would you possibly know that? I didn't tell her that. I didn't verbalize it. And she just had this awareness that that was true. And so I did go through with past life regression with her several times. And I mean, it could be my imagination making things up, but I did visually see representations of things that I didn't experience like in this lifetime. And there's also the fact that like there's things that I remember when I'm at certain places and there's like this deja vu feeling, and it's like you've been there before. And my dad was a real estate broker in LA, so he's traveled all over LA. So I also wonder if there's some kind of genetic memory thing to that too, where, you know, you kind of remember things that your parents experienced, but you're experiencing them in the future.
Well, can I say something, Malak? And then I want you to come in. Number one about this, and Malak probably knows this, and a lot of people, you do have actually memory coding post. They say traumatic situations are encoded in your DNA, but I think even happy, good, everything's encoded in your DNA.
Yeah.
But Malak, don't start fading on us right now, because you said you have some scary stories. I want to hear some of your phenomenal stories. You're yawning. You didn't make me yawn, because who knows? Why are yawns contagious? Sorry, I digress. I wanted to say about the past life burning, as someone who has done, you know, as a medium. I never really talk about this on other platforms besides my own, because the way it's received, but this is a great audience. So, and you're a great guest. And so this is a great crowd. So, you know, when someone tells you you burn in a fire, usually a fire death, if you're talking about past lives, I gamble that a lot of us have died in fire deaths, but because of a death that's really traumatic, like a burning, that's one of the first, or one of the first top 10 memories of a death that you will have. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of mediums or people who can tap in, they can find that easily on you. And I'm not saying she was making it up. She wasn't false, but that is something that is super traumatic. And because it's almost like on the surface, they can really pull that out. So now I'm gonna pass it back over to our very gracious guest. God, we just bogarting your whole show. I'm sorry, Malak, but would you agree, like some things that are encoded in our DNA already, or some super traumatic experiences, especially death in past lives, stay at that surface? As far as like when you walk into the Akashic records, that's right there at the door. What would you say about that, Eric, Malak?
Absolutely. It's the fact that everything that your ancestors know, you know. Access, that's a different story. You see what I'm saying? To have access, you have to have been nurtured very well. And also depends on the level of wisdom that you were born with. You see, I often point out that we are in a school. And when we are in a school, you have first grade, 12th grade, you have college. You see what I'm saying? And so why are we not all doing this? Because we're not all on the same level. You ever notice that when you were in school, there was the smartest kid in the class, okay? And he made math seem so easy, or she made math seem very easy. And you say, why can't we all be smart like that? You see? So we're doing that, but we're not all doing it. And that's because we're in different levels of our phase of learning and mastering. What we're trying to do ultimately is we're trying to bring the energy body and the physical body to merge together. You see? When that energy body and that physical body merges together, you're a goddess or a god. And that's how you appear to other people. But this is just natural. To have these abilities and to do what you do should be natural, should be common. But you got to remember where we're coming from. We're coming from a world that has been taking over. And this is something you got to remember, that we're living in a phase where we're going in circles. You see, we're going in these circles, and it's called every 26,000 years we go through another age.
Procession.
The age of Pisces, the age of Aquarius. So we have a moment where we all go down, and then we have a moment where we start coming back up. And when we come all the way up to the top, those are what you hear about, the golden age. This is where mankind have reached a level of super consciousness. Not super for them, but super to us because we don't have it. You see what I'm saying? To them, that's normal. They're powerful. They become the stuff of legends that we read about. And it almost sounds unbelievable to us because we have yet to experience levels like that. So as we begin, we're going through this shift in this phase right now of coming back to these abilities. And you can see, if you're paying attention, the world is waking up right now. It's waking up a lot.
Yes.
And people are beginning to show things and do things more out in the open. And because of social media, that's the only reason it's being exposed so much. Yes.
Right. And Malak, I say that when you said around, I love it. I'm 100% with you on that. I always say we're you know how they say there's a paradigm shift? I say it's a paradigm spiraling up to our position, so to speak, our government, our godhood.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we covered a lot, man. I hate to do this, but a lot. You've been great, man. We're gonna have to do a part 2 on this because
Actually, part 3.
Yeah, part 3. But this brother lives he lives on a UFO anyway, echoing through the time through the minds of time. Yeah, they're unidentified, but we know what they are.
The leprechauns.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I love it. I love his energy. I love what he has to say. Can you just tell us one quick 2-minute?
Yeah, go ahead.
2 minutes, because no, never mind. Priest, you want to?
No, go ahead. You can ask him.
Okay, he was saying there's stories. Give us one of your experiences, like maybe like about something that you.
Oh, hold on, hold on to your seats. His brother.
Yeah.
He gonna go. He don't have regular stories.
Yeah, and you know what? Everybody loves these stories. You know, I want to hear something that'll make maybe I call hair hyphae of our body. I'm all into the mycology now, y'all. And I'm throwing it another level. So make our hair stand on end. And yeah, thank you. Can you do that for us, Malak? No? Tell us one of your stories.
I'll tell you one. And this experience has really helped me a lot, though, because it has opened up so much understanding about a lot of things for me. And, you know, that experience that I'm about to elaborate on took place in 2006. It was on 8th Avenue and around 29th Street. And I was on my way to a studio to take some pictures because I was in the entertainment field at that time. And as I was coming down the street, I was with a very special friend of mine. And we were both going down the street. We were rushing to get to the Silver Studios. And while we were going down the street, my friend was talking to me. She was talking to me a whole lot. But at the same time, I have this thing about me where I have to stay alert. And she was talking, and I said, stop. She said, huh? I said, it's a red light. That's how deep she was into the conversation. And then I said, hey. She said, what? I said, the light's green. And she said, oh, okay. And we began to walk across the street. And while we walked across the street, and that's like 5 seconds to cross the street, right? We crossed the street, and I felt something. Something just felt weird, off. So I was like, what was that? So I decided to look back, and that's when everything happened. When I turned and looked back behind me, where we were just standing 5 seconds ago, was 4 dead bodies, a car crash, and a crowd of people and the police. Does that tell you anything?
Yes, it does.
Well, my friend that I had to stop for the red light and the green light, I had to call her attention to it. And I said, hey. She said, what? I said, look. And when she looked, she said, oh my God, we time traveled. That's the first thing that came out of her mouth.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. You know what oh my God, I got to talk to you about time stack. I call it time stack. We're all existing in this one moment. I mean, I know that's not a very, very original concept, but that's interesting how you tapped into that, what we would call future, but it wasn't future. You just saw the moment, which we would call future, but she didn't see it like you. It was almost like she was right behind you on your heels, and you had to open her mind up to it. Wow, that is awesome. You're awesome. I bow to you.
But you know what? This is what I tell people. How often do we look back? Nobody looks back. What are you going to look back for? You're going about your life. You're moving through life. Nobody's looking back. Who does that? Who looks back? Look back for what? Unless you drop something on the ground or you reach for something and it's missing, then you want to start looking back in time, looking back. Right. Maybe I left it at the house or whatever, right? But nobody looks back. If I didn't look back, we both would have never known about it. But I felt something that made me look back. And since that moment that happened, I don't think it was time travel. Because I had a long time to process this.
Oh, I think it was. I think it was time travel.
I think we portaled.
But portals are time travel.
All right,
yeah. Well, it's always time involved. It's always time involved.
I gotta talk to him.
Yeah, I gotta go in.
We gotta do like a Patreon with him or something. He is amazing.
He lives that way.
Have you heard of the Mandela effect?
Of course I've heard of the Mandela effect. That's what, you know what? He's closing it out now. That is what I'm talking. I started thinking about this right after. I'm a transition doula, so I also I'm a medium. I do transition doula. So what I'm saying, like, it's called death doula. And I noticed with my own grief, on this last time I lost 2 friends, priests they're mutual friends of ours. It was as if I realized that time, there is no past, there is no future. I know this is an original concept. I get it. But let me just say this to you, and this will be the closeout. We'll let our brother close out, Malak. Because one of my friends who transitioned, something so bizarre happened. I got a message saying, this person passed away. I'm so sorry for that. I know he was your friend. And then 2 days later, he sent me a message saying kind of like a goodbye. It's as if he knew he was going to transition, but he didn't know because he was fine. But there was a subconscious self in that time. That's why I call it time stack. I keep saying stack because I don't think we go back. We don't go forward. We just look underneath us. And it's like you guys, it's like a sandwich. You know, you got the bread, the meat, the lettuce, whatever, but it's all one, it's all aligned. And you are sitting on top of the sandwich looking in, saying, okay, this is the moment. This is the moment when I died. Oh, this is another moment when I died. So, I mean, it's too, I'm trying to cram it all in because I know Priest is like, oh, no, but anyway, I think it is time travel, but I think it's not traveling. It's within our moment. Even as you sit there right now and all your glory, you have the ability to go up and down. That's the ladder, Priest, the ladder. You go up and down in your existence. So, all right, I'm done.
Let's go into Jacob's.
Before we close out, I just want to say one thing. I have a lot of thoughts on time travel. That will be for another podcast. But
Yeah, you got to join us.
I'll just say generally, I feel like you're just zooming out when you die. Like you're getting perspective on the bigger collective. Like we're just occupying this individual identity, and when we pass away, we're on a pass away, we're transition. We're getting awareness of the bigger collective. So I don't believe in time either. I think it's all it's all space, but we're just in different space than we are now.
Okay,
that's awesome.
Let me
now
do say
leaving it
this.
to the guest and the host.
Well,
Priest.
let me do say this on death. They used to have funerals inside of the house a long time ago.
Sure did.
And they stopped that because a lot of people would get up. They were dead. They would get up. But like, oh wow, they made a mistake. So the embalming came in, because they wouldn't embalm them, and a lot of people would get up. Now my grandmother was on my father's side. I went to her house. I was little. It's like, damn, she right there. Yeah. So you got to look at those. Yeah, but the Walking Dead. Nahum. Well, you read the book of Nahum, right?
Yes, of course. Priest, don't forget. See, Priest, that's the thing. I'm so enthralled with the idea of death. Priest, remember what I told you? This is real. What he just said.
We're the darkest light workers.
People, when they buried people, they had a bell above the grave, and the string went down into the ground, into the coffin.
There you go.
And the bells would ring all the time, and they dig the person out.
Yeah. Talk. No, for real.
I know. I've never heard of this until now. This is pretty fascinating.
Yeah, in Haiti, they were flying. Yeah, they had incidents where they were flying, and they were very supernatural stuff. It's crazy.
It's a supernatural podcast in the near future.
Yeah,
Watch
there's
out
seasons. There's seasons. One dies, one season dies, and the next one comes, and then the season come back around. It's like, wow, are you the same winter? Yes, it's the same winter. Well, the seasons let us know because they're the sea sons, they're the children. We walk off the sea because this goes on so many levels, but we tapping into it with the great Malak and Napah, yourself, Zen, the two. Mezcal got me going.
I see.
No. This Mezcal.
It's getting you deep. You want to end it, but the spirit is saying, don't end it just yet.
Yeah. It says, hold on. But this brother, UFO master, because Malak is in that realm. But we have to, at some point, find cover boys. Yeah, you off the hook. He said the part looked like a sensation of what? Well, I could be.
What?
I applaud. No, something good. It was positive. I
applaud
the
shout out to everybody. But Priest, back to what you said about the home funerals. This is where we had home births. I'm a doula and a midwife.
That's true.
And then we had home funerals. I'm what they call death doula, but I call it transition. Because you know why? These are the most important times.
Well, farms. We have farms because with homes. Farms were right next to it. You grew your own food. Because we want to know the history of grocery, right?
Hold on, you're blowing my mind because I'm thinking about this thing. Maybe the fact that it's not in the home has something to do with the reason. The reason, like you're talking about how like the death come back to life in the home.
Oh my God!
Maybe because it's in the memorial graveyard situation, it doesn't have the same effect. Like this is something I've never even processed.
Well, look at this, Zen. Let me say this. You have the birth, which is if we're talking about just the material body and the experience here in the four realms, the 4 dimensions. Mm-hmm. And then Malak, you jump in. You're so polite. Just jump in. Just be rude like us. No, just kidding. I'm going to say this. The most spiritual thing you can see is a birth.
This, and then one of the most spiritual things you can see is a death, a transitioning. So when you see a birth and a transition, you can see, you get, like what Malak said, it's no longer, he said numb, but what he meant is it's not scary. Like, what do? They want us to be afraid of birth, afraid of death. But these are so important parts of we're going through portals. I'm handing it over to you, Malak.
That gave me a free song, by the way. That gave me that made my hand,
your hyphae.
my hair, hyphae, how you call it, yeah.
Malak.
Wow.
It's so true. I share the same understanding, overstanding about this whole thing. When your body is done, you exit. It's just that simple. You exit. And you do not cease to exist. You go on and you have agendas that you still have to carry out. You still have things you have to do. There's no stopping. Everything is not over. You continue into other realms of existence. The party hasn't even started yet. You just continue to go on and on and on. This is why years ago people didn't mourn death. That's the new invention.
Ooh,
hey, let me add on real quick.
Come on, Priest.
Malak works as a bouncer. No, I'm gonna give you the owner. As the person who runs the club. At the first time we come there, we go, Malak, this is your spot. This is you. Then the next time we come by, we go, Malak's there. That's where Malak's at. Then the next time that's Malak. Malak's there. We all know Malak is there. One day you leave. We don't even know, but we identify the shell. We say that's where Malak is at. That's Malak's spot. We have to go to the place, and then they say, well, he no longer is here. He's no longer here. Doesn't mean that you don't exist anymore. You just traveled. You left the shell. You went on and you moved, but you created us in our minds. That's you because we see the shell, the body, because it becomes you, just like a person in the car. After a while, that's Napah, G. That's Napah. Then that's Napah. But something happens to the car, you get out. The shell wears down, but the spirit and the energy of the person travels on. Same fashion.
Yeah.
Come on.
It is because the power. No, we're not preaching it right now.
No, this isn't preaching. This is revelation.
It is.
I hear you wanting to jump in, Malak.
No. Because Malak gonna go. Because once he drink his thing, he gonna.
We gotta hear what he's gonna say, Priest. We're tapping into the essence of reality.
Go ahead, my brother.
What is real? And then we'll do this song.
We close.
Wait, what's reality?
I know.
He's ready. He throws some of the best festivals. We're gonna do some.
We have some plans and ideas.
We have some great festivals like Harmony Fest and.
I don't throw that one, but
Patrick.
We're very deep. Yeah. Let's just say that.
Right. Respond to that, and then maybe we could close out because Priest wants and AD want to do song promotions.
Gotta do it.
I love that. AD. I don't know where you found that. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I'm mute.
Are we gonna do a barbershop quartet now or what?
If you do something big enough on this planet, when you do finally exit, it's like you never left because everybody's still reaping the benefits of what you left behind. Yeah.
Well, in that life.
I got what you're saying. He's saying the oyster shell becomes like after the oyster leaves it becomes like the turtle shell. Well, that's further. It becomes an ashtray.
Yeah.
Well, ashtray.
Well, you could.
Well, remember, let's talk about the parable of the hare and the turtle, right?
Yeah.
Because see, we used to think it was the hare falls asleep at the finish line and the turtle wins, but what about the alien in the middle? Right? Yeah. Because the turtle wins the race, slow and steady.
Right. But in reality, a turtle, it's a deeper than meaning.
That's right. It's true.
The rabbit would never lose. But
that's not true. The rabbit goes so fast
exactly
that the rabbit thinks that he or she is going to win,
The turtle's older.
There at the finish line, the rabbit's like, I'm gonna take a little nap.
Right.
And while the rabbit is napping, the turtle just kind of saunters right on past.
Slowly comes.
Yeah, that's the
But the real because that's the thing to look at, because there's a 3 Little Pigs.
Right.
6 hours.
Yeah.
Because the wolf is very smart.
That's right.
He knows the 3 Little Pigs. He has to get to the 3 Little Pigs' mindset. And that's how that goes on.
Priest,
What?
did your mom tell you the story? I'm sorry, Malak, what you say?
What?
Michael Jackson, immortal. We're still enjoying him like he never left.
That's right.
Exactly. And he did the moonwalk. He wasn't even on the planet. But it's like...
Well, the moonwalk was a ritual.
It was called the
walking
Black...
back.
Yeah, it was called the Backslide. It was started from not... It was from...
Aleister Crowley.
No. It was from Mickey Howard. It was from
The
Mickey.
singer?
Yeah. You could be my Sunday, Monday.
But the actual ritual of walking backward isn't just from Aleister Crowley. I shouldn't have said
No, it
that.
was
It's
a
an
back-
actual ritual.
Yeah, it was a backslide. The
You
backslide.
know, walking backwards though is like a ritual.
Oh yeah, and yes, and putting on sleeping clothes when you're waking up, and putting on regular clothes when you're going to sleep.
No,
The
I'm
whole-
talking about a ritual to bring something forward. Like
But
to bring
that was the
forward-
thing is to turn the world upside down on top of his
Yeah,
head.
there you go. There you go.
So
There you go.
daydreaming was different.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah, I
Yeah.
got what you said just now. Yeah, you're right.
it's to tap into the unknown because it just flips it on top of his head.
There you go.
Like the mezcal. That was
Yeah, like the mezcal, which by the way is a
is the first to kill it.
mirror.
Huh?
It's a mirror.
Yeah.
You know, the silver drinks are always the ones that tap very deeply, and then you go into the green drinks, which is the absinthe. We can't do this all night.
No,
You
because
can-
yeah, exactly. This,
But we haven't even started talking about the Kabbalah.
But no, we need to get back to our illustrious guest.
he's ready. Yeah,
Too
Malak, I want to
humble.
thank
No,
you
you're
for
not too
coming.
humble, you're
No,
humble.
you can stick. You can stick around, Malak. I want to thank you for coming through. We'll have to do a part 3 on this. Shout out to
I need
Zakaya.
to bring you on my
and,
channel too. I'm gonna Bogart with my clout chase. I said along with my clout chase.
Well, he definitely is no Bogart.
I
You
gotta
can-
start clout chasing harder, right? I don't do it.
No. Malak could come
Why
on
would
your
you do
channel,
that?
right? That's what he lives in that realm that you live in. You know what I'm saying? So it's like UFO 101. These guys are dwelling on frequencies. And then you can't come to me with stories that's incredible.
But we didn't even.
Hey, Ru is a hawk.
We didn't even start.
falcon.
We didn't
It
talk
is.
about
He saw the
SR4.
birds.
You know about SR4,
Get
right?
mad at me at that.
Have we started talking about SR4? Where we have the spaceships? You know about this one?
We can't, man. We got to stop
all right.
it. Yeah,
You're
Maybe
gonna
next
take
time.
us down to you're taking us to deep state 5.
Jeweled motherships.
Did AD put the crafts on autopilot and
Yeah, he couldn't take
Hey,
it because
it's all about shiny objects.
y'all did that to poor AD? Should have given them that mezcal.
he's good. Somebody said 3 hours. We're gonna
Yeah, we love AD. I love the Podcraft.
hey.
And by the
Whoa.
way, I will be on the tour with Killah Priest, y'all. Don't forget that you got to come see us in the Southwest, right, Priest?
I just want to throw this out there at the end. This little thing I made. It says,
Yes.
"Art is what happens when your dreams become
Paul will be on the
reality."
tour.
Damn, he just stepped all
Do
over
that?
my promo, bro. You need to learn how to. Come on now. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Exactly.
You guys catch that? Remember that one? Art is what happens when your dreams become reality. Right? It's all
That's
about art,
awesome.
which is love.
Art is what happens
Art-
when your dreams.
art stuff.
I love that. Art is what happens when your
Shut up.
dreams become reality.
Shut up,
Exactly.
DJ Guam. AD, I'm ready. We're ready to go to music promotion. Damn,
Yeah,
the brother
art-
just left and light came.
Where did he go? What happened to the guest?
I don't know. He jumped in that water.
Hey, by the way, Priest, are you going to shout out the dates? Where are we going to go first on our tour or your tour?
Boulder. We're gonna go to Colorado.
Colorado.
We'll put it
We're
up
gonna
on the.
perform
I'm
all
gonna send
kinds
it.
of
I'll
stuff,
send it to
all
AD.
kinds
When
of
does it
songs.
start?
It starts to
Boulder.
shout out to what's name. I'm gonna send it to him. I'm gonna send it to him.
DJ Notion.
Yeah, shout out to DJ Notion.
Shout out to DJ Notion.
Locomotion.
Okay, here it goes. Here it is.
Did you want some time? A little bit of time? A little time on your shoulder there?
I know, I always say that.
Hey, we got all the time in the world over here.
Yeah.
Shout out to DJ Notion. I'm going to send it to you right now, AD. Here we go. You can put
Well,
this
we got to
on.
get those dates out there.
Yeah. So, and it's going to be expanded too. I'm going to do a couple more. Priest tour. All right. So it looks like we're going to be going to
We're going to New
starts the
Mexico.
night. Starts the 19th. Yeah, New Mexico.
Which night? This month?
Texas. We're doing Colorado, New Mexico, and Texas.
Durango,
Hey,
California.
some of my exes live in Texas.
Hey.
Yeah.
All your exes live
Did
in
it drive a
Texas.
Lexus?
Well, I did grow up in Dallas after all.
Oh my. Okay, let me
You
get.
said your
I'll get you the
exes-
date. I
your
have
exes-
the date
Some of
for you
my
if you
exes
want me to
live in
know.
Texas.
Did they drive a Lexus?
I mean, probably. I mean,
Did they flexes?
I hope so.
I hope they're not a sexist. But listen, direct is all right.
Direct.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I have the dates if you want me to tell you. They
We got
got-
them. AD has them. You can put them over AD.
Wait, we're going on some dates?
Durango.
Durango. Durango.
I said
Durango.
I'm
I
sorry.
like Durango.
I got
though.
mezcal
That's a
on
nice
me.
name.
I got some mezcal. Very good.
When you add mezcal, it turns into
You're gonna use a
Durango.
bottle, right?
Pagosa Springs,
Oh yeah, we go. Oh yeah.
Victorioso.
Torioso.
Mezcal.
Santa Fe, New Mexico, Austin, Texas, Dallas,
And San Antonio.
and San Antonio. And you know what? Though that's from what AD? Do you have what do you have?
From May 19th to May 27th. Okay.
19th to 27th.
And adding on, so we'll be on the Midwest. What do they call the Midwest?
No, not the Midwest, Southwest.
Southwest. That's right.
And don't forget, anybody who comes, I give them a free gift.
Hey.
Maybe
Are you
even
going
just
to
a
be
free
there,
gift.
Daniel?
I mean, maybe, of course. I guess.
A couple of songs.
Are you going to be there?
I'm going to be performing. Am I going to be there, Priest?
If you're there, I'm there.
Hey.
Priest, am I going to be there?
Yep.
All right, then I'll go.
Mm-hmm.
No promises.
Oh, my heart is all warm. AD, do the aw sound. Is AD asleep? That mezcal got.
No, I just built a website on the side here.
Yes.
You know,
one
How did the
coming up.
mezcal? How did you like the mezcal? You know you should be drinking it because you have that.
No.
You have those roots and the Latino, the Mexicano.
That's
roots.
right.
Yeah, I don't drink, but I had a sip.
Well, now I
I
guess
don't
you
really
drink now.
either because
When
when
you say
I
you don't
drink,
drink,
it's
you mean like water or?
Yeah, I drink mineral water, but yeah,
Nah,
it was
man.
good. It tasted good for what it was. If I was a drinker, I
Still,
would,
brother.
I would definitely drink. No, I can't drink distilled water.
I don't want to hit your head with it. Listen.
You could just throw this hard at him.
Yeah,
Smells
yeah.
nice.
Anyway, but yeah, that's awesome. Shout out to the family, the husband and the wife who came out and
They right
did
here.
that.
They're
We don't
just-
bring
they're
them
just
up.
Oh,
still
hi,
there, yeah.
hello. Thank
All right.
you.
So let's go to song promotion.
Song promotions, okay.
All
And
right.
what happened to Eric? Oh, there you are, Malak.
Well, you want to stick around for the music?
Yep. Let me make some adjustments real quick.
By the way, there's a UFO passing over San Diego now. No, I'm just- On this show, you can say that.
San
But
Diego.
is it a UFO anymore? Because now they are identified
They
flying
are
objects, right?
caught.
Now it's IFOs
That's right.
as
Identify.
compared to CFOs
Yeah.
and I don't know, some other FOs, maybe some mofos.
Got UFO hotspot.
All right, almost there. Making some adjustments. All right. And here we go. It's time for song promotions.
Song promotions.
Yeah. All right. Now we're gonna play tracks that were submitted to the show for the purpose of song promotions. Know what I'm saying?
I can't stand.
And our first submission is by Oni Dakini. She has a track here.
Hey, peace, Oni.
She made this while listening to the show, and it's called Suicidal Burra.
It's all about the dakini.
Yo sé que tú lo dudas, que yo te quiera tanto. Si quieres me abro el pecho
Tanto.
y te entrego el corazón.
Te quiero tanto.
Que yo te quiera tanto. Si quieres me abro el pecho y te entrego el corazón.
Good movie soundtrack background.
I think.
Yeah, I like it. Do I get to go first because Coach Solomon is in here?
I think that
he's watching though.
Time plus mezcal. Plus
Shout out to Coach Solomon. AD, you can go first,
love.
and then I want to.
I was gonna say it reminds me like Desperado. It sounds like Antonio Banderas is loading his pistol.
Yeah, it does.
I
Reminds
like
me of Portishead, but not without the vocals.
Hmm.
I like it. And you know what I like about it?
Hmm.
You know what I love about it? If it's since it's Oni Dakini, she's so eccentric. She's so very overflowingly eccentric. And she's like, but guess what? I'm going to show you that I can do uniform tracks that actually can be used. Not that her stuff couldn't be used, but you know what I'm saying? I like that she showed that she knows how to put something down that's like more conventional. But I love her eccentric stuff, you know? Shout out to Oni Dakini.
Fire.
That shit is lit.
Oh.
Absolutely.
I want to say it's dope. Keep making music. This is very inspiring, and I like what you're doing.
Yeah.
What you want to say, Malak? Mezcal is always strong.
I think Daddy likes it.
Yeah.
Mezcal is truth serum. What do you think about that track, Malak? What did it do for you? What did it evoke?
It was very, very mellow, very smooth, very relaxed. I liked it. Yeah.
Yeah, it was like an opium track, right? Like kind of like a
Yeah.
Good track. Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
I think Mezcal is spelled with a Z. M-E-Z, right? So
It's Mezcal.
Right.
All right, this next track.
Go get some mezcal.
It's from Inner Dynasty from London, UK. It's called Metaphysics.
That sounded like the Zodiac thingy.
Right?
Oh, I already like it. Drum and bass.
What happened to the drum and bass cat? Boy, the tattoo downstairs. But now it's born at.
Ooh. drum and bass. This is nice.
Not the norm.
Oh my God, I love it. I can't even wait till it's over.
Thank you so much. Oh yeah, headshot.
Sometimes you get rid of the dark energy.
What about load the clip? There you go. Load the clip. Headshot. Feel like I'm like in the W Hotel. Yeah. Is this your key? Yeah. Right now there's where the hotel.
Did you say the W Hotel?
Yeah. Yeah. Right?
Cheers to the W Hotel.
Yeah. To the W.
Why?
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Because it has a W in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why, what, where?
The Podcraft Store. DJ Guam, love shots.
Yo, I'm on it with this one. This is nice, man. This is my kind of shit.
I know. I love it, AD.
Yeah.
German.
That is something I would listen to while I'm working, getting things done. It's fast moving. I like that. That's work music, background stuff. Usually you have to go to YouTube and find that, you know what I mean? Like a continuous playlist. But that was fire. They're from the London, UK.
Yeah.
Shout out to Inner Dynasty. Great submission. Awesome to hear some like drum and bass. Especially ambient drum and bass. You know what I mean? It's mystical. It goes along well with what we were talking about, especially with the guest. Discussing the astral realm and everything. So great submission. What y'all think?
Oh my God, I'm 100% with you, AD, all the way. That I love. I could loop that forever, doing everything in the house and just like vibing. It's awesome. You can listen to it in the dark, which is the best time.
Yeah.
Why don't you use it? Listen to it while you're scrying.
Well, you know, the best part of the
it was
astral
so
realm.
awesome. It reminded me of when I lived in München and Berlin. Yes, I lived in Germany. Shout out to Germany.
Wow.
And it did have that ambient vibe, like the ambient music vibe and
Yeah.
So really I'm just coming behind AD and just like, yeah, what he said. And it's so awesome. Shout out to, and by the way, I'm partial to all types of London artists. So shout out to those artists. Say their name one more time, please.
Inner Dynasty.
Awesome. What do you think, Priest, Dan? I didn't catch the beautiful couple. What are your names?
Yelena and Eugenio.
Ileana?
Yelena.
Elena. Now let me ask you, what is your roots? Are you Eastern European or
I'm
Russian?
from Ukraine, which used to be a Soviet Union, Russia.
Get me,
Back in the
get me
day.
some bombs
She
over
came
here.
here when she was 16 years old, so she got out a long time ago.
Elena.
Wow.
So I'm gonna hand it over. I loved it though. But
How does
and
it?
your
How does
husband, what's
a?
your husband's name?
How
Your
does
husband?
Mexican royalty and Ukrainian
Eugenio.
royalty end up together here in the United States?
I love that. I love that. Mexican, Ukraine, boom, fire. What is your husband's name, Yelena?
Eugenio.
Eugene.
Say it again?
Eugene.
Eugenia.
Eugenio. Eugenio or Eugene?
Eugene.
Yo habla español muy bien. Yo entiendo español también.
I'm from Oaxaca.
Yeah.
Well, I guess Oaxaca doesn't mean oasis, but some
Mexico.
I'm in Arizona. They always
What's
told
your
me
heritage though?
there's a restaurant here and they said, oh, that means oasis.
Dominican.
Because I think it's
Alright.
really more like ancient, like Incan or Aztec, right?
Zapotec.
Zapoteco.
Zapotec.
It's
yeah.
very
So-
similar to Aztecas, similar. Yes.
Now we're gonna get into the pyramids again, how they circle the earth.
Yeah.
And that's what
in
the
a
bottle actually
concentric ring.
represents, the pyramids.
The bottle is.
Wow.
The Zapotec pyramids.
Cigarettes, right?
Remember, nothing's an accident.
You have to.
What did you think about the music, Queen Yelena?
Love it.
Yelena?
Love it. Very relaxing.
Look,
very kind
we
of
got a real part.
takes you away from the everything day to day.
We got a real party girl here. All right, no joke.
Right, AD.
It's a pleasure meeting you.
Oh, very much pleasure meeting you. Priest, you didn't tell us your take on it. You can't just go on to the next.
I want AD not just to be there. I'm gonna give you my take right here. You get this.
Oh yeah.
AK-47. That's how that felt. And for the mezcal.
Damn. That sounds like
Blows.
the feds.
That's right.
Look, it's all about math.
Moved up. Hey, we come in. Represent. That is some good mezcal. Let me tell you.
Wow, you guys are finishing off the $1,000 bottle.
Hey.
If only you were here to do it with us.
Hey.
Well, Priest is
Soon.
gonna bring that. Priest, you're gonna bring that one on the tour, right?
I'll bring it on the road. Yeah.
They're coming on tour with us too, right?
Yeah. Bring that definitely on the road. Hell yeah.
As long as you duplicate me like 2-3 times, yes, definitely.
I know she has things
All right,
to
we're
do.
gonna download your consciousness and make more of you.
There you
Well,
go.
This man is on fire.
Yeah, Danny lit up like a Christmas tree.
Sorry, I have some ideas. Whatever.
Yeah,
Sounds
exactly.
good. I'm open to ideas always.
Oh,
She's open to ideas along with her husband. I just want to throw that out there.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Danny.
Yes, ma'am.
Anyway, so.
I miss you
Priest, that was
already.
awesome. So, Priest, you've been in you've obviously been everywhere. When you were in Europe, when you were actually in Germany, was there a lot? I mean, did you ever go into clubs? Because when I was there, it was always drum and bass. I was there during the time of drum and bass.
that's what I said. German verse. Yeah, exactly. It was everywhere.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. Dope.
But have you
dope.
been to Burning Man?
There you go.
I went to Burning
never
Man
been.
once
I've
and
never
turned
been.
around and
What?
went right back home because it was too.
It wasn't your thing.
No, I'm too
Okay.
deep for Burning Man.
Really?
It's all
Yeah,
mathematics.
it's a little. It's a little bit.
Can we move
it's a
on?
little bit too-
Yeah.
Can we,
It's
can
more
we
like
go-
Next
Lollapalooza, but
topic.
people pretend to be deep.
Well, you know, everyone.
Let's move on.
There's a lot of pretending out there, but
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're gonna be here for hours.
all right.
Hold up. Word up.
Look, there's more mezcal. Why
Yeah,
not? You
let's
know,
get some more
hang
mezcal
out for
up in
hours.
Knowledge Born, are you there?
Knowledge be going. Oh, the God is.
Would you like some?
Yeah.
Hey, you know what my first concert
being
was?
shy?
My first concert in my whole life.
Man,
Shy.
what you wasted? Huh?
My first concert was Bruce Springsteen.
Oh man. Whoa,
That's right, boy. That's right.
best
My
mezcal.
brother took me in Dallas.
Slow does it.
Let me tell you, I'm keeping this little cup though. This little cup, you can grow flowers out of it. I mean, if it's up to you.
That cup costs $900, man.
I love this cup, man. If you want to share the
But I
brand,
tell you what, we're gonna give you a $900 and 1 cent discount. Now I owe you a penny.
You must return the cup. You cannot keep the cup.
Hey, what did you do? You had to give the penny to him. They
Anyway,
did something like that. Knowledge Born, what up?
Peace to the family, man. Got the gym star in the building.
Yeah.
Napah Shadah, Architect D, the Iron Soul,
Hey,
Master of the Universe.
peace, Lord, peace.
Killah Priest. Got a dynamic family in the building. Shout out to
to y'all love and to y'all family, you know, sharing aspects of y'all family dynamic. You know, I heard the build, it was dynamic. Shout out to Malak, the architect D, you know, coming in and bringing that synergistic thing, you know, thinking that we're separate, but, you know, we're equal, we're one family. So shout out to the Book of Daniel over there. He been dropping his jewels over there. You know what I'm saying? He got his own book, the Book of Daniel. And I appreciate the oneness of family. And when family comes together for that particular purpose, you get to see how deep the roots go. So shout out to y'all.
Hey.
Right.
Y'all have some of that for me.
Yeah, D. Yeah. We enjoying it. We enjoying it.
Well, just remember that community is more powerful than money.
Exactly.
It's all about the power of massive collaboration.
You can't make this up.
All right, how about this one? When life gives you lemons, what you do is you squeeze them, you make lemonade, you drink what you want, you sell the rest, and you plant the seeds. And you take the rinds, you grind them up, you do lemon rind lines, and then you sell the rest to kids.
Okay, next song.
Next topic. I'm just kidding.
Let's go. All right, we're moving right along. That was good.
The next submission is from DJ Aurora Borealis.
Aurora.
With a song called Mercenary Flow. Okay, and we need to turn down the background.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute out. Shout out to Aurora Borealis.
I don't need.
Hey yo, mercenary feet, the street is really made of concrete. Gotta eat, make a pass next week until my heartbeat. Majestic 12 at the meeting place for you to have. You see your ignorance, causal nomenclature to pursue. Retreat an area where if you have gone before another mind state, extraterrestrial. Intelligent frequency of no satellite techno signature. Signal wave that detect the foreign light track backward. In the outer space cover on place sight. The spirit of the lyrical who died tragically. 1000 gigabyte terabyte. Blood of Zeus, I thought I told you do not copy what I write. My rat, let the ground of corner soaring off the mat. Tell a map, Olympia overthrow wife, a lot pillars off the wrath of God. Talk power, change your language before you hesitate. The state of humanity, anti-gravity, the yellow tech mate. These synopses all the alien spirits in every bar state. Microphone stand part to see. It is really hard to see. Yo, mercenary fleet, the street is really made of concrete. Gotta eat, make a pass next week until my heartbeat. Majestic 12 at the meeting place for you to have. You see your ignorance, causal nomenclature to pursue. Retreat an area where if you have gone before another mind state, extraterrestrial. Intelligent frequency of no satellite techno signature. Similar wave at that detect the foreign light track backward. In the outer space cover on plain sight.
Song was inaudible due to a distorted bass drum. You need to turn down that bass drum so it's not distorted so that we can hear the rest of the song. All in the mix. Too much on that bass drum. Inaudible. What y'all think?
Oh, in the park.
Well, you know, we also brought the darkness to the light, regardless of the mix.
I thought that was supposed to be like that.
I like the distortion myself.
And, okay, you want to go ahead and go, Dan, and then I'll go after you.
I'm done.
You're done. Let me let Eric come in. But I'm listening to AD. He's a professional. I thought I liked the distortion, but you know what? I'm not really like a hip hop buff. So let me ask Eric Malak. What did you think about it?
That was very unique. It reminded me. You know, I've been listening to music for a long time, and that was a standalone right there. It's really cool though.
Well, you know, the listeners, I would say we got about 75% thumbs up over here from what I'm seeing. Yeah.
All right. What you think? Yeah?
Different.
Yeah, different. Hey. All right. Now it's born.
And action.
Yeah, my bad. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you. KB.
Yeah, I love the. I agree with Napah with the distortion. It sounded like it was made on purpose, you know,
Right.
to add some
You
its
always-
own element.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I love it. I love the element right there. So, I mean, the 90s was filled, like we give a lot of credence to boom bap, but 90s hip hop was very experimental because it came off of 80s because there was no real through line. So if you're listening, you know, to different sounds, a bunch of experimentation, sampling and everything, you know, was kind of, you know, framed in the 90s. So the boom bap is an era in the 90s, but it's not the 90s all encompassing because you still had like the Fat Boy sound. You still had, you know, we were coming fresh off Run DMC, different things like that. And sounds were being experimented with it. This is what made great music. So there's an ear for that. There's no difference than, you know, soft rock and hard rock or heavy metal or techno. You know, all of those sounds are distinct, they're different. So your ear, you know, I was speaking about the Mezcal bringing out the palette, you know, it's art, it's subjective, and it comes out in a myriad of ways. You know, your ear has to be just as diverse as your tongue, you know, or your consciousness. So yeah, I think he did it with that.
Knowledge.
All right, we're gonna move on to the next one.
Yeah. Next up, we got DJ Intense from North Carolina with a song called Power featuring Capadonna.
Shout out to Capadonna.
Boomer, what's up? Rocky, Lemon, Shin, R.I.P. Pusshead, see all y'all. Michelle, David, straight up down, man. I started selling crack when I was like 15. Selling my packages to the sick fiends. When I reflect on the times I was a sick teen. But I don't know, I was just out there trying to make money. So my mother and father didn't have to make it for me. I was a fly nigga, plus I rap too. I had the black Gore-Tex with the black goose. I was known in the hood like Papoose. Wasn't rich, but I always kept a stack of chips. Did most of my crack deals at the 1-6. I wasn't a stick-up kid, but used to catch fish. Jock King and my dogs, we used to roll splits. I was the first one out of the block to get knocked. I had the Gumby haircut, not the flat top.
Paul, you gotta
Me and
taste
Deshaun at
this.
the crack
Jesus, the
spot.
Killer,
Renting mad whips off a Tar G. From the African dudes, where the cars be. Rest in peace to my main man, Bubba. My nigga Tunis in the whip, he used to burn rubber. Bengali and all those wild motherfuckers. First time I met Method Man with Raider Ruckers. We was just youngins, trying to make duckers. The guards was real heavy in the projects. And none of y'all niggas was even large yet. Powell probably had the most money with me. He taught niggas how to hustle, but they act funny. Now the game don't stop, but the people change. Gotta watch what niggas do for a piece of change. Them niggas was wrong when they shot Blaine. Dapper and Dust, they kept an ill game. Sticks in the move to the Isle from Queens. 4G that had the big bags, wild greens. I can't call it, I was doing bid after bid. Every time I came back, niggas more big. One girls on the block having more kids. Prince Rakim used to be at the shelter. We got knowledge of self, it really helped us. I used to sell a little cocaine for Divine. If you ain't getting dough, you get to change your mind. Might be a little different, but a stranger time. R.I.P. my little homie Banger Shine. Young niggas on the block, they was banging nines. Back when Leon and Dusty was taking over. The Avenue and the Paris crew, they was losing soldiers. The pandemic at that time, Lucy's and sodas. Problems we encountered, too cheap to hold us. Like Bennett and Psychopath in that car crash. Life and Ratchet Rust, niggas take cash. But straight bullets quick to hit a nigga ass. Brothers was dying, I know they thought the fun would last. So much hurt and the pain, that's like God's wrath. Stop all the shooting, let the guards pass. It was too much dirt and way too many names. 2 Cent, wake up brawl in that nigga James. Real motherfuckers, they don't play them games. Real motherfuckers, they don't play those games. Watch what you do, kids, watch your step. Too many guns in the barrel, got some left. Niggas get their arms shot off. Niggas be wild like up north.
we got Capadonna's producer submitting tracks. Yo, that's fire.
Which one is that? Which one?
DJ Intense. DJ Intense, man.
Oh yeah. Shout out to DJ Intense, man. Let me tell you something about
fire.
Cap. Cap is the only Wu member that's been on the show so far. I'm calling everybody out.
Oh,
Capadonna is the only one that's been right here in the show.
that's right. That's
What
right.
ice? Ghost, happy birthday to you, my brother.
Shout out to Ghostface and the Wu-Tang with Killah Priest.
Exactly. Been sitting
He's
right
my
here.
former next door neighbor with Priest.
We had True Master too.
We had True Master. And we had, if that's the case, then we had Fourth Disciple. We also had Ninth Prince.
Wow, y'all sound like a
Shaheem.
whole. You sound like a whole like Lord. Was it Game of Thrones?
RZA said he coming, so I'm gonna hold RZA's feet to the fire. I'm gonna have RZA
Hand to the throne.
It's gonna be a great show.
Nas Born was there.
Look,
RZA, shout out to
we do math, not meth.
Hey.
What the hell?
Yeah, math, not meth.
You standing on your own and that. He's like, you on the alibi?
Okay.
We do mezcal, not
It's like me just breaking out saying, I like hot chocolate. I don't like fentanyl.
Ooh, I love hot chocolate.
You do? I never like when Michael Jackson said he liked hot milk. So I get the kids cookies and hot milk.
No, a lot of people like hot milk though.
What the hell is hot milk? He should have never said hot milk.
It's like warm
happens.
milk. It's like when you comes out of the mother and the
I
lady
laugh
just
at a lot.
women know this, it's warm.
Yo,
How
no,
about
they should have talked to him on that one.
I
would've
like
told him, no,
turmeric, not trimarans. I mean, I don't know. How weird do you want to get?
So let's get back to this music though. Should we wait for Knowledge Born is like the ultimate guru of all the music. Should we go through everybody first?
Do you guys know what they call a saxophone player in Australia with their accent? It's a saxophonist.
This is song promotions, Dan. Get in there.
Everybody twisted up here.
I just work here, I guess, or whatever. In this,
Everybody on the podcast is twisted tonight, but in a good way, we having a good time. It is great.
I'm drinking. This is what I'm drinking, y'all.
After our party.
I'm drinking Mr.
I know
Mr.
Solo Gems. I know you watching this right now. you say with me.
Solo Gems like I leave and everything falls apart.
What is that? Some like kombucha or what do you got over there? What are you
Salute to
drinking?
Cap,
What you
man.
drinking?
I think she had
Cap is humanitarian.
I loved it. I couldn't even get it in though because Dan's talking about roofies and meth and all that.
I didn't say anything about roofies.
I'm just kidding. I love it.
Just
Calm down.
math. Come on. Don't think
She
I'm
does
just gonna
math as well, obviously.
You think I'm just going to talk about cocaine?
Math, M-A-T-H, math. All right, numbers.
I'm not. He said, no, I didn't put my feet in nobody's couch.
Bruh.
Shout out.
Cat.
All right, you'll go. Who goes it?
Napah, go ahead, Jim.
Go ahead, Napah.
All right,
yeah.
thank you. It was amazing as usual. I know I'm redundant on certain. Look, you know what I think after the show? I was like, how does the Killah Priest Podcraft get so many amazing, top-notch quality submissions? Because there are so many producers out there. It's like there's a concentration of talent. So that right there, that reminded me, when I was listening to it, reminded me of so much. I'm going to just say off the top, for me, I get it. There's a connection with Priest, but it did give me a vibe on what Priest listens to. Oh, they're like, oh, she's trying to act like she knows Priest. Okay, stop. It was really deep, really beautiful. Shout out to the artist, and let me shut up because it got weird when we talk about math and meth. So thank you, Knowledge.
Are you good? 93 million miles away came from
Can't
the
one
sun.
represent the nation.
Hey.
This is the gathering of the mass that come to pay respects to the Wu-Tang Clan. As we engage in battle, the crowd now screams and raves. The high chief Jamala takes the stage.
Wu-Tang, Wu-Tang. I came to bring the pain, hardcore to the pain.
Yo.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, salute to Cap, man. Cap is a class act, you know what I mean? He came through and rocked with us and showed us mad love. you know, he's a phenomenal artist and a greater man. You know, that's hard to find nowadays. So there's no surprise on the, you know, the level of extinction, you know, showing love. And, you know, that track, that's one of them love tracks, man. You come through and that's him. You see him, he partying, he having a good time, he real down to earth. So it was very close to his humanity. You see what I'm saying? So in that slangology, you know, he got the myriad of humanity meets slangology. So if you're looking for slangology, you get with him, you get with Ghost, and you get with Ray. You see what I'm saying? That's them the slang editorial. You see what I'm saying? Since his first joint 25 years ago.
Feel me? Start a realty. Set back people free. Yo. All right, let's go on to the next. What we got? Exactly. Ceaseless One, what up?
Yeah, next now we got...
and the link, real quick, AD, the link for the tour, for the Killah Priest Heavy Metal Tour, I put it in the chat a couple of times, so you can click on the link and get the tickets, and the dates in every location that they name. Pardon me, AD.
You good? Next now we got a track here from the DJ from Guam featuring Killah Priest from
Shout out to Guam.
from Marina, California.
Yeah.
Name of the track is called Rare Quartz.
What it is, Rare Quartz. Gotta go out there.
Arms and gang carry on. Praise the Lord, raise the sword, sing the Lord a new song, carry on. Put your armor on, praise in the symbol of his faithful people. Yes. Hebrews. Yeah, let Israel rejoice, maker. Yes, maker. Let people of Zion be glad in the King. We're not human beings with wings. Let them praise his name with dances and sing. Make music, no human being. Yes, with the harp after dark. The Lord taketh delight in his people. Yeah, the Hebrews. Yes, the crown of the humble. No, we starting to bumble like the bees started singing. Ears started ringing. Victory, the Lord for faithful people. Yes, rejoice, the honor. Here's the Hebrews. Yeah, here's the Hebrews. Here's the dark ages. How many more songs we got? Moon craters. Look at the nebula. We hear invaders. The Vaders are the Vaders. Tomb Raiders, the moon craters. Look at the nebula. To read the Vaders forever. To read the Vaders. Check verse 2. May the praises of Yah be in their mouths. Praise. The double-edged sword in their hands to reflect vengeance upon the nations. Praise. And the punishment for the judgment. Mothership, the people. Praise. Bind their kings with fetters, their nobles with shackles of iron. Praise. The lion of Zion to carry out the sentence written in the books. Salah. Overlook lightning's push. Salah. Lightning push. Tribes of Kush. Sight. Never ambush. That's what we do. Songs for you.
Check out the DJ Guam.
Hallelujah. Selah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
The most beautiful brother when I went out to Marine. Yo, he always treated me.
We're the people. We're the future. We said hallelujah. Hallelujah. Selah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Selah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Selah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. People. Angels of perdition, y'all just listen. Perdition. Angels of perdition, y'all just listen. Salah. Angels of perdition, y'all just listen. Chapter 1. Swords are hidden. Chapter 2. Chapter verse 1. Chapter 2, verse 13. Priests is going into the tabernacle. Sing the song and rejoice, O nation. Open the books. Desired by the rivers of Babylon. Then we said we wept. Read the books. When we remember Zion, the house shall we sing the Lord's song of the strange land. Let them read. Snap back like rubber bands above the land. Read out of the atmosphere. While we here, we just appear. Chapters disappear. Just like smoke, write it.
I want to make an announcement after this.
Come back excited with a ghost. Yes. Read it.
Boom.
All right, come on. Before they leave, I want to salute them. They left us a beautiful bottle of mezcal.
Word?
Yeah, right there. It's for the
Dang.
It's $1,000 bottle, baby.
What? $1,000?
Come on through this.
We're gonna have to sell shots.
You want to take a picture and then we want.
Wait, how many ounces is that?
You want to take a picture?
750. 750 ounces.
Yeah.
We all balling.
Wow.
We all balling. Yo, we want to thank y'all. Oh my God, thank you so much, man.
Wait.
Want to take a picture? We want y'all to. Yeah.
750 ounces. That's great. I see. Yeah.
It stays at the crowd.
Wow.
Premium mezcal.
Wow, that's awesome.
Let's go take the picture.
Thank you so much. Oh, you doing a photo?
Yeah. Let's take
Now you want a photo? You already know the.
Get up. Let me get up.
Hold on, let me fix this because it looks weird.
I'll stay right here.
Come, my friend, come with you.
Yeah. You taking a picture live?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, here, hold it.
Hey.
I like it.
Thank you. Costume.
So
Thank
much.
you.
Thanks a lot. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I barely drink, so it's gonna last. You know what I mean?
Last a lot.
Special occasions.
When you're gonna stop your non-drinking, then I
Yeah.
head back
Well,
again.
I say for special occasions. So my birthday.
Yeah.
I'll take a couple shots.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Nice to meet you. Absolutely. I'm half Colombian.
Colombiano.
Yes. Is de Bogotá.
Medellín.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I love watching Colombian movies. Oh my God, I love the way that they
I
talk
have
the
a
same.
friend they design clothes for Colombia. Young.
I don't know, don't look at me, your
young
friends.
guys.
All right. Nice to meet you again. Thank you so much. That's great.
Hopefully we can see each other again one day.
Yeah.
Yes, we definitely will. We definitely will.
Tomorrow.
Definitely will. Yeah, tomorrow at the event I'll be there.
Yelena and her beautiful family.
Did you guys know that light is a particle in a wave?
All right. There you go.
Did you know that?
No.
It's like a photon and like a wave, right? You know?
Watch that cat. See, Mojito start wilding out.
Mojito.
Yeah,
He needs some
he
mezcal.
started wilding. He started attacking the guests.
I'll put some in his drinking water.
You put it. You gotta put Mojito in a cage.
Yeah.
Arriba Colombia.
See.
I know. Did he start swinging on you? Watch that cat because he'll jump on your head.
Okay.
Mojito. No, the cat name was Mojito, but watch your head because he'll try to jump on it.
Yeah.
Priest keeps on saying it over. It's like AD's cat. It's like, watch your head though.
Particle.
Yeah. What?
Wave goodbye to these particles.
No, he's exactly. He tried to swing at AD throat.
Nice to meet you. Muchas
Yeah,
gracias
what's
por
that?
todo.
That cat is off the hook.
Oh, AD speaking Spanish. Oh,
yeah, we'll get
He don't know Spanish.
He was speaking Spanish earlier.
Piece of
I
the
thought I heard him
piece
say
of the gods. AD know
What?
math.
Math?
Yeah.
I heard him speak Spanish. AD.
Yeah, that's right.
Salud.
AD speaks Spanish.
The God
He knows
Freedom
Spanish.
had that's his enlightener.
Well,
he was doing
I
good.
know enough Spanish to communicate to my Latina strippers.
Yeah.
Oh, strippers. Oh my God. I thought you said to your Latino family.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Squippers.
yeah. I say, hola, ¿cómo estás? Bienvenidos.
Strippers. How do you say strippers in Spanish? Las aviones. Avionas.
Lista por bailar.
Oh, that's
Listas por
right.
bailar.
Come
She makes
on,
it
all
stronger.
right. We can
No, in
we can
Dominican
fight
we
or we
call
can make
them
love.
avionas.
And we can do a dance.
And
Yo,
in the strip house is la.
if y'all never ever saw a rare
Vete
version
a la
of Priest,
casa.
I had so much fun tonight with everybody coming through. Zen,
La casa.
no, Zen came through. He was like, Priest, I gotta come to the Podcraft tonight. And then I put him off, but I was like, yo, for a couple of times, but I was like, nah, tonight.
Aren't you glad you did?
Yeah, I was like, tonight.
Yeah, he's a good guy. And of course, Malak.
Yeah, Malak is the best. You know, when he comes in, that's my brother right there from another mothership. That's what,
Another father and mother.
exactly. That brother stays in it.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask young Pharaoh about Nature Boy. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? How y'all brought him down?
Well, actually, young Farrakhan didn't really bring him down, but he roasted
Who brought him down, Napah?
I don't want to, I did a couple godly rituals on him. That's real, though. I'm going to talk real in that one.
Yeah, I want to hear y'all take on it.
We put him we brought him into the fold.
Yeah,
when you let they say demons, but don't say demons.
Do whatever you want. You grown man.
Hey,
when you let the spirit in, you better be able to battle it. And if you're not as strong as the spirit, it'll take you down.
Only doing this
word
because we're.
What say ye, Eric or Malak? If you let a spirit in, see, that's why they say all the time, if you let a spirit, don't let a spirit open, don't open the door, don't let it in, don't do this, don't do that, don't sit down with the sorcerer. But if you let a spirit in,
Napah's strong. I gotta give you some props. Napah's strong.
Nature.
If y'all thought Napah's strong, she's up.
No, and you know what? You're strong. We're all strong. But I will say this: I'm talking about spiritual nature boy. All I needed is for him to say, "Okay, sit down," and then I come on in like a wild wind, just.
That was your biggest. That was your victory right there. You and Nature Boy. That was y'all come. Yo, Polite too. Polite did the way Polite did. I gotta give him props. 3 people did him dirty, like ragged him down, like he got in the ring. Paul was the last one. Like, oh, this is easy.
You said Nature Boy. You're saying Polite. You mean Nature Boy?
No, Polite destroyed him too.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
It was like a series of.
It was First it was Polite, then Young Pharaoh destroyed him, like verbally. I can't believe. Well, I'm saying it, but when they went back and forth, and then you just put him in the coffin, I was like, damn. And the Paul just like, all right, this is it.
I was really supposed to sit down and love on him. That was the background.
What? Why would you love? Listen, you. I don't want to.
But I had. You know how you sit and you say, not love on him. Nobody told me to love on him, but I was supposed to just do a regular interview like with Malak, and I said, you know what?
Yeah.
Let me go get my call. Look at knowledge born. I said, let me get my cauldron and
knowledge is a great mind.
No, this is my brother, but I know he kind of like, I always knew you had.
Now, yeah, Gemini is a great.
Sometimes knowledge talk. Sometimes the witchiness does good for the people.
All the time.
No, I'm just kidding. Nature Boy needs to be under the jail with that one. What's that other pedophile?
Dr. York.
Nature Boy's not a pedophile. He's an abusive, destructive, nasty, filthy force against women and all people. But what's that pedophile that they love? That Rasul loves. I can't remember.
I'm getting a call right.
Dr. York.
Yeah.
Nature Boy and Dr. York need to be chained together and under the dungeons of hell. What say ye, knowledge?
They're gonna be calling my phone right now.
What do you say, knowledge, more?
If that's what they're doing, that's what they deserve.
Yo.
We went through that already. I stand 10 toes down with that right there. If you're doing stuff like that to women and children, you deserve whatever the fuck happened to you.
I know that's right.
Nobody above that. Nobody.
Peace.
But this joint right here, if I could go, did you want to respond to Wagwan?
Yeah.
From Wagwan to Wagwan. You know what I'm saying? Wagwan.
Guam held it down on that one. That was a cool track featuring Killah Priest. That's cool that y'all got to collaborate. You know what I'm saying? We got Guam.
I went out there. We saw real killer whales, and that's what inspired me to do the song Killer Whales. We went. There was no time. Shout out to my man Tree. Tree is tall as hell. I met him through Guam. Tree standing here, his head would hit the damn ceiling. We went up. Nice. We went on it. Yeah. I know Malak gonna like this. We went. Guam booked the he booked the whale watching. We went whale watching. Usually you would see blue whales and the humpback, and they know exactly where they had to go. We ain't see nothing, bro. It was quiet. And these niggas came out. Ooh, you saw the dorsal fin come up, and I said, "Is that?" It was white and what's the name? They said, "Oh my God, this nigga turned upside down with his." They were doing stuff like this. The fin was up in the air like this, waving. Them niggas could swim like this, AD.
Damn.
Look, it's upside down. Upside down with their tails, the fin in the air. They were swimming and going in circles. Then they started doing tricks, like flipping. Then it went down. We caught it on what's her name, and then the lady. They were so amazed. We stayed there for like 3 hours, yo. The lady was like, I was like, "Where's the other whales?" She said, "You're not gonna see them because they hunt them. They're the baddest mother effers out there. You didn't see one shark when they came around, and it was only 2 that we seen. The rest of them was below. It was 2. 2 came up with plenty. He said, "There's a pod that's under." They just scoping the joint, but they just letting you know because when they kill great whites, they just eat the liver.
Yeah, that's the most.
And I said, "Why would you do that?" Just because they sending a message out to the rest of the fish. And us too. We the baddest MFers out here.
MFers.
And check it out. I know you're gonna hate this, Napah. They eat dolphins.
Tuna.
I don't hate it at all.
Them niggas eat dolphins like it's nothing. Yo, I said the dolphins are smartest. No, hell no. Not that little eight tentacle nigga out there called the octopus. He's the brainiac. He's the alien.
Yeah.
The octopus is right. What you think about the octopus?
The octopus is delicious.
But that is
very
a genius though. You talking about calamari? See, you talking about this nigga
No, I'm
over
talking
here.
about octopus. It's delicious.
You eat octopus?
I have, yeah. I don't eat it anymore because I follow the Torah, but it's tasty.
Yeah, man. An octopus is smart.
But an
as hell.
octopus
Them
is
niggas,
very
yo,
intelligent.
check it
like
out.
to eat
They can get
intelligent
big as
animals.
this room and they can fit in this right here. They have no bones. But the
Yeah.
killer whale, you're right? The octopus is incredibly, it's 8 too. 8, they got 8 tentacles. And you ever saw the mimic? Could we show them the mimic? Put up the mimic octopus. Show them what time it is. What kills me about the mimic octopus, Malak, it turns into poisonous snakes, right? But that means that the octopus knows that you know that it's poison. That's what the science is. It's like, why would it turn? It's like, you scared of this, right? It's like, how do you know to turn into a poisonous looking snake?
Wow. That's crazy.
It's intelligent. It's an intelligent animal.
Yeah. Here's this is the mimic. Check out that mother effer, y'all, right?
You know, it's very, and being honest though, octopus, I said it's delicious. I was just being funny. It's a very amazing organism.
You're right. No,
Look at how it can camouflage itself.
You're good. But I don't think it's calamari. I don't think it's the same as octopus.
No, calamari is squid and an octopus is octopus.
Yeah. What about that cuttlefish?
Cuttlefish never had it.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean as far as an organism? They are very helpful.
As far as camouflage change, I'm about to make.
And don't they clean or help or don't they latch on to?
Look at this, like.
Yeah, but AD, how many we got next?
Couple more.
All right. Man, we keep getting to.
These
Y'all
are
go ahead, because I'm a little priest.
these are the videos that.
Yeah, Priest is hot on the Mezcal trail.
I'm good.
This is the videos of when you were out at the sea.
Oh yeah, this is some other video. All right, so this is me in Guam, tree, and then we had Messy Mike. Mike.
What
Look
part
at
of the
that. Look
sea
at
are you
that.
in? That's the Pacific, obviously, right? Pacific Ocean.
Look at that shit. I don't even know what ocean it was. Look at that. That's just, check it out. He's going down, right?
That's the view you had.
Yeah, but that's only one. This is when we first saw him. You see that? Look at this. Watch this.
Priest, wait till
Look
you
at
go
that.
to Hawaii. There, you'll see.
They
a lot of
told me
Killah.
about that. Yeah, they told me. I know that more because I watched on YouTube. They chase the seals on the
In Hawaii?
Hawaii, yeah, Hawaii.
Yeah.
Are you allowed to laugh loudly in Hawaii or just
You
aloha?
are.
Or
You're
just
allowed. You know
aloha?
what, AD, you're not allowed. There's one island that you cannot go to without an
They say
invitation.
Kauai.
I've been
missed
to
it.
all the other ones. There's only one.
Let me finish it though. Are you allowed to laugh loudly in Hawaii or just aloha?
You know what? That's real corny and funny.
Yeah. I got lots.
I
of
like
those.
aloha.
What up? What up, Knowledge Born?
Priest didn't like that joke.
You get it, Priest?
Go ahead.
Are you
He
allowed to
doesn't-
laugh loudly in
Priest is
Hawaii or
being
just
serious.
aloha?
No, really though, Priest, that is amazing that you saw that killer whale. It's very spiritual.
I saw a lion too, a mountain lion in Arizona.
Yeah, we were together and I was like, Priest, go give him a piece of chicken.
Why the fuck you lying?
And Priest, no, really though, there are a lot of mountain lions out here.
Arizona's amazing.
Nature.
Nature. Hey.
All right, so that was so shout out to DJ from Guam for that submission. Rare Quartz featuring Killah Priest. That was fire.
Well, Knowledge Born.
that
Right
was
there,
an
Nons.
old-
What'd you think?
That was an old Killah Priest versus new Killah Priest, man. He
You
showed
gotta
up.
put that together.
He showed up for us.
Just for you,
You know,
Nepal.
he makes cameos every once in a while.
Exactly.
I wanted to ask Priest if myself and Kai Zodiac could come on next Wednesday, craft, and do an astrological, esoteric breakdown of horns.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Put my bid in before the calendar fill up.
Yep. DJ Guam said AD right. Hell yeah. You have to be in the far. Yo, listen. Malak, you must learn. Fella. Yo, you went in tonight, man. I don't even know what you don't even know what time it is. Because I don't want my device to be like twisted. Yo, what time is it, AD?
The time is 9:05. We got 4 more songs. We got to hurry up.
You got 4 more?
Yeah, because the longer we go, the more people start submitting.
Well, let them submit.
Okay, so next
Submit
now.
unto the will.
Yeah. Next now we got only the. Next now we got Oni Dakini with a song called Other Half.
What up, Oni? Fire. I want this beat.
Already?
What? The intro was, yeah. This fire right here. Unthought of, untrained, it's just going. Organized chaos.
Chaotic organization.
Exactly. Crowded loneliness. Right? Oh, damn. It's like.
What's it like? Oni done did it.
Locked in. Paul, you locked in? The Paul. Like, don't bother me, I'm texting.
Texting my boyfriend. White.
All right. Shout out to Oni Dakini. That was fire. That track was a little abstract and unorthodox, which is the style that Priest likes.
Yeah, I like it because unorganized. Organized.
Mm.
There's a group called Organized Confusions.
Mm.
and it was an oxymoron, just like a Killah Priest.
Mm.
Nas came and said, "Yo, how your name is? How you a killer?" Because the balance, the unbalance, and the balance at the same, the yin and yang.
Mm-hmm.
2 times. Yeah, I know you're gonna go in. I just want to make it. Yeah,
If they heard the last, Podcraft, I explained the Killah Priest.
Indeed.
Yeah, if you're not a killer, you're not a priest.
That's what the ancient priests were actually the pharaohs. They would sit up in the throne back then, and they would to predict everything. You already know.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, he said, "I will make you a great nation." As soon as you walk down, I already know. Go ahead, Malak. You said Malak mean king.
It means king, but he can tell you.
Is that right, Malak?
Yes.
But she on point? Is she on point?
Eric means king also. That's why I did it that way.
Oh, I thought you was from the land of Eric. Eric do.
There you go.
Eric means king. That is true. That is dope. Damn. We got some important. I just want to tell everyone on the panel here that I enjoy your energy and that we all sharing this moment together because it's a beautiful moment. See Malak have the sun behind him, how the sky is orange, and his glasses is blue, because that represents the reflection. We say, peace, God. Can I take your reflection? The reflection of you is a mirror of the universe. So all the embodiment, water, elements, air, fire, homeboy got it right. We are cosmic dust. I am debris. You're debris from the great cosmos. I just want to say, let me put love in it.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not done into the ingredients is beautiful.
Yeah.
You like the bowl, right? You lick the bowl. It's not finished until you put
right
love.
here.
Yeah, exactly. The spoon, what is it? What's more important, the bowl or the spoon?
The bowl.
I like the bowl.
Yeah, I could eat without the spoon.
The spoon is cute when your mom hands you the spoon, but when she hands the bowl over to your sister or brother, you'd be like, "Oh, I'm gonna go get my spoon and get something out of the bowl."
But the thing is, it's the ingredients. It's the part that's not there. It's the game that you don't see that controls and governs that which you do see. The time, you don't see time. You feel it.
That guy brought time.
You don't see the internet. Exactly. You can see that time. But we call it that. Man called it. You don't see the internet. You don't see the web. You don't see the phone calls, but you feel it. It's all around. It exists. And it informs. Help me out now.
You got it.
It's like,
You're
Priest,
almost there. You got
it.
one or two more.
I know, but I gotta make it to.
Work
It's
it.
like,
Yeah, you was working it. Work it.
yeah.
Work
This
it.
damn. What's this called? Victorious toast? Huh?
You drinking the Victorious?
You gotta taste this. This is a
What is
$1,000.
that?
This is the $1,000 version too. I'm gonna save it.
What is that? AD is funny as hell.
AD drunk tonight.
Uh-uh.
I had to drink because I
He's
was
so
stressed out.
low-key,
Somebody got
like
me.
funny.
Coffee.
Yeah, I got stressed out.
He's drinking tonight. He's drinking his DMT.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Shorty.
I want to do a shout out to Joel Wiggins in the chat. He started dropping bars, yo.
What he said?
He said, chaotic organization, ordered and cord, sorted. Imported with no ports to torque with. Torn in a tornado, raided on borders and full and floored.
Oh,
That's what I
AD is sober. Everybody, he just read
Talk
He's
that
sober.
talk.
Shout out to Joel Wiggins. Yo, I want to hear your music now.
Let me say this.
That's what I'm talking about.
The Knicks lived to see another day.
They did?
Yeah, the Knicks survived one more
Death
time.
to the Knicks.
One more
Wow.
time.
Oh, death to the Knicks.
They lived to see.
Damn.
What is a Knick? What is a Knick? Look at what
It's a little cut that irritates you.
It's a shortcut for Knickerbocker because I used to live in.
Knickerbockers. It's for Knickerbockers.
But what is a Knickerbocker?
Not Knickerbockers.
Yeah, be careful, AD. Be careful.
Yeah.
I didn't say nothing.
All right, here's a question for everybody in the chat room. What's a brown from the Cleveland Browns? What's a brown?
Brown? It's a type of soup.
Isn't that a light chicken gravy?
They call the Cleveland Browns. This for the chat room. What is a brown? Put up 10 seconds if you can put it on YouTube. 10 seconds.
No, what's a brown? The Cleveland Browns?
Yes.
Oh my God. Is it a mushroom?
No.
I'm gonna Google.
The Cleveland Browns. What is a brown?
I'm gonna Google it.
Chat GBT. There is no scientific.
Hey, WXZYZ got it.
What he said?
You said right there. WXYZ77 got it. He got it right.
What is it?
It's a dog. They call dogs, but because you got to remember, football was formed like in the 1930s. They called dogs browns, and it's thank you. It's called a mud dog. Now they're even coming deeper. I love this. I love the craft. Everyone came with it. It's called a dog, and it's called a mud dog. They called them browns. They were like, "That's a brown." So the Cleveland Browns was a brown dog. It was really orange to me. Really?
Okay.
Yeah. Did y'all see that? He grabbed Mojito by the throat. Remember that time?
It was two hands.
Mojito's off the hook.
Welp.
All right. So where we at, Malak?
Are you ready for the next one? Or what are we doing?
Yeah, they're Killah Priest, right? There's a movie that came out 2011 called Priest. You heard of it?
Definitely.
Those were Killah Priests in that movie.
Exactly.
The movie's really good too.
It was like similar to Hitman. You know, the Hitman Society.
They were killing vampires.
Right.
You've got some pushback in the chat room, Priest.
Pushback room?
Yeah, they're saying that it was originally the first coach, Paul Brown.
That's dope.
Paul E. Brown.
That's expertly digging.
Underland Fortress pointed that
That's
out.
hard. Who said that?
Under.
Let's look it up. Because Overkill said the color orange is fire, though. Then because I said it looked orange. Paul Brown was the originator. Let's go to the originator owner. If it's, I'm going with that. They called it Browns because of the dogs, but my man just killed it and said that was the original owner name, Brown. We have to talk to James Brown first. Then Chris Brown. Then Bobby Brown. Oh, Brown's getting in trouble.
Only 2-0 for the originality with the sounds. I'll just say that. The first one I heard that she did while the craft was going on. You see what I'm saying? She really brought that in. And y'all said it sounded melodic. I was thinking that it sounded dangerous, you know. The mariachi songs, they like a rouge, you know. So if you hear them, most of them songs, they like funny songs and all that. They be like a rouge for, you know, something deadly. So it sounded kind of dangerous that she was able to do it like that. But, you know, it ain't for everybody. So
all right.
Pardon me, AD.
You're good.
Dangerous.
That's right. Next now we've got a submission here from Moscato from the God Sector.
Mosquito. I always say I want to do music to Mosquito's tracks. Mosquito.
That's true. Napah's, please give her a beat. I got you.
I mean, I'm not
Napah would kill one of your tracks. No, you respect him. And I respect him too. I think everybody on the Podcraft respect Moscato. Moscato is, like yourself, a royal priesthood. Gotta put some respect on the partner. She be on the road.
So you're not putting respect on my name because guess what? My name is still going to get respect. You could either bow or you could be forced down to the ground. Which one you want? Not you, Mosquito. I'll bow to your music.
Damn.
I'm talking about my haters, not the Podcraft. I went into a moment. Peace to the family. I love you, Podcraft.
Okay.
So
Don't back up. Don't double down on your curse now. I always say if you put a good curse on people, just go with it.
I wasn't cursing anyone in this realm. I'm just talking about, they say God, this God, that God kills, God loves. Yeah.
We had a couple of people that we do know that put curses, and they backed up on it. It didn't really hit like that, like it bounces.
I love a good curse. I'll never back up. A good curse is like a good bicycle chain. It only drives forward. No good.
Right. Shout out to
Shout out to y'all. I love Mosquito. Shout out to Royal Priesthood. Shout out to everybody. Okay, let's hear this gem.
Here we go. Sunrise.
What's it? Who's this?
Mosquito.
What I like about Mosquito is very soulful. Yeah, it's very soulful. And not just soulful, it has like this poppy, like.
Oh, okay.
Where's Mosquito from?
He put the God sector.
Alright. Priest is done. Done, yo.
You're gonna play this afterward. After this, I'm done.
I've drunk too much of this Moscato. I want to tell everybody I love y'all.
I know you're in the middle.
Ooh.
Yo, the part.
Yo, this might be the song to send.
I think she can blow it. Let me hear some more.
Lifted you to the middle.
But you hold back.
I need to hear it. I love it. Like I don't again. I give and I don't take.
Come on. Let's talk about it. Let me tell you something.
Go in. Just loop it, AD. Loop it for praise. I'm ready to hear some.
No, you sounded good when you were singing. Don't ever be afraid to do what you do. Mosquito, this is incredible. Let me tell Mosquito something. I don't care who Mosquito music is very professional. Very good. It comes off like his attitude. AD, you want something?
No, thank you.
Don't want a shot?
Nah, I got a little.
I need this. I can't believe that.
I got a thing going on later. I need to be sober.
You got a chick coming over? You gotta be sober because you got a chick coming over.
Yeah, I don't want to be all loopy-loopy. Gotta be focused.
Getting sober because he got a chick coming over.
Yeah, you already know. You already know.
The part throwing up gangs, huh? Hey, Tahootie, what up?
Spitting gang signs with the same
Gang
names.
Nah, I told you about Mojito, bro.
Gain mind. You know, gang signs gain minds.
At the same time, right?
Hey,
AD.
it's real sublime,
What?
but you know what? Dig
What's
deep
over
and you'll
here?
find.
Huh?
That was beautiful. We didn't talk over it. We talked into it.
talked with it. Yeah, that was cool. I think
I
that's
love
a
it.
that's a great track. I'm not sure if he is. You got to talk to Moscato to see what he wants to do with that. I'm not sure
That was nice.
how he's licensing
so
that
much
out.
gems.
That's between you and Moscato, but that was fire. I think that track's definitely ready for an artist to perform on. What y'all
Priest
think?
was feeling it. Priest was feeling it.
Yeah.
Oh, and I
No.
want-
It was,
You weren't feeling it?
I love it.
I'm trying this property to preset. Property of the preset.
I love that. I
More
want
about James Brown. Jam.
Priest, can I get that? I'm gonna do an after.
Hey, dude, you gotta make a thing for
after
that.
party
Property
show.
of preset.
My nose gets big when I get closer. You guys got me. I have a big old nose, like a beak on a toucan.
It's cocaine. What the?
No, I don't do. I've never done cocaine in my life.
I know you didn't. No. Napah, I never said you did cocaine.
Oh, it's okay. No, cocaine is cool. Like all the cool, beautiful people do it. But you know, like you said, AD would be fighting in the street.
I was joking, AD, when I said.
No, that's true. That's true. There's some people who can't do certain things.
AD got another side to him.
Nah, I'm not a fighter.
I never did mushrooms. I never did
you are
coke.
alone.
I never did. What did I do? Oh, when I was modeling one time, I did one time do this Dolce and Gabbana little pill.
Remember
They
that
said-
girl who tried when? Shout out to Fanatic. I want to say this.
Oh,
Shout out
damn,
to
you want to go in.
the
Let's
great
do it.
mind of the Fanatic. Yo, we went to the studio. This chick was off the meat rack. I gotta tell a couple of stories.
Beautiful woman, though.
No, she was off the hook.
She did claim Priest.
She
in a
said
little
she
bit
made all
past
type of allegations.
relationship.
I was like, what the hell? I
She
didn't.
said,
I never. It's
remember
my
when
first time
Priest
seeing it.
took
She was
me
like,
into the room. I was like, damn, girl.
yeah, what up, Priest? He's like, what the fuck? But she knew I was there because of Fanatic. Fanatic, we'll go to the studio. It doesn't matter what time of the day, of the night. Napah be like, let's go to the studio. We go to the studio. It's open. It's right there.
Yeah. And Priest was like stunning on them. He was stunting on all of them.
No, I never.
Well, I don't know the language. I thought that meant like you're shining. A stunner.
Yeah, but no, it doesn't.
Oh, damn. I'm so lame.
Yeah, no, I never. He treated us with respect, and I say us because Napah come in, it's the same thing. Priest come in, it's the same thing. Stayed up all night.
Damn.
Work with us. He had Naughty. Shout out to. I went to this side. Shout out to Razkaz, because Razkaz brought me there.
I mean, Killjoy. Is it Killjoy?
Kilroy.
Kilroy.
Shut up,
Kilroy, my
Kilroy.
bad.
But it was a difference. Is like I will say this: Fanatic won 3 awards for the best producer
3 years. Yes.
straight,
From
and he was a genius. He played music from his head. He never wrote, and he made it right there on the spot.
Oh, he's so talented.
Me and Napah, that was our peoples. We go to him any time of night. Just like with you, AD. But even deeper. You come to AD at any time if you ain't with a chick though. AD got room.
And Priest loves him from AD. Let me tell you, no homo, loves him like a brother. Like you, AD, Priest loves you. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
You can do no wrong.
For sure.
And I'll be like, AD kind of like, he's like, don't you talk about AD, girl. I'm sorry.
No, because we've been
I
together.
never talked about you, AD. I'm joking.
I know.
No, because we've been number one. Even with working with Napah. Napah has her talent. She could sing. And she writes. She writes her own songs.
I'm vibing right with you, yeah.
I like it when I don't have too much. I have nothing to do. I don't have too much to walk through. Solomon writes his own rhymes.
Yeah.
It's the fact that he gets bored And I always tell Sal, stick with it because it gets bored quick. He's a Gemini.
Mm-hmm.
Gemini, they don't push. There's two people there. But I say, yo, just keep going with it. Look at the bar. Yeah,
We gotta talk about his moon sign though.
His mom's a Gemini too.
He's gonna act like a Gemini, but the moon is your core. Like that's how you think and how you feel.
But yeah, but they say stuff like, yo, I want to get. Yo, listen, I'm gonna do it this way. I just do it like this. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
But I commend him because when you put in the work, it's great.
I mean, he's
Love
your
it.
son, so he's got your powers.
No, but that's him.
Mm-hmm.
It's not have nothing to do with me.
But he's got your seeds. He's got your DNA.
You know what? I one day I wanted orange juice. It took a long time for the orange tree to grow, but it came out. I'm 30 now. It's like, goddamn, I planted that shit when I was 2. 30 years old. Blessings don't come to you when you just put it in. It takes time to develop into what you need. I'm going to give this to the greatest orator. I don't know who can mess with Napah.
Yes.
I don't know who can mess with it. Knowledge Born.
You don't know what?
Knowledge Born is probably one of the best orators.
I think Knowledge Born is a great orator.
Nah. Y'all don't know what level.
Nah, Priest, what you doing now?
I'm doing too much.
Priest
I mean,
is
it's up to you.
unscrewing the lid to the God mind. He's leading himself to the ladder of
Everybody
right.
give Napah praise, but I'm gonna tell you
You know
something.
that's about $75 he just poured right there.
Guess what? No, not a 75. That's $100 shot, and he deserves every swig.
Oh Lord.
Hey,
But you know, thank you,
y'all
Priest,
help
for
me
that. I
out
wanna say
because
this
my
to you,
mother.
Priest.
Huh?
You know, your Priest. Hold on now. Hold on. You're already sacred, and then you went more sacred. Now you're about to go into the deepest sacred side. Let's
do it.
hold on for a minute.
He about to go into the darkest mind of the light.
Helen Culver.
Explain to us what the
the
darkest
goddess
mind
of all goddesses in the realm.
What is
and
the darkest mind?
The darkest minds of the light, and I think the knowledge born knowledge. You don't know that I know that you know that I know that I know that you know that you have what's the song? I'm gonna go hide now. I just went deep, but oh yeah, there's something about you. Let me talk to knowledge. I want knowledge to take this over. I know you are very wise, so I want you to take this over about what Priest was just saying. I'm an artist, 100%. I'm not the best singer, but I bet you I can sing, and I bet you if you say, "Here's the best singer," I bet you I can do a good job to bounce off of that singer. So I want to go to knowledge because Priest was talking about Coach Solomon and me and artistry, and shout out to that amazing.
Oh, y'all Geminis. Every last one.
Huh? Geminis, but knowledge is going to go deep. Knowledge, I know that you know. What do you say when Priest says things like, Coach Solomon, he did it, but he made me grow a tree. Napah's an excellent, amazing artist. But what do you say about that? What do you say about Priest and him talking about his different experiences with artists and his judgment on artists? I want to hear from knowledge. I'm gonna mute out now.
Well, Priest is a Leo, so he's a leader. And we have the ability to transmute. That's both sides. So whoever you are, whoever you see from us is who you are. Unless you're around us long enough, we may show you a part of it. That's Gemini. So if you show up crazy, you're not ready for that. You know, so if you show up wise, you know, you're good for that. So however it is, however it goes, it's kind of like the soft martial art versus the hard martial art. Like a hard martial art example in Kung Fu would be like Wing Chun. But a soft martial art would be like Aikido or Tai Chi. You don't think that they're deadly because there's really something easy to it. They look easy going. Like you see somebody doing Tai Chi in the park, they do that out in the public. You got to go to the dojo to see those harder arts. So those aspects of duality that exist with Gemini, we are whoever you are, and we are who you can never be at the same time. So those things come in conflict oftentimes, especially if we've been in close proximity with, different people for a long time. We start to mimic their ways as a mirror. And then there's a part of us that you don't calculate that comes out. So when we come out, you're like, who's that? So in the artistry, it comes out just like that. One of the greatest examples is Prince. Another great example is like Lauryn Hill. Another great example of that is like Marvin Hagler. So when you see this artistry come out, it manifests in different ways. So whatever you are, we have an element for it. And so they're like, oh, Geminis is this or Geminis is that. Geminis is whoever you are.
That's right.
So whoever you are, and then whoever we are.
I got a Sagittarius son.
Yeah.
I got a Virgo son.
Virgo son.
But my youngest, I got a Capricorn too.
You do?
I'll talk to you about that. But my youngest son is Gemini.
Yeah.
So I got 2 sons at the end. I got 5 sons. How the hell you got 5 sons? Because I got a Gemini. He has 2.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, 1, 2, 3.
And Gemini Sagittarius is interchangeable.
Exactly.
So you
They
get
close.
a Sagittarius and a Gemini together, they're together.
We got to bring Z back.
Take this back. Shout out to Z.
Z got some skills. I like his music. We got to bring him back.
He's a good trap rapper.
And you're the Virgo son you have, Star Kim.
Star Kim is dope.
He's cool.
Good.
I could see the talent in all of your sons, man.
Well, Z, yeah, you're right.
All of them are talented. But they're all unique. You know what I'm saying?
And Solomon gleaned from everybody's experience. You see what I'm saying? So you see his father, you see his brothers, and you see him as the last one in the line. So he gleaned from that as well.
Exactly.
So he has a mix of everybody.
Yeah, we gotta bring him on the show.
I think Malak wants to weigh in on the whole conversation.
Malak, when you gonna come back through, King?
Hey, my man.
Malak is
Had
a legend.
had a technical glitch, but your focus should also be on your Chinese sign. It has a lot of bearing.
Yes, I said that to him before, by the way. He doesn't remember. Do you remember?
Do you remember?
You know what year you were born, I can tell you what you are.
Usually the year is meant to be confidential in public, but I'm not sure if Priest is.
Yeah, you got Gregorian, you got Sidereal, you got Chinese. Everybody has a system.
The Vedic. People tell me about the Vedic astrology a lot.
I don't believe in Gregorian. Western astrology is known as tropical.
Yeah.
And Eastern astrology is known as
I want to give
Ayurvedic.
Napah an extra shout out.
Oh, thank you, Priest.
No, I want to give her a shout out. Hey, Diz, I want to give her a shout out.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm giving her a shout out, because it's right here. Shout out to the Geminis.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, Priest is a very, very loving person. And what I want to say about you, Priest,
Lauryn
is
Hill.
reciprocity. Priest is, by the way, Chinese. He's the dog. That's his sign of the dog with the Chinese.
I'm the
But
dog.
as far as
I
Leo,
feel
he's
so
lion.
effing bad when these people say that, but I am the dog.
No, because in China, the dog is like different, like the lion's the protector of the house.
Hell no, a dog can't bite no damn lion. I love the dog.
No, I meant like it's exalted in that way.
You're right. You know what? I stand corrected. Now I'm not ashamed to say when I correct it. You're right, Napah. The dogs are incredible because when you get the wolf
is the
and
dog.
my favorite dog,
The fox.
yes, and the painted dogs at first.
Killah Priest.
The fox is super smart, yo. Don't front on the fox. I want the fox. The fox is more related to a cat, you know that?
You say that all the time, and I see it.
They're looking up. What you said, Malak? What say ye?
What say ye?
The dog in Chinese, in Western astrology, is Libra.
Uh-oh. Balance. Yes. Judgment.
sister.
Judgment.
My sister right there. Deisha said. Man, my birthday, me and my sister birthday is on the same date, different month. She's a Leo, Libra, and I'm a
Mine.
My cousin? Where you at?
He a Taurus.
Oh, we got
He's a
many
Taurus.
Taurus. We got
Car
Divine, we
Zodiac,
got
too.
Prodigal Son, Ghostface.
They're not here right now.
Okay.
Call Divine right now. Let me
Ghostface.
get him up here.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Ghostface. Yes. I love Eric. I love earth signs because they're so meticulous. They're so organized.
You don't like
usually.
fire?
No. My favorite sign. Okay, let me talk to you as a woman because everybody wants to hear what the woman says. Why? We want to hear. Women want to hear what men say, but the whole world wants to hear what women say, and then they don't want to hear what men say because men are always the ones telling the logic and get it together. But women are like the ones.
Why?
That
Why is that? Because a lot of women will be like, "Man, we're good." No, it's no, because real leaders when they, a righteous man is the real leader. We lead the family.
Yeah, that's what I said. Nobody wants to hear what the leader says because he's always trying to get everybody in line. People want to party.
But the God, because that's when you mess up. When you party and then you be in a confusion state because there's an all state of beings, mind state. I'll make you a great nation as a small nation inside of a great nation. Now, there was a guy in the Bible. I'm gonna hold. I'll hold all three of y'all to that because Knowledge Born is well versed in the scriptures.
I'll get it.
There was a guy named.
Where's my buzzer? I'm gonna hit the buzzer first.
Yeah.
What's his name? The guy in the Bible, describe him.
Anakin. Huh? He's from Anakin.
What does he do?
The father.
Anakin.
Joshua ran up on him and said, "What the hell?" Him and Caleb said, "We can't." They went back and reported to Moses. Aaron says, "We can't F with this dude." And he got 3 brothers. Shishaiah, Taliah, and Admoniah. Can't mess with them. There's 3 of them, only 3. Put the fear, and he said, "We are nothing but grasshoppers in front of them." Yeah. What are we dealing with here, Mr. Malak?
But Caleb and Joshua didn't actually say that, though, for the record.
No. That's what they're going to say. They said they lied. No, they said that's the report. They was there. Remember, they were spying.
That was the report of the people, yeah.
They were spying. So they was there for a minute. So they had to interact with the people, and they got the names because they were spying.
Well, let's just get the scripture then. I'll get it for you. Keep going. I love
Let's
that.
do it.
Keep going.
Oh.
All right.
No, you can keep going. Break it down.
So when they were spying, when you spy on a person, you marinate there. They wasn't there for a day. Just like the Adam and Eve story. They didn't eat the fruit right away. It took time. You think she gave a fruit to Adam and he ate it? No, it took time. It took months, maybe years, for him to figure out, I need to eat this fruit. But the scriptures, we could do things easy or we could do it the long way. But it's not exactly what you read. When she took the fruit and gave to Adam, that could have took 3 years, 4 years. Talk to me, Malak. It didn't happen right then and there.
I want to talk to you about that. What do you think about when I say Jesus is a serpent? And I'm not talking about Gnostic. I'm not talking about the Gnostic teachings. Jesus is the serpent, the actual Jesus of the Bible, not Jesus in my heart.
It doesn't have to be Jesus on the ball. It could be an intelligent being.
But it was Jesus of the Bible.
I know you're going to say.
No, I'm just talking about, I want to ask, thank you, Priest. I know what you're saying and I agree.
Indeed.
But I want to ask Malak, your guest, our guest, what do you think about that, what Priest said with the Bible and the Elohim and the giants and the split of the split of the giants and Enoch and all this other good esoteric stuff?
Yeah. Hold on, Napah. How many more hates?
We got 3 more songs to go.
Let's get through these 3 songs and then we can build afterwards, please.
He's not going to be able to answer.
No, but I need him because he's going to come on your channel. I'm going to hook that up. Go ahead, AD. Let's get out.
You can come on my channel right now. By the way, I need some of that mezcal because this right here.
What's that, wine?
This is wine of the gods. This is some fungus among us, kombucha.
Hey.
Kombucha.
But that's healthy.
Kombucha is pretty good, yeah.
Pass some of that mezcal.
You know what?
This is what you want. Yo, listen. This is what you want. Hey, D, this is what you want. This is a $1,000 bottle.
You know what, Tequila? I want you to take that $1,000 bottle and
she called me Tequila. She said, "You know what, Tequila?
In the vault.
You can have it." Oh, you know me. I'm a Ocho. I'm an Ocho. I'll drink Ocho all day. Matter of fact,
you drink reposado. What, patron? AD, stop.
You ready? All right. Next, now we've got DJ Intense from North Carolina. This track is called The Knowledge.
I'm getting a text from God. Hold on, you guys. I'll tell you what he said. It might be
That's hard.
I know, but I can't let it breathe. Yo, take me off. AD.
Yeah, you good. DJ Intense. That was a YouTube short, so I knew it was gonna end soon. But that was fire. DJ Intense right off the MPC into the camera. That's what I'm talking about. That's some live producer shit right there. Real fire. This is one of the producers for Capadonna, and that was straight fire. I liked it a lot. What y'all think?
I loved
that
it.
was really nice. Yeah, really good.
Yes. We got real professionals submitting tracks.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Man.
I
got
loved it a
goosebumps.
lot.
I got goosebumps. What you think, Knowledge?
That was immediate. Yeah, you could like that immediately.
Right?
Yeah. It hits you right away. Yeah.
Right. Draw you right in. Definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's Knife Wonder country out there messing around in North Carolina. Like Little Brother and the things that they were able to do, and the producers that are out there, like our brother Crisis and so many others. Like there's so much untapped talent that have been brought to the forefront and to producers. And then you think about the hunger of the artists and the history of North Carolina as a economic space and as a revolutionary space. So there's a lot of hunger, a lot of stories that are told and untold. So yeah, that's a product of that environment right there. So I'm not surprised that somebody like Capadonna, who has like a militant side also, would be aligned with that kind of energy.
Yeah.
They teach in production, in the schools up there. Knife Wonder is a professor up there.
I wonder what he's gonna do with that. Like that track is ready to be a hit. Someone could kill it on that. Like if he sends it to Priest, like I'm jealous for whoever gets that beat.
Can I ask you a question about that, AD? Like, because you're a producer and engineer.
Yeah.
So like, a mainstream song, how there's like verse, hook, verse, hook, and then there's bridge, and then it's outro. Like, when you get songs like that, do you arrange them in that way? Like, I guess you could say, I'm saying like synthetically, because if it's submitted in the way it is, and do you format it that way? If someone doesn't exactly, if someone says, I want this on the radio, I want this to be commercial.
Yeah.
Do you set it up that way? Talk to us about that.
That's usually the standard formula, is to have a hook, a verse, a hook, a verse, and especially if you have multiple artists on it, then that would give them their 16 bars or 32 bars. Right. It's not the only formula, and it's not the only format. That's a standard commercial hip hop song to have that formula. There's also rap songs that are just rap. So that sometimes doesn't even have a hook. That'll have the artist usually just spitting and going on. And usually back then they would have a DJ just throwing in some what they call cuts. They would throw in cuts, throw in samples, and those can be considered choruses, but usually that would just be a cut or a break in between the song. That would be considered a rap song, you know what I'm saying? But hip hop songs generally would have the standard formula of a verse, a hook, a verse, and a hook. But like I said, nowadays hooks can be anything from a singing to a repetitive verse down to scratching. Do you know what I mean?
Right. So if someone wants to get their song on the mainstream radio, like would they want to do that format? Even like if they submitted it talk about that.
That would be basically it. They can do a verse, chorus. Sometimes you would have a bridge or what they would call a breakdown, which usually would come after the second chorus. You know what I mean? If you want to follow that formula.
Yeah.
The
Is
formula
that better? Is that better for somebody who wants their song to get on the radio?
If you're talking about pop radio, yeah, but nowadays, music is becoming so, saturated into like all these, experimental types of doing things. You can go as crazy as you want, but if you're talking about commercial radio like Power 106, that would usually be it. But they would also make the songs short. The person who's doing it the best lately is Drake, because he has his songs nice and short, if you notice, because he knows they're going to be radio friendly. So you don't need to do a whole song that's going to be cut off anyway on the radio. Radios will play your song between 2 minutes and 2:15. You know what I mean? So
That's
therefore they'll
already
make their
too long.
songs. Yeah, they'll make their songs like that. But you want to talk about a classic hip hop song like Wu-Tang type verses. Sometimes they'll start the track with a little bit of the beat for 4 bars and go right into the verse. You know, like I bomb atomically. It's like just right into the verse. I love tracks like that. You know what I mean? So you can start with a hook, you can start with the verse. It depends on the track.
Thank you. Yeah, there you go, family.
Yeah.
Had a little lesson on that. Were you trying to say something to add to that knowledge?
No, I was just saying that even with the format, like Eddie was talking about, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 15 seconds is already too long for the radio now.
Oh,
It used to be that the DJ would break those records that he's talking about, but the dynamics of the radio, everything is like, whoa, 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 whoa. You even think about if you read something online, they tell you how long of a read it is, like 2 minutes, 2 minute read, 5 minute read, and you decide based off of that if you're going to read that. You know, this next generation is not, attuned to hear anything that long. So if they run a mix, it's almost like dancehall. You hear 15 dancehall artists on one reggae beat. So they run the music now in the same kind of format. It's like they just go. You can't tell one from the next song. Like, wait, it's a different. It's jumbo. So in 10 minutes, you might hear 20 songs.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
But I always tell people, don't worry about the radio. Try to get your songs to a DJ. Because the DJ will be the one to get your songs out there, and they create the popularity, especially if you get a DJ who remixes your track. Because many times you'll hear the remix before you hear the original. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So that's why it's smart sometimes to put out the instrumental, put out the acapellas, let a DJ throw it in there, and people be like, "Who's that? Oh, that's that new artist." Blah blah blah. Boom.
And if you don't get the traction mainstream over here, mainstream overseas, Napah, you've been overseas. You live forever over there. And if you're over there and you get that push, I know plenty of independent artists who tour overseas forever. Like they might have not got as much love here stateside, but they live forever overseas. They're continuously touring overseas. And even people who came out early in the 80s, 90s, they're still touring overseas right now.
There you go.
Yes, like definitely, and especially talking London, you're right, knowledge. They are, I mean, so that's good to know, but really, I'm going to say things that people don't want to say. We know everyone's an artist. We know, but this is a new thing. Who wants to be a starving artist? A lot of people, they see hip hop, especially, not rock and roll, not country, but hip hop artists. When they hit, they're like, oh yeah, I'm going to make the money. 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 So in reality, we know any artist trying to appeal to a crowd, and this is for AD and knowledge, you're trying to get out there, but you love your art. It's you live for your art. The art is you, but hey, I see people making money. People making money, so I want to make money on my craft. So with that said, when you talk about the real artists, like the artists that submit here, how can they say, okay, I can make a living? They don't even have to be rich. How do they say, I got my music out there, but which is the best way, the best path to go? Is it the radio? Is it just going to DJs? Like, which is the best way to make money? Which one is it? Can you guys talk on that? Because I'm sure they're opening their ears for this right now.
Well, one, it depends on the music, and two, it depends on how you're putting your songs out there. Because if you're able to go on tour, you're able to get ticket sales and merchandise. So most of the artists aren't making money off the streams. If you get 1 million listens on Spotify, you barely making money to pay the rent. But if you're going on tour and selling T-shirts and selling merchandise and selling stickers and selling hats, that's where you're making your money, and you're gonna make way more of a higher margin from merchandise sales than you are from your streams. So you got to do it first for the love, and then it just takes work and keep putting out. You see how Priest just keeps going, boom, boom. It takes consistency. You know what I'm saying? Lil Wayne was making so many tracks, boom, boom, boom. Tupac was making so many tracks. Says you got to be a factory, and then the residual just comes back at you. It comes back, but it takes time. You got to love what you're doing.
Yeah, thank you, AD. What say ye, knowledge?
I just want to add on to what AD was saying. He said the love. The other way is who loves you. Find who loves you and get in front of them. Find your audience. Find who loves you and what you do and what your offering is. That's a universal concept. So what, Red and Meth said, is that they did enough on their album sales to go gold just to keep touring. Because just like AD said, once you're in front of the people, they want whatever you have. You know, so finding the audience that loves you. You know, you can do what you do for the love, but somebody has to love it also outside of you. So if you can find those people, wherever they are, you go to where they are. Now, that's the name of the game nowadays. You know, podcasts are going on tours to cities. All kinds of, like, people are leaving. Everybody needs what you have. Whatever you have, find who needs it and bring it to them. And once you bring it to them, these things repeat. You know, you did a tour with Priest, right? And now Priest is on tour again. You see what I'm saying? Like, you put these things out there, and now people, they gain traction, and now people want to see you. Like, okay, it makes sense. So you have to find who loves you.
But I get what you're saying.
Well, either way it goes, like, you have other skill sets besides what what you do here. Everybody needs that. Anybody who has a family needs your other services. So find who loves you, or find who's in need of you. That's the second part. Either find who loves you and find who's in need of your services, your gifts, your talents. So you always hear me say to artists here that submit, and especially those who do the beats and those who MC and they submit, think about other aspects or ways to repurpose what you have.
Right.
Everything needs a soundtrack. Everything needs a score. There's scripts for everything. There's scripts for video games. There's scripts for television. So do your due diligence in those arenas and find out who you need to pitch to get your music over there, or to get your lyrics over there. They're using music to sell everything. They're using your art to sell everything.
Right.
So find these avenues. Again, so it's back to find who loves you. You see what I'm saying? You have to make them love you. They're not just going to love you off the rip. So you have to have that.
People always love me off the rip. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, you're an anomaly.
I'm joking. I hear you. No, this is what I'm just joking.
Yeah, so your talents, your gifts, and your skills, all those things, they have to do well in your execution. And this is why, I was saying at the beginning that presentation is everything, because it's not just one thing. With Reels and with these remixes and with TikTok and all of these other social media sites, you can take one thing and break it up into 50,000 different other things. Mm-hmm. And somebody's going to gravitate to all of those things that you have out there. And you just did one thing, like that short is a piece of a whole. So he figured out how to do this for the short. He can do that with a short on YouTube, a YouTube short. It's a minute or so. He could do that on TikTok. He could do that on Instagram. He could do that on Facebook. He can do it in all these places. And he just did one thing one time, and he can continue to break it up into pieces and send it all over the world. So all these things gain traction.
Hey, Knowledge, only Dakini says she wants you to be her manager.
Yeah, dog. Dog in the good way, not dog like leader and protector.
Nice. All
and
right.
I want to, AD, excuse me, I'm sorry. Right. I want the guest of the craft to weigh in on all of this, all of it, not just what we just said, but like the whole. What do you think about how they did the Podcraft AD and Priest do song promotions? How they have producers and artists send their music in and just give them that shot, so to speak. What do you think about that, Malak?
As far as you're on mute. I think you're on mute.
Man, I was saying so much deep stuff. You know what? I'm not on mute, am I? No, you can't hear me.
We hear you.
It was you was on mute for a little bit. Not that long.
Well, I'm going to ask you, Malak. For me, I know I've never seen a show where a very well-known artist and a very seasoned producer engineer, they have actual artists send their music in, and then you can just be exposed. What I'm saying is, what's your take on that? You can go either in any way you want. For me, though, I remember back in the day, I was shopping my tracks to like Russell Simmons and they're talking about and Quincy Jones. They're like, well, what you want to do for me? And now, you know what I'm saying? It's like, this is for me, like I see this. I want to ask you, as an artist, I'm not doing that anymore, but I think this is like an oasis, like a safe haven, like a refuge, like bring your music here. And this, we're not just some rinky dink. We'll really, you can come here and share yourself, share your art, and you will make it. Kind of like low key American Idol. I know y'all are mad off that, but do you get what I'm saying? Like, what do you think about how they open their doors to artists and let them submit?
Well, I don't see it that way at all. I see that the energy that the artist brings can either garner attention or it can't. You see what I'm saying? It depends on who you are, really. You see, if you are deep, if your aura is truly shining, if you have that magnetic attraction, you're going places. It's as simple as that. Not everybody's gonna. You got people who have real serious ability. They have serious talent, but why aren't they out there? You see what I'm saying? That is a thing that's inside you. You have to release that inner you. You have to release your power. You have to unleash your talent. It's not enough to know how to sing. It's not enough to know how to play an instrument. You have to release that inner power that's in you. You got to shine your light. See what I'm saying? That's the way I feel about it. Michael Jackson, the ultimate artist of the world, he had a light that shined so bright, he just could not be ignored. You see what I'm saying? I don't care about his personal life, the nutty things that he may or may not have done. Regardless of that, because if you look at all artists, there's something in the closet that's not being revealed. Personally, that's not my business. I'm a fan. I'm looking at your skill set. I'm looking at your glow. I'm looking at your power. That's what's attracting, not the inner stuff that they're doing in the closet and the stuff that they want to try to exploit later on because they want to destroy or character assassinate someone. It's the power that they have in the first place. That power is what they're bringing to the stage, and that's what everybody want to get their teeth into. Yeah, the money's coming. Trust me.
All right. Are y'all ready for what's next?
Thank you, Malak.
Yeah, bring it.
Yes, sir. We're ready, AD.
Next now, we got the DJ from Guam with Hotter the Bottle, featuring Natty Val.
Jamaica, yeah. California, and Natty Val, representing for me general, DJ Guam. I said the hotter the battle, the sweeter the victory. Don't to taste DJ Guam if you don't know the history. I am around the dance hall in every category. Him have the biggest outlet, we kill any sound in a Cali. No matter how they go like them tough grammar around the country. We don't split them up so no first box never empty. A DJ Guam Alidan. This me want to tell every sound man. Whether you in America, England or Japan, a Guam are the champion. DJ Guam, want to play the big song? Play the big song. DJ Guam, I am around the station. Put the station. DJ Guam, I beg you play the big song. DJ Guam, big vibes are gone. Some boy find them bad. Them don't you the way out. Some make a know we mad. And a lonely road we trod. Some boy find them bad. Them don't you the way out. Some make a know we mad. Lonely road we trod. DJ Guam, want to play the big song? DJ Guam, I am around the station. DJ Guam, sweet to the victory. Don't you taste DJ Kwam if you don't know the history. I am a run the dance all in a every category. Him have the biggest dub plate we kill any sound in a Cali. No matter how they go on like they tough a gram around the country. We don't plate them down so the first box never empty. A DJ Kwam Adidan. And this me want to tell every sound man. Whether you in America, England or Japan, and Kwam are the champion. DJ Kwam, won't you play the big song?
All right. DJ Guam, that shit was cool, man. The bass is a little bit distorted. I don't know how you can fix that. I know you're doing like a manual recording, so you're not able to like get everything on screen. But man, I just wish that bass wasn't distorted. But I like what you're doing creatively. What y'all think?
That's really nice. What are they into? Reggae?
Yeah.
Cool. Wasn't that guy a guest on Killah Priest show before?
Yeah. They go back.
Yeah. I thought he looked familiar. Yeah.
Yeah.
The music is very mellow, very nice. You know, I love reggae, so that was
nice.
Good.
Yeah, I loved it too. I always love all. Shout out to DJ Guam, beautiful artist that he always collaborates with. So peace to him and beautiful. I love it.
Yes. Knowledge.
Yeah, you know, Guam is. You know, they say Wagwan, the Ras. I say Wagwan now for Guam because that interconnectedness of spirit of the island. You know, we were talking about ancestors earlier. I heard so much of the craft. You know, the music segment always in some kind of way finds a way to complement, you know, the main elements. And I think the main elements for tonight was love. Everything was love. Everything was done in love and in the right spirit. So, you know, y'all know Guam come with that love all day, every day. So you got the old school reggae filled with the love. You know what I mean? So I think that's perfect from Guam like this.
Yeah.
Big up.
Right. That's right. Next now we got Underland Fortress with a name. That's right. The song is called Stars. fire. I love how magical it is. Great choice of samples. I love the mix. Unda's really good producer. Sounds great. That's ready for someone to do something on.
I love that.
Yeah, very magical.
I'm gonna go to my channel, AD, if that's okay. I'm gonna sing to that.
Yeah, very otherworldly.
That was good.
That
So
was
you could
fire.
send it. You could send it to me, and I could just.
Yeah, all of these tracks are going to be in the description for those at home.
I loved that. It
So
was
you'll be able
very
to,
awesome.
yeah,
So that's all I have to say. I loved it.
right?
I was covering my mouth a lot because I was like stopping myself from actually going in because I want you to hear the song. So what do you think, Malak, and then of course knowledge?
Really good. That's really nice melody. Very easygoing. Nice music, yeah.
Yeah.
Knowledge.
This was made for a spitter. You know, whenever you get them melodic kickback beats, it's for somebody to wreck out on. Unless it's a rarity where you get the, because it's polarity, right? You know, we were discussing polarity earlier. It's polarity, you know.
Yeah.
So if you get something mellow, calm, you go crazy. And then in reverse, you get a beat that's ferocious and you calm with it. There's a rarity where you get both with both. And then it's an even rarer case where you get both with both and they come out great. So if you remember, like Nas on Verbal Intercourse is calm. You know, it's a little bit of flutes. It's melodic. And then you hear Nas on it, and then you hear Ray and Ghostface on it. You're like, oh. So if you hear the beat by itself, it's not really much to it. But when the artist gets on there and they set a bar, it's something. So Under has that like in the tuck for somebody to really go crazy. That's what I'm hearing from it. Like somebody's gonna go off on it, you know. So I think it's perfectly laid for a skilled MC to express themselves in a ferocious way.
Oh, for sure. All right, we got one more submission. Today's grand finale is going to be Oni Dakini sent a third one. Yes, this one is called.
The MVP for the night.
That's right. This one's called All For You.
Really? I thought that too, WS Banker. It is kind of like a Janet beat, though.
All right.
Oh my God, I love that.
Yeah. I like what you're doing creatively. She just needs to play with your mixes a little bit more. The piano that's doing the inverted reverse and coming back in, I would drop that down. For beats like that, you want the star of the show to be the bass drum and the snare drum. You know what I mean? It's about the beat itself. All the samples, you want them to be more atmospheric. So I would push those back a little bit. I like when the chorus came in with the chanting and the chorus and everything. It just got a little loud. You know what I mean? You've got to consider there's going to be an artist on top of these beats. Do you know what I'm saying? Now, one could say subjectively, well, no, it sounds good like that as just a beat. You know, maybe there's not going to be an artist. You know, you could say that also. But even then, I would drop those down a little bit more because the kick and the snare is what's really going to keep the head bobbing. You want to maintain that head bob and have everything else just kind of dancing in the background. You know what I'm saying? That's just my 2 cents. But yeah, I would just drop the samples down. But I like what she's doing creatively. Everything else sounds good. What you think?
I love that what you said, AD, because then I heard it and I was like, yeah. I loved that what she submitted, but then when you said that, I could hear what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Like you know what when you say that, I'm getting it now. This, what do you say, the snare and the whatever,
and the bass drum, yeah, the kick and the snare.
You know what I thought of? We are lovers through and though we made it through the storm. I really want you to realize that Mary J. And I saw Knowledge, so I get my I'm like, okay, Knowledge. When they did the remix, that where the snare and the bass, I got it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't hear it, and now I get what you said. Right? Am I wrong? Am I getting it, guys? Because I'm learning. I'm learning too.
Yeah.
I'm listening to AD. I'm like, I get it. So that should have been right in your face, right? That should have been right in your face. No?
Yeah.
Really good, Mary J.
I got the Mary J, but I'm going to talk about what she just put in. And that's crazy because I was thinking Janet Mary J, even though she did a beautiful, I love the alternative vibe that she put with the vocals. And you're right, they were super heavy, but I love that. But when you broke it down, I was like, oh, damn, it was the Mary J, the Janet, and the bass and the kick drum, as you say, should have been right in my face, like boom.
Mm-hmm.
All right, what do y'all think? I'm learning as she learns.
Mm-hmm.
So shout out to Oni Dakini. Thanks, AD.
Yeah. Eric, what you think?
Yeah, it was for me that was very unusual, very different, very unique sound. It's something that can grow on you little by little. It was really definitely unique. I would say that, yeah.
All right, Knowledge.
I think Oni is, kind of like our prized possession. She's like the one who takes in the most constructive criticism and makes it her own. Like she owns that. She owns whatever she receives, and she takes it to heart and takes it to her grind. Like, she's an artist also, an artist as in, someone who draws, someone who paints. So she's creating these things. So she's bold enough to show us parts of her creative process in the vulnerability space and provides us with an opportunity to speak to it before a finished product, So she's bold enough to experiment, and I don't think we do that enough, So I think if she needed to fix something, she submitted it because she trusts AD mind, his mastermind and his, he's sound daddy. He ain't sound daddy for no reason. You understand?
Hey.
So he wants it to sound, he has that sound. You see that ear for the sound. So he has an outer and an inner ear to hear the sound as it sounds and as it should sound. So then it's like, okay, for my commentary, she wants some kind of way to improve from whatever the presentation standpoint may be, or feel, or how it could be repurposed. Everybody has their own niche and what they add to in regards to, what we hear in this promotion segment. So I think, props to her for being able to, stand the test of time, because from when she first started submitting to now, we see in the movie stuff. You see what I'm saying? We see in the movie stuff, but we also still see like, okay, we're able to take it back to day one, and okay, this is what it looks like, or this is what it sounds like, bare bones. And you know, what do I need to do? I want y'all to create with me, you know. So we're getting a piece, an opportunity to add something to the canvas for this art.
True. All right. So for those at home, again, all of these tracks are going to be in the description. If you're interested in submitting tracks for the next episode, go to Killah Priest /song promo. And yeah, these all prove to be really good promotion for everybody, because once they're up there, you know what I mean? So you're getting your track heard, and you're also getting some feedback, which is great. So we're getting a lot of good feedback. Also, what a lot of artists do is that after they do the song promo here, they'll take the clip from the show and then upload it to their Instagram. So people on Instagram will be like, "Oh, well, you played your song on the Podcraft. That's awesome." You know what I mean? So it's good. It's content. You're creating content just by clipping the show. So feel free to do that as well. But thanks to everyone who submitted those tracks. Priest is chilling right now. He's trying to recover from the Moscato. Is that called Moscato? Moscato.
Mezcal.
Yeah. He's recovering from that right now. So we're gonna close the show tonight. Is there anything anybody wants to say in closing?
I want to say to Malak, I want him to go ahead and, excuse me, I'm sorry, Knowledge. Just let the guests close out.
I was deferring to you because I know you about to do it in the way you're supposed to go. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would just like to say I thank you, Killah Priest podcast, for having me on again. And I would just like to say that I have upcoming things on my own right that I'm trying to bring about on our own channel, which is Universal Media Podcast. We are over there with Zakaya, which is one of the producers and managers, and also Kahanya, who also is behind the scenes and doing a lot of editing and working the footage out over there. Hasn't happened yet, but we are definitely working on content and trying to bring about a development of shows on Universal Media Podcast. Yes.
Awesome. Universal Media Podcast. And I know you dropped the link, or you will be dropping the link in the description, right, AD?
Yep.
I want to tell Malak, thank you so much. You're such an awesome vibe. I know Knowledge Born said he was listening in. This is one of the, I call the darkest, deepest, but that's what I mean by darkest, the deepest minds of the light. So I want to say thank you, and all, bowing to you in all respect. And I am going to get you hopefully onto my show, onto my panel.
I'll be happy to do it.
Thank you so much. Priest will get us in touch. Knowledge, did you want to say anything before AD goes and lands us back to our, actually he's not going to land us, he just kind of beam us back down to our space.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to give props to our guest, Malak. I look forward to your part 2, and I look forward to you going over there with Napah Shadah. You had much, greatness to bring to us tonight. And, sometimes in the mixed multitude, when stuff start mixing up, you understand, you don't really get a chance to impart everything that you wanted to impart. I heard more, so I look forward to a part 2 here. And I look forward to an extension with Gemstar, Queen Napah Shadah. And, Napah, you got Bible, so it would also be a good opportunity for him to come.
When are you going to roll through on Bible? Now you said it, Knowledge. I've been asking Priest in the background. You got to come in.
I mean, yeah, we can always set that up. You see what I'm saying? I just wanted to say the tour, we got the tour dates out there. Y'all see Napah on the road, Royal Priestess out there on the road doing what she has to do. And, get your tickets and support that, support the Patreon, support the Podcraft. This is your Podcraft. And, we're looking to improve and do things. And AD is seeing more and more why that producers, guild is necessary, for moments like this to groom our future, producers, so they can go on and do great and wonderful things in the industry and do what they love instead of what they need to do for a living.
Right.
So
that's right.
Yeah. Nice.
Awesome. Shout out to the audience. The audience helps us live out here because we'll be seeing the audience go in. They love AD. Of course, they love Priest, AD. They love this guest especially. They love you, Malak, and they always love knowledge. They be like, knowledge born's coming in. Get your notepads out.
Yeah.
So yeah, awesome.
It's always
Shout
an
out.
adventure.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, next Wednesday, myself and Kai Zodiac will be in the building, giving our astrological esoteric breakdown of for us at Happy Ever After, and go stream that everywhere. Oh, if I could say one last thing, AD, for those who stream on Spotify, add Fars to your playlist and let it run. While you're sleeping. This helps move it up in the algorithm. It helps just put it on your streaming device. You can put it on silent and just let it run. Just put it on that loop and let it run. If everybody did that, that's the way to contribute. You're already streaming things on Spotify. You support the craft. That's another way to support the craft. In addition, so.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Great idea. I always say listen to it. I say listen to it in the dark. That really gets into you. Yeah. So good idea. Thank you, Knowledge. Thank you, everybody. All right, AD, I want you to beam me in. Don't beam me back down into Phoenix. I want to be beamed down into like I want to go into
the tabernacle.
No, the pyramids of Giza. I was gonna say the tabernacle.
Yeah, we're gonna land the plane.
The pyramids of Giza.
But y'all make sure you have a good Mother's Day this Sunday.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Show your love to your moms.
Definitely.
You know what I'm saying?
We're gonna Mother of the Universe.
Thank you so much. And you know what? If I can say, I think I'm gonna go live after this. I always say that, and everybody gets disappointed because I'll just go and I don't know, do something else. Watch Game of Thrones. I have not watched Game of Thrones.
Yo, me neither.
I just started watching it, AD.
I heard it's too good to be true. I'm afraid to go there. I'm still watching Suits.
I don't know. It's not too good, but it's something that you can get into. One thing I am is I love to binge watch. I don't know about you, Malak, and Knowledge, and I love to the longer the series, the better. So
yeah. Hey.
Going on outside,
well, so your channel's gonna be the after party. So
after party, yes.
Everybody after this, go to the description. You can go to Napah's YouTube channel.
Thank you so much, AD, and everybody. Peace, Killah Priest. Yeah. So.
All right.
Someone is outside tripping right now.
Man, we went 5.5 hours.
Can you guys hear that?
Can we end with bees, AD? Can we end with bees?
I was gonna end with Mother because it's Mother's Day, but
okay,
I can do bees
after.
after.
Do what you gotta do. Do what you gotta do. You said Mother. Hey, nothing trumps Mother. Let's go.
That's right. All right, we'll see y'all next Monday.
All right now.
Yeah.
Thank you, Knowledge. Thank you, AD. Thank you, Napah Shadah. Thank you, Killah Priest.
Yeah. We out.
Give me a call so I can my own worries. Love you. Bye.
I woke up out of a good night's sleep and slipped right into a daydream that may seem like a lifetime. Then the night rewind to this light shine upon my face as I awake to daydreaming to chase demons way to the evening till I'm sleeping. Then I awake freezing, I start screaming. It's late, sharp breathing, my heart still beating. Running through the pocket patch, thunderclap, lightning, rain, rivers running from the gaps, valleys, plains, hills, cornfields, sun and path, running back above the map. Is this sleep deprivation or am I on deep medication? Am I meditating till I'm asleep but I keep awakening? I'm searching for the requiem inside my mind's aquariums, trying to break free from this lucid entrapment. using music as my blueprint for magic. My inception to my insurrection for madness. Blessed be priest message, each record's a classic. Pray there's no wreckage when her spirit exit the casket. I called her mommy till she's wrapped like a mummy. My first spaceship was her tummy. I ate what she ate when I'm hungry. Humbled, my arms crumbled as the grates was taken from me. I shook like a quake, her spirit left like a ship from a lake. Comfortably, when they come for me, I'ma embrace the entire space, the sun and sea. Then shout, Mom, you did great. Wonderfully, I came from the thunder inside your belly, healthy with one or two teeth. You taught me to speak, then God told me to preach, and gave me a sword for his head. I'ma take hold of the beast. Soon as your soul release, I'ma let go of peace. Now I'm ready for the war that was shown to me. I'm the devil's hunter, that's the spirit I'm under. I'ma chase you to nightfall, to the sun up, to break the chains of asunder. I have insomnia, on my way to the Andromeda. Study the planets like an astronomer. Interstellar, I'm telling with the elders from South America. I'm 51, am I familiar with that area? I'm with the healers when I wrote Rocket to Nebula. My veins are filled with the ancestors' blood, and I'm a replica of the messenger. When it rains, it's just a flood to cover the plains from something high-tech above. The unexplained, the sun is my main. I'm unreachable, untamed, unspeakable, unchanged. I remain the same. Only see growth through my deep quotes. Tell Thoth, I'm in deep thought. I could break a bill if they free range. My mother's initials on God's keychain. Storm bills, cornfields, chasing up the Laurel Hill. I'll get at your sworn deals, born skills. Wintertime, warm meals. My mother's gone, I'm on still. Waking up the morning chills. Peer to a dimension fillers to filters. Of spirits for healers. To becoming wireless into splitters. To deliver. You begin losing signal, they're a little. Into crystals. In the middle. Behind the moon's gateway in the shape of an egg. No more naysayers as you're going through the lunar haze. Face plates. Infinity in the 8 shaped. The time is wintry, you see the gray 8. Then turn to the grave and say, where's your debate? For this is fate. I start unplugging, debugging. Before my transition, make man see woman. Then plant myself into the seed before the becoming. I'm still in the cornfield running. Interstellar, Cinderella, said Cinderfella. I transcend from the nebula. This is the end of an era. I wish you good luck in all your endeavors. Release the pressure, the depressor. Then read the letters. Encounter us without seeing a body, like you emailed us. Delightful that it's not when you contact us, it's when we write you back. I used to watch continents fall just by my chi energy alone. I never used stone. I destroy cities by using cotton balls and big pillars of silken clouds. I watched their towers go down like a comet hit their walls, then smash their buildings with fog. That is all. The post verse. Trying to phone home, picking up ETs on the main line. After I crash, I'm experiencing amnesia and deja vu at the same time. And an unexpected close encounter of the fifth kind. The Akashic Records, Book of Revelations, we experience the sixth sign. What the prophets predict, shift paradigms. Do we believe in the tarots or their minds? The man that travels through the shadows till he shines. Factual, they don't attack you, they attack the genes. My black queen took the vaccine. They blaspheme, ask Tutankhamun, they get curses when you unmask kings. Martin Luther and his one last dream. Riding bikes, climbing heights, whiny heights, flying kites. Lighting pipes, Mayan sights, driving pipes, find a blinding light. Road at night, motorbike, roller coaster sight, closer bright, poltergeist.
Okay, it's your mother. I'm just calling, checking to see if you got home safe, son. Give me a call so I won't worry. Love you. Bye. Message saved.
Long black eyes, on both sides counting in the 5. In a tree above the ancient tribes with hives lived sisters that were all small in size. In the morning they would all rise and buzz above the buds, waiting for the opening of their love. Amongst the bushes and the tree shrubs. In Mexico, the old Mex would wait for them because they pollinate their cactus for the tequila. They were simply known as the healers. These small beings were winged and they had stingers to sting to protect the queen. They were responsible for peaches, oranges, and apples and nectarines. The color of their bodies were yellow and black. The rest were rings, the insect for kings. On a full moon on the right night when it's totally dark, the queen of the bees come out and talk with the wasp. We have all our ancient ancestors encased in amber. Great bees from the past that protect us from the bear and the badgers. They are the masters of the pastures. The wasp spoke off top. I scavenge from the bottom during autumn. While y'all fly above the garden looking for pollen, I see a problem, cause I search amongst the doom beneath the moon. While y'all eat that which bloom and blossom. Quiet, the possum. They tell me you have magic royal jelly. Y'all really came up since y'all evolved from us. And y'all from the ants before y'all were ever was. The universe buzzed. We all can agree that the breed gave rise to the plants, and plants gave rise to the canopy, such as the banana tree, then different strands of weed. We are the bees. Since the larvae we were godly. Our colonies are responsible for spinach and collard greens. Y'all are solitary, the ants have an army. We have workers and servers and drones inside our comb, high above the Tassili stones and the pygmy homes, before people unknown, places where gypsies roam, encased inside a hexagon-shaped cone. The sweetest taste that man can't duplicate, it can't be recreated or grown. Before the flood separated countries, before Egypt had mummies, the bees made honey.